Thank you very much. Can I welcome you all to this 6th Global EITI conference. We've got 1,300 people from nearly 100 countries, so that's a wonderful mix of people from across the world, all working together to try to make sure that natural resources are well used for the benefit of their people. And we're going to start with a welcome to this country and this part of this country from Michael West, Cultural Representative of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council. Michael.
Thank you, Claire. Good morning, brothers and sisters. How are you this morning? Good, I'm glad you're here in Sydney. It's a great place here. And I'm Michael West, the Cultural Representative of Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, and we look after the land, air, water and culture within our boundaries. And we are, a significant part of Sydney is within our boundaries. Here where you are, since we have an international audience, I'll explain a little bit about what a welcome to country is. Traditionally, people would wait at the borders, and what would happen, they would light a fire, and then a representative or an elder would come to them and give them permission to be on the land. And what would happen, they'd also explain a little bit about the history of the land that you're going on and that. And so that's what traditions are. So obviously, you're from all around this little planet we call Earth, from many different lands. And this land that you're on here today is the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. And there are 29 clans here in Sydney. Other ones are across the harbour there. There's a suburb of Cammeray. Now that's named after Cammeraygal people. Garrigal on the National Park on the northern side. Over the beautiful Manly, we have KMA and Canigal, are two of the three clans that are out there. And if you go out on the beautiful harbour here that's known around the world, if you turn left and head inland, you'll go Wongal is on the left, Wallamadigal is on the right, and you keep going and you hit Barramadigal, Parramatta, Barramadigal, Barra meaning eel, where the eel people are. So the history here, we have been here for more than 60,000 years. That's what's recognised, but there is evidence that it is a lot longer. And here, I've bought a message stick. Now, message sticks, the person who would have this would be like an ambassador and emissary. Now, the message would go to other clans, tribes and nations, and what they would do, it would be a prompt. Now, it could be about a marriage arrangement, it could be about a dispute, it could be about a corroboree. Now, Graham Toomey, director on Bumali Aboriginal Arts Cooperative. It's the oldest Aboriginal arts cooperative here in Sydney. Now, him and I create these because we want to share culture, traditions, and we also want to, about contemporary culture too. And we want to reinforce our culture and also to educate people, to get people to think. Now, diversity has been on this land, this country called Australia, for more than 60,000 years. And it's about age, disability, culture, and we're talking about the world, gender, language, custom, religion, GLBTI. And we are all on a journey, on a path as humanity. But each one of you, you're on your own journey and path from around this little planet called Earth. And the undulating lines, they represent a path and journey. The dots represent time. The concentric circles represent places, like here right now, where you grew up, where your family live, where you visit. We wanted to get people to think about, you are on a journey. It's called life. And it's important that you do make the most of us. And what we wanted to do is to make sure that you find your journey that makes you good in here, both physically, mentally, spiritually and culturally, and for your community. It's all about the health of you and the health of your community. And many cultures understand that. By Aboriginal people, we're defined by the community we live in and part of. And it's all about building capacity within your community. Think about this, you're in Sydney now. Now, when you're walking down George Street, the main street there, that is an ancient Aboriginal track that people walk down for 50,000 years. Obviously, the roads and that, the very first roads around this country and that, were based on Aboriginal tracks that have been here for 50, 60,000 years. And Down that road, there would have been people going to men's business, women's business. There would have been corroborees. There would have been going and celebrating and initiations ceremonies too. And it's important that we do take a moment's silence to pay our respects to not only the Gadigal of Eora, whose beautiful land that we are on here for this conference, and that have returned to this land physically and become part of it for more than 50,000 years. And their spirits are here amongst us right now. But pay respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tradition owners, elders and custodians of the past, present and future for looking after this land, this wonderful land called Australia. It's also important we pay respects to our ancestors who have gone before us, because who we are the sum of those who have passed their traditions, their culture, through our society, through our community and through our family. It's important we remember them, because they have returned to Mother over tens of thousands of years, returned to Mother and become part of her around this little planet we call Earth. And also just a moment to reflect your journey and why you're here and how you're going to be honest and talk from the heart and balance between heart and mind. That's what we want you to do when you're here. So if we just have a moment's silence to pay our respects and for some reflection. Water is life. It falls from the heavens, lands on Mother, finds its way to the rivers and to the ocean. We also, when we send little machines out there in the cosmos, we look for water, don't we, when we look for life? If you journey north from here is the Hawkesbury, south is the Georges River, east is the Pacific Ocean, west is the Nepean. These are the aquatic boundaries of the Eora Nation. To any of my Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander brothers out there, we warmly welcome you from the land, clan, tribe and nation you come from. And to all our brothers and sisters, and we are all brothers and sisters, we belong to one mob, as we say, the mob you belong to, the tribe you belong to, and it's one mob, one tribe, one planet, humanity. We welcome you from the land, the community, the neighbourhood, the family that you come from, to the ancestral land of the Gadigal people, Eora land. On behalf of Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, we welcome to this land, wherever you've come from around this wonderful world, whether you've journeyed across oceans, rivers, valleys, deserts, plains, wherever you've journeyed across this little planet we call Earth, floating through the ever-expanding cosmos, we welcome you here. So enjoy this conference, enjoy your stay in Sydney. Let's all work together for a better world, and it all starts with the person you see in the morning in the mirror. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for that warm welcome. Now, Australia has been, for a long time, a very strong supporter of the EITI. They're doing their own EITI pilot. Lots of us have been at their Mining for Development conference and their determination to share their wisdom of learning about mining with new mining countries. So we're very pleased, and I should say, yes, strong support for the costs of this conference have come from the Australian government, and also printed on the back of your little program from the World Bank, Chevron, BHP Billiton and Rio Tinto, and we're grateful to all of those. But we're very pleased to have with us the Honourable Gary Gray, Minister for Resources and Energy of Australia, who's going to welcome us all to this conference. Minister.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Michael, for that terrific welcome to country. I too would like to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of this land, the Gadigal people, and to their elders past and present. Ours is a land that is wealthy with every mineral that was ever created in this world. Ours is a land wealthy in oil and gas, in iron ore, coal, uranium, every mineral imaginable. And it's our responsibility to manage that legacy as well as we possibly can. And in that, the principles of EITI are extremely important. So it's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to Sydney, Australia, and to the 2013 Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative Global Conference. Many of you attending today do so because, like me, you are long-time supporters of the EITI as an important step in transparency, paving the way for investor confidence and a fair go, a better way of doing business. I'd like to give my thanks to Claire for her direction in this field and her unwavering efforts to maximise the benefits of mining for people, for communities and for nations through transparency and through the EITI. Like you, Claire, I appreciate and support the importance of transparency in the workings of government and business. Through transparency, we can reduce the opportunity for corruption, and when it does manifest, ensure it is publicly exposed and swiftly addressed. Transparency demands more than aspirational statements. It requires workable and enduring structures to support the intent. Australia, for example, has a strong culture of transparency and anti-corruption and supports and participates in a number of international initiatives. We pride ourselves on good governance, and our AAA financial rating is a testament to our strict financial management practices. At all levels of government, we're overseen and scrutinised by independent audit officers and comply with strict and detailed financial reporting standards. Australian companies are also subject to independent audit verification and scrutiny by the Australian Securities Investment Commission and the Corporations Act. Getting the system right through good governance and transparency principles is how we encourage the faint embers of economic opportunity to glow and then burn bright as economic growth and transformation. Good governance sends an important signal to investors. Transparency holds governments to account and provides social licence to operate and informs better decision-making and policy. With transparency also comes increased community participation. It's a virtuous cycle. It's about sustainability. I'm often asked, how do you make mining sustainable? Mining is made sustainable by proper management of the resource and the revenues from mining. Minerals are monetised through mining activity, which returns revenue to the state, ensuring the wealth generated by mining benefits generations to come through human and built capital. I call that sustainable mining. Delegates, Australian investment in global mining is growing. In Africa, in particular, there are now more than 250 Australian resource companies active on more than 75 projects across Africa, with planned capital expenditure exceeding $40 billion. The Australian companies that work in Africa are as big as BHP Billiton and as capable as Atlas Iron, and as diverse as mining services companies. It's a large footprint that allows us to facilitate resource development and provides a significant opportunity to influence many social outcomes, including, where appropriate, governance. The EITI also has a large footprint across the African continent, with some 20 countries engaged. The Australia-Africa Mining Industry Group, established in 2010, is supporting member companies to enhance their capacity to deliver transparent, ethical, socially responsible and sustainable mining outcomes in Africa. The EITI principles form the central core of the Australia-Africa Mining Industry Group practice, and the members of AAMIG commit to these principles. This is done collaboratively between business, NGOs, government and academia. Now, moving away from Africa, I'd also like to acknowledge neighbours in the Asia-Pacific who've made significant moves to apply EITI principles, including in the Philippines, Myanmar, the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Now, you may be aware, Timor-Leste has initiated arbitration on the validity of the 2006 Treaty on Certain Maritime Arrangements in the Timor Sea. the CMATS Treaty. Now, while acknowledging the arbitration, the Australian Government maintains that CMATS remains valid and in force. We remain committed to the Timor Sea Treaty framework, and CMATS, which provides certainty for investors, is delivering significant benefits for people of both countries and represents a fair and equitable outcome from complex negotiations and was entered into voluntarily by both countries. We need to remind ourselves that uniform, understandable and predictable legal and commercial arrangements are critically important to investors. Predictable, reliable, transparent governance arrangements make for an attractive investment destination and help promote timely development. Transparency means holding ourselves to account so that agreements on tax and fiscal arrangements bring certainty and predictability. Countries de-risk investments by accepting the need for tax stability and transparency. No country or company operates in isolation from the global market, and under the EITI, each player must disclose the same information to establish a level playing field. This is important for host countries and companies alike. For host governments, it's a good indication of confidence in their own ability to manage revenues and a willingness to be accountable for their own performance. Delegates, EITI must achieve fiscal stability, reliability of supply, better governance and better economic policy. This will give investors confidence. The majority of EITI countries are at a critical stage of their economic development, and we must provide opportunity for them to continue to participate and meet their reporting obligations under the EITI label. Countries and companies must be given time to develop the capacity to comply, and the benefit in doing so must be clear. This is vital to do justice to the good intentions of the new EITI standard. Australia currently has our own pilot program. A full systems analysis of Australia's transparency framework, including existing governance and probity arrangements, will need to be undertaken. This is a defining feature of the Australian EITI pilot and is proving to be a valuable approach. I believe this approach is highly compatible with the new EITI standard that includes provision for more contextual information and consideration of domestic conditions. I eagerly await the results from the pilot and multi-stakeholder group report to government early next year, when this debate can be more meaningfully addressed, and I hope that participants take full advantage of the excellent opportunities provided by the 2013 Global EITI Conference. The importance of effective transparency on the investment attractiveness of a country is for its good governance, and that cannot be underestimated. Ethical and transparent business enterprise and effective community engagement equals a social licence to operate and, importantly, translates to local support for business and enterprise. Support for business leads to foreign direct investment, which is critical to facilitating the development of emerging economies. This is a key reason why EITI is so important. I intend to remain fully informed and involved in Australia's pilot. International EITI developments and the global conservation on reaching a better and more transparent way of doing business for our extractive industries. I'm fond of saying that good governance is a golden thread that weaves its way through the economic history of Australia. It's what distinguishes successful states from failures. We inherited much that is good from our Australian forefathers, and governance is truly the golden thread. I thank the hard-working public servants in my department, the Department of Resources, Energy and Tourism, in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and in AusAid. Without good public servants, government cannot work. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that and for all your leadership. Now we've got a surprising short video, which I think you'll find interesting, from Prime Minister Cameron from the UK. I hope.
I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to your global conference. This year, Britain holds the presidency of the G8, and one of our top priorities is greater transparency. Greater transparency in both how governments and businesses operate. That's the message Britain will be taking to its partners at next month's G8 summit. And that's the message which brings everyone here today. Nowhere is transparency more important than in the extractive industries. In the past, some countries have been stripped of their oil, gas and minerals behind closed doors. Their citizens remained poor instead of benefiting from these riches, and their countries often missed out on the best deal. The EITI was set up to fight against this, a global standard of open payments for natural resources. For years, you've done brilliant work, giving people the tools to make sure better deals are done, working in cooperation with governments and businesses to do so. This week, your conference marks an important milestone as you adopt an even higher standard, and I'm delighted that Britain has announced that this week we're implementing the EITI ourselves, because every country should have to play by exactly the same rules. This is going to create a level playing field for business, it's going to help the British people hold decision makers to account, and it's going to encourage other countries around the world to take similar steps. Transparent economies aren't an alternative to growth in the global economy, they're a fundamental condition of that growth. Open business is good business, delivering sustainable returns for the long term. Across the world, the EITI is making sure that principle is kept. So every best wish for a successful event.
So this is good, no longer, and there's 39 countries already operating the EITI and more joining up, and lots of OECD countries now, Norway, the Australian pilot, the US declared its intention to join, and now the UK too, a truly global standard, no longer the North telling the South what to do to be transparent, but everyone agreeing to be transparent. That is surely an advance. We've now got some shorter contributions from a series of ministers from across the world, starting with the Vice President of Liberia, a very early committer to the EITI that interestingly also included forestry in their EITI because it's such an important resource for them. Vice President of Liberia, Joseph Buckeye.
The Honorable Madam Claire Short, Chair of the Board of Directors of EITI International, the Honorable Head of the EITI Secretariat, Jonas Mbach, Head of LETI Secretariat, Honorable Samson Togba, and other Secretariat heads from the constituent member countries, the Honorable officials of Government of Australia, my esteemed compatriots, residents of Australia, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with pride that I today mount this rostrum to address you on behalf of the people of Liberia at the 6th EITI Global Conference in the friendly city of Sydney, Australia. I perform this special role with much trust in the efficacy of the principles of EITI and with a strong hope and optimism in the prospect of those principles and accompanying actions in transforming the rich natural endowments of our respective nations into direct benefits to our respective peoples. Let me hence, along with my own deep personal thanks, register to you, Madam Chair, and all present here today, the warmest greetings from Her Excellency President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, in whose stead and whose behest I address you today. The President will have me extend her deep gratitude to you Chair Short, for the gracious invitation, along with the deep regrets for our inability to be here today owing to our very present national engagements. This year's global conference is particularly historic significance to me and evidently to my compatriots. It is especially so when we take into account the fact that we today make the first representation of Liberia at this high-level global conference in her newly acquired enviable status as a full-fledged member of the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. Before today, and up to Liberia's historic elevation on May 8, 2013, we persevered in our status as an alternate member. We cannot therefore conceal the fact that we are conspicuously celebratory today in Sydney, Australia, as we look forward to the full endorsement of that welcome development. Let me therefore take a minute of my privileged moment on this global stage to extend special congratulations to my own Honorable Besenga Finlay, President Pro Tempore of the Liberian Senate, of which I serve as president, on his election as a full member of the EITI board representing the Africa regional black countries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, partners, the record of Liberia's entry and progress in this venerable institution as an autonomous agency some 3 years ago decorated with colorful imprints of our demonstrated commitment to the ideals and mandates of EITI is self-evident. It is in this light that, as we assemble here today to crown an extensive period of consultations and to consummate a critical look back into 2 past years, we stamp our presence here with greater enthusiasm and a more profound resolve to make this worthy experiment work. We come to this high-level forum driven by our desire to ensure that our natural resource wealth does not indeed serve solely to propel us in striking the ever-elusive balance between growth and development. As much as I move to re-echo the strongest of assurances of our firm commitment and the hope that this forum here today will be as productive as it will be collectively beneficial, we bear the undiluted optimism that the quality of the outlook for the extractive industries and the potential of EITI to make the difference in our transparency practices will be enhanced by the revised EITI standards. Today, EITI has endeared into its fund nearly 40 countries, of which 21 are in Africa. Liberia notes with great elation the streaming of interested nations into EITI fold, thereby justifying the recent past scenario in which Liberia was the lone EITI-compliant country on the African continent. The elevation of Liberia's extractive industry initiative to the state of autonomous agency by a legislative act back in July 2009 has satisfied the once noticeable absence of the effective and independent agency to monitor our transparency pursuit. Today, we find it exciting to know that Liberia has been a leader in EITI implementation, winning the Best Implementing Country Award in 2009. With EITI leading the way, Liberia continues to make headways and find instructive ways to strengthen our processes. Liberia has gone the extra mile in fashioning legislation which goes beyond the minimum EITI requirements. Our law, in addition to reconciling payments, mandates the reconciliation of amount due and tracking the use of earmarked payment from the oil, mining, agriculture, and forestry sectors. Last Thursday, Liberia published its 4th EITI reconciliation report that shows a 65% increase in revenue from the extractive sectors. The report was expanded to include 4 additional agencies of government, reconciled amount due, include in-kind contributions, and for the first track, the use of revenues. On the same day, we published our first post-award process audit report, which reviews the process leading up to the award of material concession rights. Since joining the EITI, Liberia continues to benefit from increased transparency and accountability. Transparency International reports continue to show remarkable improvements in the country's fight against corruption. Liberia improved up the corruption index from 97th position out of 180 countries in 2009 to 75th position in 2002 out of 176 countries. Liberia continues to make noticeable progress even to this day. Indeed, as in any human endeavor, the EITI process in Liberia carries its own challenges. But what matters is an even greater resolve on our part to stay the task until the desired dividends are reaped. We do have an occasional dilemma of juggling with the delicate balancing of our quest for instituting transparency and the instruments we employ to ensure that, with some manifest national security and welfare concerns. Along the way, we do also have some challenges manifesting in the form of both active and passive resistance on the part of some companies in their obligation to garner the willpower to fully comply with whole gamut of latest scrutiny. On a brighter outlook, however, we can guarantee that our government has an abundant reserve of political will to maintain the course. Even as we convene here, we have audit findings before us now that will surely receive the desired consideration from the government of Liberia, with the hope of instituting remedial actions to seal off any loopholes or lapses. We remain resolute in our determination to strengthen transparency in our natural resource exploitation process and show respect for the sanctity of our national laws and good practices. It is with that much commitment that we are here today. We are here in hopes of fetching from the pool of innovative ideas that this important forum has to offer. We reaffirm our belief in the commitment to transparency, and accordingly, wish all the best for the full realization of the lofty goals of EITI. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vice President. It's great to see Liberia making such wonderful progress after the troubled times your country has had. Now, we're very pleased indeed to have another political leader from this region, the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, Mr. Gordon Darcy Lilo, who tells me his population is 600,000 and he has more than 100 islands to look after. So imagine the traveling he has to do. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Claire. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished representatives of states and governments of the EITI, Chair of the EITI Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank Mr. Michael West in acknowledging the traditional owners of this land for the wonderful welcome and respect that has been accorded to us. I join the sentiment that has been shared by Mr. West that we need to accord respect to our culture and tradition when we come to the issue of development of our natural resources. In the same way, I also wanted to thank the Australian government, His Excellency Gary, and in particular OZIT for hosting the 6th Global EITI conference. You have been a wonderful host to us. This conference would not be possible without the hard work of the chair, Honorable Claire Short, and her EITI team. And I acknowledge and commend you all for your dedication and commitment. Let me tell you a short story of the country that I represent here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here as representatives of governments, civil society, mining and oil companies. We represent 37 EITI member countries, and I am told that by the end of this week, there will be 39. And amongst us are countries that are very rich in natural resources and those that are less endowed. There are countries from the developed world as well as those from the developing regions, and we represent all the regions of the world. Distinguished guests, we have different country backgrounds, but I believe we have the same purpose. And the single most important reason why we are here today is hope. We know about the paradox of plenty, and countries have experienced the resource scarce. But we also recognize that we learn from each other's lessons and collaborate with each other, and we can harness mineral and oil wealth to maximize benefits for everyone. And therein lies hope for our countries. But ladies and gentlemen, at no time in history have we been better connected with technology. Today, with the availability of tools such as Twitter, computer networks, and mobile phones, partners around the globe should be able to connect instantly to build platforms. And joining the EITI family of countries allow us members to leverage a powerful network of partners to share experience and learn important lessons from each other. And in that regard, I acknowledge the alumni of the International Mining for Development Center, IM4DC, and the initiative to develop the next generation of mineral professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a little bit about my country and what we have done to implement the EITI. As you might imagine, the Solomon Islands was named after the richest king of biblical times, King Solomon. The Spaniard who first discovered the islands in 1568 found some trace of gold on Guadalcanal and concluded that this was the source of King Solomon's gold. As history had shown, this was not exactly the case. And the first gold discoveries were made in the 1920s, and in 1996, the first gold mine was established on Guadalcanal, not far from the site of the original gold discovery. But today, Goldridge Mine, the only operating mine in the country, contributes about 5.7% of the real GDP. And the mine revenues will continue to be significant in the years to come. Prospecting activities and interest also continue to grow. But in terms of mineralization, current estimates of mine life for both our gold mine and the nickel, which is the two most advanced projects in the Solomons, have indicated a 20 years mining lifespan. And with the current estimate of mine life, the resources are premium. It is crucial that the benefits from extractions are managed to the best possible manner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin to just briefly outline some of the factors that are important to the implementation of EITI in Solomon Islands. First, that our country is largely rural. Over 80% of the population lives in the rural areas and depend on land and the natural environment for basic livelihood. Second, tribes and clans, as Michael West have just represented to us here in the context of Australia, practice their own customs and regulations which govern the land, resources, and social interactions. And sometimes these customs and regulations conflict with national laws and institutional practices. But tribes own and control their land, which restricts the central or the government's ability to influence matters that even more difficult at the subnational or even tribal level. And the third aspect is that much of the production occurs on land that are customarily owned. And some of these activities are captured by the tax system, but much remain outside the taxation and reporting frameworks that are managed by the state. And as a result, the state depends on a very narrow economic base consisting of primary products and some manufacturing. And therefore, leadership and technical capacity in various fields also remain a challenge in our country. And fourthly, the small size of the islands and their proximity to the oceans present a very significant environmental risk. Ladies and gentlemen, I paint this picture not to make any excuses for lack of progress, but to simply make the point that all the implementing countries must appreciate their context and implement EITI in a way that brings about the desired ideals and outcomes. Distinguished guests, the EITI is the frontier of transparency, I believe, in the natural resource sector. For Solomon Islands, in 2011, my cabinet considered and approved the EITI framework. In the same year, the Minister of Finance announced the government's intention to implement EITI in Honiara, and in the same year, made the same announcement during the EITI workshop in Delhi, in Timor-Leste. I happen to be that Minister of Finance. And I continue to have the desire and commitment to progress the EITI. And in August of 2011, the national coordinator was appointed. In January 2012, the Solomon Islands Extractive Industry National Stakeholder Group was formed. The parties signed the Memorandum of Understanding, put together a work plan, and submitted its application to the EITI board. In June 2012, Solomon Islands became a candidate. And with the support of the World Bank, the country continues to implement the requirements for compliance. And towards the end of this year, we hope to publish our first report. It's interesting that the Vice President of Liberia has just reported that Liberia is now into their fourth report, and they've reported an immensely improved reporting from their earnings in their. I do hope that in the next meeting, I will report something much different, or if it is not me, somebody for my country. But ladies and gentlemen, implementing the EITI, we faced a number of challenges. These are not unique to EITI, but policy implementation generally. And one of the challenges was gaining the trust of all stakeholders, as you all know, in your own country. Establishing good representation from stakeholders from the beginning is crucial. Once parties gain each other's trust, the difficult questions are addressed with more ease. Capacity and resources also pose a problem. The Solomon Islands government, along with support from the partner, has been able to mobilize resources to ensure that the reporting milestones are met. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes I wonder that had EITI been around in the 1960s and 70s, our Pacific neighbors of Nauru might have avoided the perils of mining on the islands. In this regard, I really, really appreciate and I encourage that Papua New Guinea must endorse the EITI framework in this week. I've just spoken to their Prime Minister 3 days ago, and I'm so heartened to hear that they are intending to officially announce their intention. But the Solomon Islands has had a terrible conflict just 10 years ago, since 1963, with the inception of large-scale commercial forestry development. Logging revenues have been the main revenue earner for the country. And the mismanagement of the forestry revenue, and to a lesser extent, the mineral revenues, had contributed to dissatisfaction fueling the conflict that we have gone through. And this is one of the unfortunate legacies of resource extraction in my country. And in response to the expected decline in log revenue in the next few years, the government is committed to develop the Solomon Islands' abundant mineral and energy resources. But to avoid further risk of conflict, an overarching internationally accepted framework is necessary. The EITI could not have arrived at a better time, and the Solomon Islands now has the opportunity to build on the hard-earned wisdom of others. It can avoid the pitfalls by ensuring its mining revenues are managed transparently and according to best practice. And I believe the benefits of EITI will depend on its country's responses, regardless of whether a country is matured or young in mining. But ladies and gentlemen, while we focus on mining and natural resources, it is worth bearing in mind that mining cannot occur in isolation. Mining must be integrated with other sectors in order to create linkages and add value to those who are part of the value chain. And I should also mention that the South-South cooperation in the area of minerals development must be strengthened to allow fair market arrangements between countries in the South and those in the North. But ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge the EITI for the revised standards for reporting, which will now include disclosure on revenue paid to subnational entities. This will make transparency more meaningful so that accountability can be demanded. I'm also aware that there has been a proposal to apply the standards of validations currently required of governments to mining companies. In the case of Solomon Islands, an issue at the frontier is measuring and accounting for mining revenue that is paid to our local land groups. And here government's reach is limited. Leadership at that level must be empowered to be held to be accountable. This will not only enhance revenue transparency, but ensure local groups can also be held accountable for benefits they receive from the sector. These are challenging, but certainly not beyond reach. So, distinguished guests, resources have never been a problem, I believe. The problem has been with human beings and the way that they organize themselves and account for each other for the use of resources. All of us gathered here, we want resources to be used to advance the human condition in rich or resource-rich countries. Solomon Islands is happy to be a member of EITI and will continue to implement its obligation. The road obviously is challenging, but certainly not impossible. Let us work together to ensure that mineral and oil revenue are indeed used to live lives and advance the human condition, not only for a few, but for everyone. Let mineral and oil revenue be a force of positive transformation for all our people. This is a goal that is within our reach. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, one of our newer members. And now we have a minister from the most populous country in Africa, rich oil resources, mismanaged by previous generations, the present generation trying to improve that management for the benefit of their people. Nigeria and EITI are making a very important contribution to that effort, and we're very pleased to have with us the Minister of Mines of Nigeria, Mr. Musa Sada.
Thank you very much, the board, members and executives of EITI, distinguished delegates to this conference. I bring to you greetings from my president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when Nigeria voluntarily signed onto the Global Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative in 2003, established the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative in 2004, and became the first country to support implementation with specific law in 2007. It was based on the conviction by the government that institutionalizing a regime of transparency and accountability in the management of abundant extractive resources in Nigeria will lead to poverty reduction, sustainable development, social harmony, and better investment opportunities in the country. The decision to implement EITI in Nigeria was therefore taken as part of a larger economic reform agenda of the federal government at that time. The reforms targeted 4 main areas. These are improving Nigeria's macroeconomic environment, pursuing structural reforms, strengthening public expenditure management, and implementing institutional and governance reforms. Nigeria signed up to EITI and established the NEITI as an integral part of that reform agenda. As a country, we are delighted that the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative has conducted 4 cycles of audits of the oil and gas sector, covering 13 years, 1999 to date. From 90 operations over the years, the citizens in Nigeria now have access to sufficient information and variety of data on the management and governance issues in the extractive industries. I wish to report that as a result of Nigeria's own EITI audit exercise, within the period 1999 to 2008, Nigeria recovered about $2 billion from companies. This is made up of funds recovered from underpayments and underassessment from levies and petroleum taxes. These funds have been channeled to fund the ongoing rebuilding of our critical infrastructure. We are hopeful that more funds will be recovered through the NITI recently released audit report covering the period 2009 to 2011. I'm aware that the recent report has made very insightful findings, revelations, and recommendations. The data and information made public by various NITI audit reports have been responsible for increased public demands and agitations for massive reforms in the country's oil and gas sector. The decisions by our government to positively respond to these popular demands informed the introduction of the new petroleum industry bill, now before the country's parliament for consideration and passage into law. The draft legislation provides for sound policy, legal and regulatory frameworks upon which the reforms initiatives in the Nigerian petroleum industry will be driven. For this to happen, the Petroleum Industry Bill deliberately made sufficient provision to strengthen the role of EITI and deepen the process. I'm optimistic that when the Petroleum Industry Bill is passed into law, its provisions will promote emergence of an oil industry in Nigeria that is built on principles of transparency, due process, competition, and good governance. In the mining sector, I'm pleased to report that for the first time, a scoping study of the mineral sector was conducted by Nigeria's EITI. The study provided baseline information on the sector. This study was followed by the first comprehensive audit of the solid mineral sector covering the period of 2007 to 2010. The purpose of this exercise was to draw attention to process and governance issues required to open up the sector for investment opportunities built on corporate governance. The reforms in the mineral sector started in 2006 after the establishment of Nigeria's EITI. The reforms therefore took into consideration lessons from EITI and Nigeria's charter. These lessons were instrumental in the enactment of a new Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act and Nigerian Mining and Minerals Regulations. Establishment of a computerized Nigerian Mining Cadastre Office which issues and manages mineral titles in transparent and non-discretionary manner. Also, the introduction of a community development agreement for all mining companies in Nigeria to ensure that host communities benefit from mining operations within their domain. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to use this opportunity to assure you all that Nigeria's commitment to EITI remains very strong and prosperous. In this direction, we will continue to support EITI and the Nigeria's charter with all necessary political will to guarantee its independence and realization of its mandate. While wishing you very fruitful deliberation in this conference, I want to thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Last but not least, we have Erik Solheim, who was a very vigorous and active and radical minister in Norway and is now the chair of the Donor Assistance Committee of the OECD, which tries to make sure that the donors work as real development partners, investing in development and not using their resources for ulterior motives. He's got a terrible cold. He's traveled halfway across the world with his ears blocked. I can't imagine how painful that is, but he's a great leader, Erik.
I'm a very happy man today because I was the host of the first small EITI conference long time back, at a time when it was basically an idea, a small audience. No one knew if this will take off. And to see how you, Claire, has taken this with both your hands, with the good assistance of Jonas and the Secretariat, and made this the global standard for transparency in the extractive industries, and making this fantastic, broad audience of people working behind this idea. It's simply fantastic. Congratulations. We should celebrate. But even if we are in one of the most beautiful cities in the world, even if we need champagne, still we cannot only celebrate. We must also move ahead. And then we must mobilize the most precious of all raw materials. You know what that is? Not oil and gas, not gold, not copper. The by far most important raw material in the world is two words: political will. Unless we have that, we will not achieve anything. You cannot replace the political will of prime ministers or president with good standards. For sure, good standards help. But unless there is will at the top, it will only help to some degree. If not the leaders of mining companies and oil and gas companies want to implement the standards rather than to circumvent them, again, it will also help just to some degree. So the mobilization of the political will is the core issue to really move ahead. We are a more successful world, contrary to what media tell us, than at any point in human history. The world is more peaceful, more prosperous than at any other point in human history. A huge number of nations have moved ahead. China for sure, India, Korea, Indonesia, Turkey, Brazil, Chile, Ethiopia, Ghana. I mean, I could mention so many. I mean, it's unfair to start because you do not know where to end. So many nations have moved ahead, but the common denominator is not raw materials. The common denominator are two aspects: hard work, hands, and smart work, good organization. That's the head. And that's the recipe for success: hard work and good organization, strong state and vibrant market. Problem with raw materials is that they may distract from that. They may distract in three ways: politically, economically, and morally. They may distract politically because political leaders may think that there is no need to establish the social contract in society called tax, because you can get all your money from the pot called rainforest, called oil and gas, called gold or copper or minerals, but you can get your money from that pot, and you do not really need to deliver something to society, because that will keep you in power. It may distract economically in the sense that the best brains in society, the most vibrant people in society, move into the extractive industries rather than to be there to provide the services and the export industries needed for long-term development. And it may distract morally because people may think, I mean, seeing in society a few people by luck searching ahead, having fantastic perverse fortunes, and you do not connect it to hard work but to simple luck. That may tell you that hard work is not necessary, while we all know that hard work is at the core, for instance, of the success story called Australia. Australia may be the most successful raw material-based economy anywhere in the world, but it's not because of hard work, it's not because of raw materials as such, but because of hard work and smart and good organization. So for all these reasons, called the resource curse, we have problems with raw materials, but also for sure a possible source of improvement. Laurent Kabila, who established the modern state of Congo, once said that all you need to make a revolution here in Congo is $10,000 and a cellular phone. $10,000 to raise an army. You use that army to conquer the nearest mine, and you use the cellular phone to call the mining company who will take all the revenues from that, take the products from that mine, and then you have a revenue to raise an even larger army to conquer the whole land. That is at the core of the resource curse also. It may add to conflicts in the world. Finally, what can the international community do besides the EITI standards and the forward movement of the EITI? I think the key word is tax. No, that's not always popular with politicians, but there is no way to replace tax as a social contract in society. Leaders deliver products to society, but expect people to pay tax back. But when people pay taxes, they will also want to control the leaders. That's at the core of the social contract in any successful society. And we need to do a lot more globally on tax. Thanks to Australia for establishing the Mining for Development Initiative. We already have an Oil for Development Initiative. We, in the OECD, which I represent, we are establishing now a Tax for Development Initiative, and we also want to add on tax inspectors without borders. Well, what's that? Well, it's good, thanks. Please applaud, not for me, but for that idea. What's that? That is, if a leader in a developing nation really want to look into the mining contracts, is the mining contract of my nation, say Zambia, in the copper industry, are they fair? Are they similar economically beneficial to Zambia as a similar contract would be to Australia? Are they fair from a global standard? For sure, that leader won't know. How can you know? I can't know. Only with the best of expertise from the business you can know. That expertise should be provided. If a leader in another nation, well, let's assume Nigeria, because you are a big, beautiful nation, big oil and gas nation. If you want to look into the transfer pricing of companies operating in Nigeria to see if whether they are really paying taxes in Nigeria or moving somewhere else, Chancellor Osborne of the UK told us that some big American companies are not paying taxes in the UK. Well, I bet if they're not paying taxes in the UK, they're not paying taxes in the Solomon Islands either. There is a need to look into that practice where you move the tax to the destination, or very often an offshore destination where there is no tax, and only experts can provide that. So we want to provide this expertise to any leader who want to have it, and there is enormous benefit from that. In an example in Colombia, we saw 170 times return. Small investment gave 170 times return to the government of Colombia, and I think there will be similar returns in many sectors if developing nations get the best expertise to set the right taxes. Finally, I remember discussing this matter with one of my political heroes, President Lula of Brazil. And I told him, in Norway, we have 78, my native country in Norway, we have a 78% flat taxation rate for the oil and gas sector. Not one oil and gas company has left the North Sea because of that high level of taxation. You could see President Lula starting thinking and counting. How many roads? How many child care centers? How many schools could be built for the poor people of Brazil with that fantastic, enormous revenue? and that's the example we should set for all nations in the world. When the political will is there, we should assist with the competence, but nothing can replace political will. And this is a fantastic audience: companies, governments, international organizations, media, civil society coming together. But the main topic for all of us is to mobilize this political will. Thank you.
You're great. Thank you very much, Eric. You see what I mean? Vigorous and forward-looking leadership. I want to thank all our ministers, but before they depart, I should make clear that Mr. Cameron didn't mention it. France has also signed up to implementing the EITI. So we're growing by the minute. Thank you all enormously. We'll show our thanks in the usual way. We're going to have a little video that's a compilation of entries to our video competition from across the world, and then bring on representatives of the EITI board to report back to you in an interactive way on the work of the last year or so. Thank you all very much indeed for getting us off to such a good start. Thank you. All the aspects of the EITI board to talk about the progress we've made and where we expect to be in the next few years. I don't want to make a long contribution because I want us to move on and get you involved in the discussion, but I would draw your attention to the progress report. It's a good record of progress that's been made across the world in different countries, and it is worthy of some study. So we're going to have short contributions from all the members of our panel. But first, is Jonas, are you coming? Gosh, I thought. First, Jonas, who's the manager of the International Secretariat of the EITI in Oslo, is going to make a brief presentation of the main features of the new EITI standard. As you know, we've moved forward on entrenching the expectation of transparency, but we've got to strengthen the aspect of accountability so these resources are well managed country by country for the benefit of people. Jonas.
Thank you, Claire. What do you want? So it has already been mentioned that there is a, if we could have the presentation on slide, please. Thank you. So it's been mentioned already by a number of the speakers. The EITI has gone through an extensive process and made an extensive changes to the EITI standard. And these were formally approved by the EITI board yesterday. Just a very brief recap. Eric mentioned some of the early steps. There were the EITI principles. Then one realized that one needed criteria, requirements, a validation guide. All of that became the EITI rules. And then under the board's leadership, there's been a 2-year process to develop what is now the EITI standard that succeeds the earlier rules. These new rules boil down to essentially 7 requirements, replacing the earlier but unwieldy 21 requirements. In terms of, if we very quickly go through the process, for those of you, and many of you are here from countries that are preparing to implement the EITI, sign up, the preparation remains the same. There are no major changes there. Here we have drawn up the value chain of the EITI, and it might be hard to see, but essentially the point of this illustration is that if the EITI earlier on was just about a report in the middle, it now to a large extent covers other things. So on the far left, early on in the extractive phase, there is now requirements about license information, about state ownership, about and production contracts are encouraged to be transparent, and so on. And then when it comes to further down the value chain, if you like, to things like corporate social responsibility payments and so on, again, there are requirements there that we'll see that are covered here. The first thing is the EITI work plan, what the multi-stakeholder group in each country, and there are over 700 of you now serving on these multi-stakeholder groups. And you used to a much larger extent than before these work plans to set out not just the specific reporting, but also how it links to the wider objectives of the EITI. And then if we move on, and here are just some examples. And the point here I wish to make is that a lot in the new standard reflects good practice amongst those countries that are already implementing the EITI. Much of this is not coming from nowhere, but it reflects some of the best things already happening. And here is an example. Here is an example from Mongolia. If we quickly move on, in many EITI reports until now, the data has been a bit too much on its own, not linked enough to other things. So there are now requirements of much more contextual information about demonstrating what the legal framework is. And we heard from Nigeria, of course, talk to this point, about production data, about license information, and some other things. Again, it draws on very good examples. Here from Tanzania, one can see contribution by the different commodities. Again, if we move on, contextual information is already provided in Zambia in terms of production data. Legal framework. Here, the report from Albania that briefly refers to the relevant legislation to make the context for the EITI. Here, production data broken down. Case of Tanzania, again, shows that much of this is already done. I said that license information will be required. It's already done in some cases. Here is from Togo. You can see who holds the different licenses and what they refer to. Contract disclosure. So I said here, there is an encouragement with the EITI from today, that contracts, production contracts, should be made transparent. And here, an example from Liberia with links to various key contracts. Quickly moving on, EITI reporting. Also here, there are a number of changes to make sure that relevant data is provided. Again, something that builds already on good practice. And as been provided by the leadership of the Deputy Prime Minister al-Shastani from Iraq, who will hear tomorrow, oil sales are covered in the Iraqi report. And that's something that is now required. Transfers between governments and national or state-owned oil companies is being required. And here's an example from Norway. Subnational transfers are very important in many EITI countries, where some part of the revenue, often royalty payments, go back to the province or regions where the extraction takes place. Here, an example from Peru, and this is another area that will now be included globally within the EITI. And in Mongolia, we have an example of social payments that are being covered. Reporting will from now on have to be done at least at company level, and subject to some other things, other rules, also be done project by project. You will recall that there have until now been some countries that have just provided an aggregated figure with all companies being brought together. And here is a change, and here on the screen is an example already where this has been done in Timor-Leste. Coming to the end of the cycle and my presentation, in requirements 6 and 7, the requirements related to dissemination and communication of EITI reports remains largely unchanged. We've flagged one thing on this screen, and that is that EITI reports are encouraged in the future to be machine readable. There have been some examples of this, but it is, of course, very important that we make the data accessible. And some of you participated in a seminar yesterday about the number of applications and ways in which data can be used. But one first and very important key condition for doing that is that data is machine readable. And that is another area where the new standard makes a requirement. Lastly, it's not just enough to have EITI reports. EITI implementing countries, of course, also need to report on its various activities. Here is an example from Nigeria about an annual activity report, which is something that all implementing countries have to do. And towards the very end, the EITI's own quality assurance mechanism, validation. And we know that this is something that has taken a lot of time, and we haven't quite got structurally right within the EITI. And there are some changes here. It will be procured internationally from now on. It should take place at least every 3 years. We hope that it will be a leaner process, that it will be less of a burden, not least for multi-stakeholder groups, and in a sense, giving greater space to discuss the actual reporting and what the figures actually say, rather than this, in a way, technical aspect of the EITI standard. There will be some transition arrangements that will be getting worked out, and we are working with many of the implementing countries on those, and the EITI board will tomorrow take some decisions related to those. So it's through all of those measures that we do hope that the EITI will become, or the new standard will provide a greater platform for the change we hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I think we'll drive on. I'm afraid my panel haven't all got microphones, so they'll have to speak from the plinth, but I hope not too long, because I want to keep some time for interaction. We start off with our Minister Alfredo Pires, who's been a very active member of the EITI board and fed into the reforms, and he's the basis of the experience of Timor-Leste, another country you know with a turbulent and painful history, but then having oil resources that they've committed to manage transparently from the beginning and help to build the structures of the new society, and Alfredo's been a great leader in that.
Thank you, Claire. First of all, my deepest respects to the elders and past of the Indigenous people of Australia, and for the Government of Australia for a warm welcome and for organising this conference. Very happy to be here with you all, 1,300 people, looking after $1 trillion of a lot of money. In Timor-Leste, a new country, we have a language that does not even cater for $1 million. We now have $13 billion in a bank account. We have to borrow another languages to use the word billion. So these are the challenges this little country faces, even the language challenge to handle the amount of money we are handling. EITI has been fundamental for Timor-Leste. We are now the second youngest country in the world, thanks to South Sudan. We are the youngest country, and the EITI democracy. This is what I can say, the most benefit that we have gone. EITI is the essence of democracy, having to show the numbers, having to consult with your people. So it was good as a young nation to take on EITI 10 years ago. Everything we do now, we try to consult with the civil society, we talk to the people directly, the companies. It's not everything is running smooth. $1 trillion is a lot of money. I'm not an historian, but who can tell me how many wars have been fought that it's worth that much, $1 trillion? Many wars in this world have been fought for much less. So it's only fair that when you get civil society, the companies and the governments together, we are going to push each other around. We have to push each other around. As the Norwegian gentleman said, at the end of the day, we have to look after our people. As ministers, I have stakeholders. I have 1.06 million people that I need to be accounted for. So with the consolidation of democracy by doing EITI, this year's theme is called Beyond Transparency. We have found earlier that EITI itself was not enough. In 2011, we organized an international conference about beyond EITI. We are finding that we need to do a bit more. But EITI is a good stepping stone, is a good starting for that. The benefits that has been derived, we have now changed. I remember 6 years ago when I came in as government, there was a lot of talk about how corrupted Timor-Leste was. Once we start engaging in EITI quite a lot, we don't have this conversation anymore. There's still a little bit, but not as much as before. By putting information out there, there's a perception that you may be doing something right. The companies that we are dealing with now are different. I don't mind using the word carpetbaggers that we used to have about 6 or 7 years ago. Now we've got serious companies coming to do business in Timor-Leste. The relationship we have with civil society has improved dramatically. Today here we have over 20 members of the Timor-Leste civil society from all part of the country. It's very important that we deal with civil society because as governments we have a 5-year terms. I got lucky to come back, may not be so lucky next time. But it's important that we do as much effort as we can to work with the civil society because they will be the insurance of EITI and the whole idea of sustainability of EITI in your country. The next 3 years, what we see, Timor-Leste is very clear about where we want to go with EITI. We don't mind being under the microscope and get analyzed as governments. For us, EITI is a behavioral issue that we need to attend to. We need to put up systems to control the behavioral issue. As a minister, I'm aware, myself, my colleagues, we can be subjected to some wrong behavioral stuff. But equally, this is not just about members of government. There's other partners in the resource industries that needs to come under the microscope. The international oil companies, they need to be under scrutinized. We need to do EITI in such a way that one day, if there's misbehavior, they also get delisted. So EITI, it's about behavioral issues. We talked about tax. We have tax issues in Timor-Leste. We have now over 30 cases in arbitration in Singapore. We have been told by companies that our penalties are too high. Yes, they can go up to 240%. But I'm not a lawyer. What I understand about penalties, we put penalties in the legislation so that we don't go there. So the idea that penalties is too high doesn't work. So penalties and interest, if someone's doing wrong, then you have to pay the price. But what's important is we need to follow the laws that are in existence. So we go under the microscopes. The international national companies needs to go under the microscope. But also there's another entity that I will not stop. There are countries which these companies come from need to go under the microscope as well. Sometimes I wonder if governments of the big countries are aware what the companies are doing. Do they know what they're doing? Perhaps they're turning a blind eye. Perhaps they do not know what they're doing. Perhaps they're even supporting it. But what I am here to say is that these behavioral patterns must change in order if we want to be all angels and fix up these industries. You cannot say only government alone need to be analyzed. Now, the benefits of EITI is good. There's this revenue watch booklet that's going to be launched tomorrow. Tony, I'm not trying to outdo you, but we're happy. Timor-Leste was being 58 nations, very strict. We came 13th on the scale. I looked into the scale. I looked at it. We didn't do too well in a scale of enabling environment. Okay, Australia is a big neighbor, world standards. We like to not compare, but have a look at our neighbors. Usually neighbors do that. So in the enable environment, Australia scored 96 points out of 100. Okay, we did very bad in that one. We got 28. So we got to fix ourselves up. This is a new country. Hopefully EITI will help us benefit that. In the institutional and legal entity, Australia got 88 points. Okay, we got 77. So not too bad. We're getting there. On reporting practice, this came from EITI. EITI, 87 points Australia, 82 points Timor-Leste. So we are catching up. On the last one, safeguards and quantity controls. Safeguards and controls, very easily. We got 70 points. Australia got 65 points. So we must be doing something good. Thank you, EITI.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. We now go to Niger, and we have, again, a very long-standing and active member of our board, Askia, who's the EITI Permanent Secretary in Niger. And you're going to speak in French, huh? So you'll need your headphones if you can't understand French.
Merci Claire. Je souhaiterais pour ma part également exprimer en tant que membre du conseil d'administration de l'EITI tous nos remerciements au gouvernement australien d'avoir bien voulu organiser cette 6e conférence de l'EITI. Alors, je voudrais juste revenir un peu en arrière. En 2011, quand je m'étais exprimé à la 5e conférence de l'EITI à Paris, j'avais évoqué un certain nombre de points, notamment le processus de validation, qui a été un événement important pour les pays mettant en œuvre l'initiative. En effet, il vous souviendra que l'initiative, dans sa mise en œuvre, a prévu donc un système de validation. Et je pense que la plupart des pays à l'époque, effectivement, avaient beaucoup plus mis l'accent sur leur validation pour passer soit de pays candidats, soit, disons, adhérer à l'initiative en tant que pays candidat ou éventuellement passer donc à la conformité. Et je crois qu'effectivement, à cette époque-là, donc pendant toute cette période-là, les enjeux de l'initiative pour les pays mettant en œuvre l'initiative que je représente étaient effectivement d'aller vers la validation, d'aller vers le respect de ces procédures afin de pouvoir donner un signal fort en matière de transparence et de gouvernance dans la gestion des industries extractives. Et depuis lors, beaucoup d'efforts ont été faits. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, près de 22 pays ont été déclarés pays conformes sur les 39 pays, soit pratiquement un taux de plus de 3/4 des pays mettant en œuvre l'initiative qui sont devenus aujourd'hui pays conformes. Alors, je ne vais pas aujourd'hui m'exprimer sur la validation, bien qu'effectivement c'est toujours un événement fort dans le processus EITI. Je souhaite plutôt donc, disons, essayer d'esquisser un bilan. Il faut bien qu'à un moment donné ou à un autre, nous puissions quand même esquisser un bilan. C'est vrai que quand souvent on nous pose des questions, on nous dit, écoutez, on n'a pas assez de background, on n'a pas assez d'expérience pour pouvoir tirer un bilan, mais il faut bien qu'un jour on saute le pas et qu'on tire ce bilan. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, l'initiative a connu des moments très forts. Et les pays donc, qui ont adhéré à l'initiative ont exprimé leur volonté réelle, leur volonté politique. Et tout à l'heure, et souvent il est parfois difficile de prendre la parole après donc un panel de distingués invités tout à l'heure qui nous a beaucoup parlé de l'initiative en termes de volonté, en termes d'engagement. Et je crois qu'effectivement l'élément fort de l'initiative, en premier, c'est l'engagement politique. Et je crois qu'effectivement la plupart des pays aujourd'hui qui ont pu conduire le processus EITI, je dirais à terme, c'est parce que l'engagement politique a été fort. C'est parce qu'ils ont cru qu'effectivement, à travers cet engagement politique, ils peuvent faire adhérer pas mal, donc, disons, de situations. Ils peuvent gérer pas mal de situations qui leur permettront de faire face à l'ensemble des enjeux que prend l'initiative. Alors, je pense qu'en tant que norme de transparence en matière des industries extractives, elle confère effectivement à ces pays cette dimension, je dirais, de cette reconnaissance politique, donc disons en matière de gestion des industries extractives. Alors, c'est un signal fort que les pays adhérents à l'initiative donnent à la communauté internationale, mais également à la communauté locale, envers leur engagement sur la redevabilité. Car aujourd'hui, si effectivement la gestion des ressources naturelles est du ressort des gouvernements, à travers le fameux dicton qui dit que je gère un peu, donc disons, à votre nom, donc je dois vous rendre compte. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, cette dimension de redevabilité est de plus en plus ancrée dans nos systèmes, donc disons, de gestion, dans nos systèmes de gouvernance. Et je pense que c'est cela, effectivement, un des impacts que l'initiative aujourd'hui a su créer dans les différents pays. Mais quels ont été également les bénéfices qui en ont découlé? Mais je pense que le bénéfice principal, essentiel, qui en est sorti de l'initiative, c'est certainement l'éveil de conscience. Je crois qu'aujourd'hui, de plus en plus, à travers donc effectivement les rapports EITI qui sont publiés, ces rapports qui sont diffusés, qui sont disséminés, de plus en plus nous avons des débats sur ces questions-là. Et je crois que c'est cela qui a été certainement des éléments forts depuis ces 2 dernières années sur donc l'impact de l'initiative dans les différents pays mettant en œuvre l'initiative. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, cet éveil de conscience a eu comme corollaire au niveau de la gouvernance des pays, de devoir réfléchir sur les réponses appropriées, sur les réponses adéquates qu'il faille donner à ces questions qui sont posées par les citoyens. Mais nous sommes assis sur des richesses. Ces richesses-là, elles nous servent à quoi? Ces richesses-là, aujourd'hui, nous n'en voyons pas nécessairement l'impact réel sur le développement économique et social de nos différents pays. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, les gouvernements, justement, sont tenus de devoir élaborer des stratégies, des politiques assez adaptées pour devoir répondre, justement, à toutes ces questions qui leur sont posées par les citoyens. D'où, d'ailleurs, effectivement, un ensemble de réformes qui sont entreprises aujourd'hui, ça et là. On a suivi tout à l'heure, là, disons, des lois qui sont prises dans certains pays, des modifications au niveau des réformes financières, donc de la gestion financière des États qui sont entreprises. Et je crois qu'effectivement, aujourd'hui, l'accès à l'information a été également cet impact-là que l'initiative a apporté au sein des différents pays. Alors, dans les 3 années à venir, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, avec l'adoption de la nouvelle norme EITI, il y aura 2 défis. C'est donc, je pense, un des premiers défis, c'est celui d'abord, bien entendu, du respect de la norme EITI, de cette nouvelle norme aujourd'hui qui a ouvert son champ d'action au-delà, donc, disons, de la publication des revenus, mais également intellectuellement, je dirais presque que le corollaire est que nous devons également nous intéresser à toute la chaîne de valeur. Donc, depuis effectivement l'attribution des contrats jusqu'à aujourd'hui, de plus en plus sur, donc, disons, l'utilisation des revenus qui en sont issus. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, c'est cela l'attente des citoyens. Les citoyens, certes, ils ont besoin de l'information, mais ils ont également besoin de savoir, mais cette information-là, d'où vient-elle? Comment a-t-elle été conçue? Et qu'est-ce qu'on en fait de cette information-là? Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, c'est cela l'élément clé, c'est cela l'élément fort de cette initiative-là, c'est que nous devons donc aujourd'hui essayer d'amener... OK, Charlie. Voilà. Et je pense que ce qu'il faut retenir de l'impact de l'initiative, ce sont certainement, disons, les différentes réformes qui sont entreprises afin de répondre à cette attente des populations. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, chaque citoyen a envie de vivre heureux, d'avoir une vie meilleure. Et je crois que c'est cela aussi ce que l'initiative peut apporter. L'initiative n'est pas certainement une panacée. L'initiative doit accompagner d'autres réformes. Et je crois que c'est cela sa réussite. Et l'initiative ne doit pas être une mode, comme tant d'autres systèmes qui ont évolué. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, si nous parlons des industries extractives, ce n'est pas aujourd'hui qu'elles sont nées. Elles datent de fort de siècles. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, la réponse adéquate, c'est que l'initiative doit effectivement aller au-delà des réponses que les autres institutions, que les autres stratégies ont apportées, afin que réellement elles puissent impacter le développement socio-économique des pays.
Thank you very much, Askia. Now we have a peculiar kind of part of the board which is representative of supporting countries. And they put in finance to the Multi-Donor Trust Fund in the World Bank and support the initiative in international systems. But they keep tippling over and changing from being supporting countries to committing to implement the EITI. And our next speaker is one such from his Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources in the US Department of State, Bob Sakuta, from a supporting country about to implement the EITI. Bob.
Thank you very much, Claire. And I think the key word here is that transparency has momentum. This is something that we're seeing. If you look at this, right now we have, 1,300 people here. We've moved in the number of countries in EITIs, implementing countries, now up to 39. Transparency has momentum. We're seeing this in terms of what's going on in the United States. As Claire just noted, we have long been a supporting country. We have supported the EITI since the beginning. We see this as an important form, an important way for people and countries to get control, to get understanding of their political systems, of what's going on in their economy. We see the transparency, the accountability as basic to a sound investment climate, as one of the requirements for a country to be able to grow, to be able to increase its economic prosperity and the well-being, the jobs for its people. As one of the things in this line is this, as we've just noted, is that the United States is moving from being a supporting country. We continue to support the EITI, to support it very strongly, but moving to becoming an implementing country. Why? One of the points that President Obama made in making this announcement back in September 2011 was that the principles The ideals, the standards that we talk about in EITI apply to all countries. Just like these same rules that apply to making an economy work or a strong investment climate apply to all countries, the rules that we talk about here in EITI apply to all countries. And this is something which the United States believes and is taking on. There's something else I want to say in terms of this momentum behind transparency. And that is, I think, as many people know, the U.S. has passed a law, Dodd-Frank, which requires reporting on what companies are doing around the world in the extractive sector. And their new rules have been put in place by the Security and Exchange Commission. They'll be coming to effect, and new reports will be coming on in 2011. This, again, is part of this momentum. We saw this momentum this morning with the Prime Minister's announcement about the UK becoming an implementing country, and understanding also that France is joining as well. This is another sign of the momentum. We look, too, at what is going on in the European Union in terms of new regulations along the lines of Dodd-Frank, along the lines of 1504, to require reporting on a project-by-project basis. And one thing I want to sort of say in this context here, we've talked about this in Dodd-Frank, we talk about this in the EU, we talk about this in EITI, is that the reporting requirement should not be onerous. We're trying to make this be able to be carried out in a way that it doesn't put an inordinate burden on the companies, but simply puts the information out in ways that are understandable. That comes, I think, now back to what it is we've been working on the board over this past year that I've been on the board, but I think, and also before that. And I think this is really the important accomplishment of the board. Are the new rules, the new standards? I think someone said earlier, sometimes people have looked at the EITI rules as kind of hurdles, things you need to kind of get over and get through. They're actually, I think, a codification of steps that countries, and that includes the companies in the countries, that includes the civil society in countries, need to take to kind of get their economic house in order to be able to take the resources so they're not a curse. I think that was a great line that the minister from Solomon Islands had. You know, the resources aren't the problem. It's sort of how people behave with them that's the problem. How we can behave to be able to take these resources and use them for the public well-being, that they can use the return on those resources in terms of improved health, improved infrastructure, improved savings that can help benefit future generations. So I think with the new rules that have come in place, and I think especially when you look at the requirements that talk about putting the extractive industries into context, this is really going to be important. And I think this is one of the things which I would sort of like to give as a takeaway here is what is important about the EITI is how the countries themselves use it, how the individuals in the countries use it. And so as this information comes out, it should be able to help the people in countries understand what is happening in the sector, decide how it might want to go, figure out its future, maybe what they don't want to do, but also figure out its future. Hold governments accountable, hold companies responsible, hold themselves accountable for these resources and how it's being used. And so I think we should be seeing a much more dynamic set of activities, dialogues. We've certainly had very dynamic dialogues within the board on these rules, but we should see that same kind of dynamism, that same robust debate going on now within MSGs around the world as they move on EITI and as they look at the future of their countries and they look at how they're using the extractive sector in their country. And I think as we move ahead, the key thing that we're going to be working on is going to be how these new rules get implemented. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Bob. That was very clear and very helpful. Now we have civil society represented regionally on the board, and our next contributor is Ali Idrissa, who's a very active civil society activist in Niger. Ali.
Bonjour à tous.
Oh, you need your headphones if you don't understand French.
J'aurais bien aimé ne pas être à cette place parce qu'il s'agissait pour mon camarade Jean-Claude Katende de la RDC de s'exprimer dans ce panel qui, malheureusement, avant qu'il ne prenne l'avion, a été victime d'empoisonnement. C'est bien peut-être le décor qui est planté pour voir dans quel cadre les organisations de la société civile évoluent dans certains pays, avec tous les risques que ça comporte de pouvoir s'exprimer sur la question des ressources naturelles. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes partis de l'opacité totale dans certains pays et nous avions commencé à voir la lumière dans certains pays, qui n'est pas aussi une évidence, qui n'est pas venue comme ça. La société civile a joué un rôle important dans ce processus. La société civile a poussé à pouvoir voir plus clair dans le cadre de la gestion des ressources naturelles dans nos pays. Je vous prends l'exemple au niveau de l'Afrique francophone. Je crois que la question des ressources naturelles était régie par des accords de 1971 signés entre la France et ses anciennes colonies. Nous n'avions commencé à nous exprimer publiquement sur la question des ressources naturelles qu'avec l'avènement de l'EITI. Nous avions pu utiliser ce cadre que nous donne, cette opportunité que nous donne l'EITI pour pouvoir nous exprimer sur les politiques de gestion des ressources naturelles de nos dirigeants, qui, comme je vous le rappelle, n'a pas été sans risque dans certains pays. Ça a été peut-être des réactions violentes de certains acteurs. Mais aujourd'hui, le cadre tripartite de l'EITI permet à chaque acteur de pouvoir s'exprimer, de pouvoir aller peut-être même au-delà des normes plantées par l'EITI. Quand nous allons dans les 3 prochaines années, avec les nouvelles normes, la question de sécurité des acteurs de la société civile est au cœur et au centre de l'EITI. L'EITI aujourd'hui en fait une exigence. L'EITI encourage les États à divulguer d'autres informations que nous n'avions pas. Aujourd'hui, il est évident que dans certains pays, la question de transparence de contrats est une réalité qui se retrouve sur des sites Internet, qui se retrouve dans le journal officiel, comme dans mon pays. Mais dans certains pays, ça reste encore l'apanage seulement des compagnies et des États. Donc aujourd'hui, l'EITI encourage cela à pouvoir voir au-delà de questions de chiffres, qu'il faut aussi que la société civile puisse s'approprier et pouvoir utiliser ces chiffres, pouvoir faire en sorte que les communautés locales puissent comprendre c'est quoi, qu'est-ce qu'on tire des revenus tirés des industries extractives. Nous savions bien qu'on parle de ressources non renouvelables qui, si ça part, ça nous laissera avec des maladies, ça nous laissera avec des terres non exploitables. Donc, nous devions faire en sorte que la tendance de malédiction des ressources change dans ces pays. Nous devions faire en sorte que nous puissions faire le développement de nos pays que de continuer à rendre malades ces communautés par l'exploitation des ressources naturelles. Tel est pour nous le défi des années à venir, tel est pour nous ce que doit être l'EITI, tel est pour nous les défis et les engagements de tous les acteurs ici engagés dans le processus. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Ali. And one of the benefits of the coalition working together, both as a board internationally, but in each country that's a member where government convenes companies and civil society, is in some countries where civil society has never had access to discussions with government, getting a legitimate platform and be able to challenge and interact together. And that leads to improvement. So there's often some tension on that journey. But thank you, Ali. You've made that very clear. Now, the Revenue Watch Institute has made an enormous contribution in this area, both to helping build the EITI and more broadly on transparency and proper accountability for the revenues from this sector. And we've had on the board a very active member in the chair of the Revenue Watch Institute, but who is also responsible for the broader work of the Revenue Watch Institute, Anthony Richter, who's a very tenacious and determined member of our board. Anthony.
Thank you, Claire.
It comes to you.
Okay, it comes to me. Thank you. And Claire, I want to return the compliment for your tenacity and leadership in driving through the EITI standard these past 2 years. There's so many different points of view on the board, so many disagreements and so much passion, but you really harnessed it. So congratulations. Thank you. I want to speak about 3 points, 3 lessons that civil society takes away from the recent term. First is about the new EITI standard and the need to remain on the cutting edge of disclosure. First of all, we're very pleased with new requirements that have been introduced, as Jonas was describing, relating to disclosure of licenses and maintaining of cadasters for publicizing those licenses. But we're going to need to do more. There are encouragements to multi-stakeholder groups to take up beneficial ownership and also to disclose contracts. That's why we are working on a campaign to make the disclosure of contracts a requirement within the EITI, and so we have a Free the Contracts campaign going on here, and we're not doing it alone, we're doing it with governments like Afghanistan, Guinea, and the DRC. Second, I think it's really important that we need to see the bigger picture. We are looking at transparency these days across the entire value chain, from the licensing to the contracting to the disclosure of specific payments, but also looking in many other sectors about how those payments are being utilized. And that's the kind of agenda that we really support within the EITI. It's also behind the merging of the Revenue Watch Institute with the Natural Resource Charter, which has really done path-breaking work on conceptualizing the whole value chain approach. Finally, I just want to say that echo something I've heard Claire say quite a number of times about what it means to be compliant with the new standard, that compliance should not signify complacency. Compliance means that we have recognized that countries are doing everything that they need to do procedurally, but it doesn't always mean that we're making a difference in people's lives, and ultimately making that bottom line difference especially for poor communities is what one of the main things that EITI delivers. A second takeaway from the past term is what it is that we've had to think about what it is that EITI contributes uniquely for civil society. And this comes really as an important point. The EITI is that unique forum where civil society, people like Ali in his country, can sit with companies and with governments and discuss data that comes in. And that data stream is about to be enriched. It's not only going to be what we've had in the past, it's going to be new kinds of information which is coming in as a result of the improved, raised EITI standard. But it's also going to be a place that complements the mandatory reporting requirements that Bob Sakuda has mentioned about, such as the Dodd-Frank Section 1504, the European Transparency Directive, and new flows of information. So the focus on that unique forum for discussion is really important to maintain. Final point I want to make is about the new standard is about protections for civil society. A number of the innovations have been mentioned here, but I also want to point out that if you look on page 40, you'll see that there is now a civil society protocol. This is a carryover of a board note which was developed recently, and that speaks to the importance of our being guardian angels for civil society actors who are trying to participate in these vital discussions. Importantly, I think the Civil Society Protocol refers to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a reference point. And while I think every country on its entry into the United Nations signs on to the UDHR, it is really important for us to recall its value for people who participate, and we're reminded of the dangers that they face. From time to time, we need, in the Rapid Response Committee, to call attention to cases when we feel that the space within which civil society is not what it needs to be, as we did recently with the government of Azerbaijan. And civil society does need to have the space for freedom of expression, freedom of association, and the ability to receive funding to build their capacity and participate in EITI. I also want to mention today that Human Rights Watch, got to be short, okay, so we'll squeeze it in. Human Rights Watch has released an important new report today drawing many connections between human rights observance and good governance. You might call the phenomenon to which they refer the need to watch out for clean washing. That would be the practice of seeking favorable attention for transparency without observing basic rights needed for accountability. That is to say, all the data in the world cannot reduce poverty unless you have observance of rights of freedom of expression, freedom of association, the right to build your own capacity and to participate in EITI. This is something that you'll also see reflected in the Resource Governance Index. Claire, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. You see what I mean by tenacity. Last but not least, we have a representative from the company sector. On our board, we have companies representing oil, mining, and investment. And as has been referred to, you can imagine some of the discussions and tensions that we have between the different groups on the board, but I think we also have a learning from each other. And I think in the process of developing the new standard, we've seen the companies advance and give ground and listen in very important ways. I mean, in this argument, people like to bash up the companies, but we need responsible, good companies who invest well and share fairly. And the convener and organizer of our company sector on our board is Stuart Brooks, the manager of international relations at Chevron, who holds this thing together and has helped us make the advances that we've made. Stuart.
Thank you, Claire. The inscription on the monument to Christopher Wren, the architect of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, reads, "If you seek his monument, look around you." Well, wow. I mean, 1,400 people here traveling huge distances, 95 different countries represented. I don't think I'm the only one on this panel as a member of the board feeling highly responsible of the duty we owe to you. And thank you all very much for coming. One is always told not to quote numbers in these presentations because it switches people off. But there is a rather nice sequence here that we now have 80 supporting companies of this initiative. And that's not only indicative of the fact that we all believe that through transparency we improve the business climate, but it's also that in most countries, the majority of our employees are local citizens of these countries who benefit from these advances in governance and transparency. As you've heard, we now have close to 40 implementing countries, and over 20 of those are now compliant. And just to finish this descending sequence, I've been associated with this board in its various manifestations for 10 years. Boy, was it grim in those early days. There was mutual suspicion all the way around. We even had members of the board refusing to shake hands with each other. We have kind of moved on since then. Anthony and I occasionally throw things at each other, but the playground is well patrolled by Claire here. I think a critical factor, just looking back historically a little bit, has been that we've always reached our decisions through consensus. We did devise a very complex, and still have a very complex voting system with all sorts of checks and balances. We've never used it, and I hope we never will, because there's a risk that you get triumphant winners, bruised losers, which doesn't sit easily with a voluntary coalition, which is at the core of EITI. Now, that process has led us on very nicely to the standard that Jonas has outlined. I'd just like to identify a couple of features there. One is the EITI principles, which we devised way back, have remained unchanged, so they give us good continuity. This has always been an evolving process. Right from the start, we recognized that we had to devise a global standard in a rule-based system, but also one that gave enough flexibility to meet national, local circumstances and aspirations. We have learned from our experience. We got some things wrong. We did not pay enough attention to the reliability of data. And without reliable data, EITI is nothing. And I hope in the revised standard that we have certainly improved that. And we also need pragmatic transition arrangements, and this will be an important responsibility for the next board, because we don't want countries to find that suddenly these systems chop and change around. And it's worth bearing in mind that we only, as part of this evolving process, modified the rules as recently as 2011. References have been made to some of the complex areas. I'll just touch very briefly on those. One is project level reporting. As Bob has outlined, there are ongoing developments in the US as there are in the EU. And we want to make sure that what happens in EITI is aligned with what's happening in global standards elsewhere. Otherwise, we risk a multiplicity of compliance systems, considerable expense, and causing great confusion for those trying to interpret it. On beneficial ownership, this is an issue where the whole board has agreed that this is an important aim for improved transparency. Who owns what? But we know from a company point of view, this is extremely difficult, and trying to do due diligence to find what is below the first layer, second, third, fourth. And so we've taken a pragmatic view on this as a board, that we are all agreed this will happen, but we first of all need to run a pilot scheme to see what the complexities are before we put this on countries that may not have the capacity to deal with it. And probably the most difficult aspect we faced is contracts. Now, there were some on the board that believed that there was no space in the revised standard for contract transparency, that this was something entirely within the national purview. If national governments wanted to do this, they would do it through their national legislation. Others on the board took the opposite view, that this should become an immediate requirement. We found consensus. We did not find unanimity, different from consensus, but we found a way through, which was this is now encouraged. Governments that wish to do that will do it, and everybody will abide by that law. And those who don't wish to do it won't have pressure placed upon them. And then looking forward to the future, the challenges ahead of us. As we take on more countries, which is great, but we're taking on countries with enormously different stages of economic development of capacities. And going back to the original spirit of EITI, we have to find the flexibility to keep a global standard, but with flexibility. And this has to be monitored rigorously by the board to make sure that those countries with more limited capacity don't feel that they're being penalized or being given more onerous things to do than some other countries. We have to look at ways of mainstreaming EITI. And this is fine for the board to sit around doing these things, but this crucially belongs to you, the governments, and should become part of your systems. In a time when more and more countries are becoming compliant, we have to find more imaginative ways of cooperating, working collaboratively with other organizations and institutions, dealing and promoting governance and transparency, but without losing this particular fiber and flavor that gives the core to EITI and which has made it such a success. And finally, as we move into an area where we will have some mandatory regulatory systems, we have to find ways of ensuring that EITI can coexist successfully with mandatory regulatory schemes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And for your long service and contribution. Now we've got 10 minutes before lunch. I hope that gave you a flavor of the range of interests on the board and where people are coming from and the sort of discussion we have. That was the point, to give you a report back. Is there anyone who wants to raise questions or make points? Yes, someone in the front row. Is there a microphone? I see one in the... have you got a microphone? There's one standing there just behind you.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais. Good morning, everybody. I am N. Pankaj, administrative controller of an extractive industry in Togo, here in the Togo delegation. I request Madam Claire to look into the possibility of expanding the EIT activities into the first and second principles laid down, that is resources management. Presently, the EITI activities are restricted only to the transparency in the revenue, the payments made by the companies, and the payments received by the governments, and the management of that. But this, when we compare to the management of the resources, especially as the Niger CSO person has clearly put, non-renewable mineral resources, it assumes a greater interest of putting in some system whereby the administration of this, management of this also is part of the auditing process. Though Mr. Stewart has clearly mentioned that as if the particular government does not want transparency in their contract, we leave it to them. But at least for the states who have declared that they want to have transparency even in the contracts, can that be part of the audit? Thank you.
Thank you. Togo has just become, at this board that has already met, a candidate member of the EITI, so we look forward to working with Togo. And of course, we have our minimum rules that everyone must comply with, but we have strong encouragement for countries to go further and adapt the EITI to the needs of their country to solve the issues that need to be solved. So as your country goes forward in the EITI, I hope you'll take forward the arguments that you're putting. And there have been countries that have done audits, most especially Nigeria, to big effect, finding lots of money missing. And I think Liberia did a big audit just recently. So it's part of the possibilities. Anyone else want to come in? We have the missing video that we couldn't find earlier if you'd like to see it before lunch. But if there's anyone who wants to say anything, I can't see very well. So if anyone is indicating, you'll need to sort of be vigorous in your... Someone's pointing at someone. Okay, please find them. There's a hand right up there I can see. I've already done that. No, it's the same, the progress report, I've done that. We're going to run out of time.
Right, thank you. My name is John Peter. I'm a civil society activist from African Center for Energy Policy.
Could you speak a bit louder? It's difficult to hear you. Or more slowly, maybe.
John Peter is my name, a civil society activist from African Center for Energy Policy in Ghana. It is a common fact that the advancement for finding of oil in terms of technology has advanced very far. But we've also realized that the necessary mandatory requirement for safety to protect events such as blowouts had not yet been established. You would agree with me, as a result of the blowout that we witnessed from the Gulf of Mexico, safety measures all over the world had become very critical. And so we, from the part of civil society groups, think that the EITI mandatory requirement must go beyond just economic provisions and look at other environmental issues. It is important to recognize that certain individuals operating within the extractive sector have critical information about safety. But because the fear of releasing this information, those information are kept far away from both the IOC and then the host nation. I'm therefore proposing that if it will become very necessary, the EITI should consider a possibility of granting some of these workers on site some safety measures to protect them, to release those information under certain protection. Because the fear of the workers most often is that if those safety informations are released, they may not be protected under any normal working environment. And so as part of the recommendation, it will be very, very important if safety measures are also included in the EITI reporting standard. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a danger, because EITI has been fairly effective, that people ask it to take on more environment, safety, labour standards. What we want to do is leverage reform in countries and link up with other reform efforts. But if we take on everything, we'll become ineffective. I don't know, Askia, would you like to come in on this? Would anyone? Yeah, Stuart.
I mean, I'd just like to comment on that nothing is more important to the industry than safety. Certainly from my perspective within the industry, there is a huge amount of sharing going on because everybody realizes that they must share best practice. And when we're looking at new projects with governments, there is huge sharing going on. That may not always have been the case in the past, but it's very much the case going forward into the future.
We're all very sympathetic to your point, but the question is the best way of achieving it. There was another hand at this back section, yes? Yes, okay. We're coming up against lunchtime, so fairly quickly, please. Otherwise, you might lose your audience.
I'm Mohammed Hussein. I'm from Iraq. My question is mainly about it's good that the contextual information, which is with the new standards, is going with the it's a legal framework and the data protection and the national EITI annual activities. But still, I think there's a lack of the CSO level of, or you may say the measurement of engagement within the report. I mean, how much the CSO are involved or aware about the healthy process of EITI. Still, we cannot find it in the report. So maybe we can compare it from report to report on annual basis, so you can feel that how much is it they are engaged and how the improvement that they are making, because it's not the reliable data which is necessary for EITI, it's also the CSOs who can observe this and they maintain the reliable data which is necessary for the EITI reports. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This is actually a requirement of validation. Askia, do you want to speak to that point? Because to be validated, countries must be shown to allow civil society to operate openly. Isn't that so? And you're so active on the validation committee.
Bien, alors, je ne sais pas trop bien si j'ai bien compris votre question, mais il me semblait bien que vous avez parlé de la responsabilité sociale des entreprises. Bon, je pense qu'effectivement, cette question, elle est fondamentale. Et c'est vrai.
I think he's talking about freedom for civil society to be active.
Sorry.
Mr. Askia, I think the question was about how do we measure from time to time the quality of civil society participation in the EITI process.
Probably the
And
problem with
I think the questioner from Iraq was saying that he didn't see indicators or measurement of that progress.
Bon, alors si c'était la question, effectivement, en tant que membre du comité de validation, donc nous avons effectivement au niveau de l'exigence 4 relative donc effectivement à la composition du groupe multipartite, apprécier donc effectivement comment la société civile est-elle représentée. Et je crois qu'effectivement cette question a toujours été pour nous, donc disons une question relativement importante dans la mesure où effectivement nous avons toujours mis l'accent sur la pluralité de la participation de la société civile au sein du groupe multipartite. Et effectivement, nous avons toujours laissé, à la société civile, de par elle-même, donc effectivement, de choisir ses membres au sein du groupe multipartite. Et c'est un indicateur qui est très important pour nous, dans la mesure où effectivement nous faisons souvent, donc nous avons des échanges avec les groupes multipartites et les membres de la société civile au sein des différents pays, afin de savoir si effectivement ils n'ont pas de contraintes, ils n'ont pas d'obstacles en matière de leur représentation au sein des comités, au sein du groupe multipartite.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this to an end because it's lunchtime. I want to thank the panel. I think that was a good, informative session. I hope that you thought so too. I'll ask you to thank them in the usual way in a minute. But could I say it suggested over lunch that you find your food and then representatives of different countries go towards their stands so people can see the range of representation from different countries and countries ask each other how they're doing and what they can learn from each other. So let's try to do that over lunch. And now, please, could I ask you to give your thanks to the panel in the usual way. Good, I think that was good.
Okay, I think that's working. I'm going to assume it is. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ian Wood from BHP Billiton, and it's my pleasure to be here today to help moderate this session. Before we do start, though, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands of the Gadigal people, and I'd like to pay my respect to their leaders, both past and present. As I said, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. BHP Billiton has been a very long-term supporter of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, effectively signing on in 2002 as one of the company supporters at that time. And I've also been very pleased to have been able to work as part of the multi-stakeholder group for the Australian pilot, which has been a very interesting and rewarding experience for me here in Australia. And so, of course, as you know, this session is all about the multi-stakeholder groups and how they work within the EITI framework. You'd all be aware that they are absolutely fundamental and critical to the success of the EITI. And what we'll be talking about today is the experience of the panel in their experience in the multi-stakeholder groups, and also how we can potentially make them even more effective and successful in the future. And certainly looking through the new rules, it really seems to me that the role of the MSGs is being reinforced and strengthened in terms of determining the actual work programs and the aspirations or the changes and enhancements that can be made over time. So they have a very critical role to play, and we're going to be talking about our experiences to date and how we think they can be even more successful in the future, as I said before. So I'm going to very briefly introduce our panel. One thing I would draw your attention to, of course, is that in your packs you do have their full or fuller CVs. I'm not going to read all of those out. I'll just give you a very brief overview, and then we'll give each of the panel members 10 minutes or so to make some introductory comments, and then what we're going to do is go straight into a discussion. Now, we can't see you at all. We've got very bright lights in our eyes, so we're assuming that there are 1,300 of you out there, and you're all going to be wanting to ask questions. So what I'd like to suggest is that if you would like to ask a question, we definitely want to encourage that. Please come to one of the microphone stands. Don't just hold your hand up, because I'm not really sure we're going to be able to see you. So I think we need to do that. The other thing is we are going to have presentations in both French and Russian, so you will need your translating headsets. So please make sure you have those ready to go. Okay, so with that, firstly, let me just do some brief introductions. So firstly, moving from my left, we have Eddie Rich. Eddie is the Deputy Head of the EITI International Secretariat. And Eddie has quite an interesting and long-standing association with the EITI. So Eddie was the head of DFID's CSR team when the Publish What You Pay coalition first raised the possibility of this initiative with DFID. So Eddie really was there right at the start, and we'll get some very valuable insights from Eddie as we go through the session. Then we have Cielo Magno. So Cielo is the National Coordinator of the Bante Kita NGO in the Philippines. This is a civil society organisation which is focused particularly on transparency in the Philippines and in the resources sector. And she's also a member of the Global Coordinating Committee for Publish What You Pay. And in addition to that, she's on the multi-stakeholder group for the Philippines implementation, which has just been approved. So very exciting developments there in the Philippines. On my immediate left, we have Natalia Janssen. She's the Director of NGO Tax Standards Formation in Kazakhstan and a member of the Oil Revenues under Public Oversight Coalition. And in addition to that, she's also on the Global Steering Committee for Publish What You Pay. On my right, we have Jim Miller. Jim's the VP Environment, Health and Safety with Freeport-McMoRan. Freeport has been a very long-standing supporter of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. They have a number of members around the world in various MSGs, and we'll be hearing from Jim about the experience of Freeport. And of course, as many of you would know, Jim is also a board member of the Extractive Industries Transparency International Board. And then on my right, we have our final speaker, His Excellency Celestine Vanabandi Kanyamahigo, Minister of Planning and Supervision of Implementation of Revolution and Modernity in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And so with that, I will actually ask His Excellency to address us first and get the ball rolling. And as I said, we'll have all of the presentations first, and then we'll go into discussion. So please hold your questions until we get to the Q&A. So His Excellency, I'll hand over to you.
Merci, Monsieur Ian, modérateur de la présente séance. Monsieur le modérateur, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais d'abord vous saluer et remercier les organisateurs qui nous ont proposé de prendre la parole ici pour parler de l'expérience congolaise en matière d'implémentation de l'EITI. C'est une invitation, mais en même temps un honneur, parce que cela nous permet de parler d'un processus qui a commencé, c'est vrai, difficilement, mais qui a beaucoup évolué aujourd'hui. Et je voudrais là-dessus commencer par une petite mise au point par rapport aux propos de ce matin qui ont été tenus par M. Eric Solène, qui est président du comité d'aide au développement de l'OCDE. Il a prêté à notre ancien chef de l'État, M. Kabila, des propos qui ne sont, à ma connaissance, ni vrais ni réels, parce que c'est des faits d'abord qu'il faut placer dans un contexte largement dépassé, mais des faits qui ne traduisent pas non plus la réalité. Et donc je voudrais ici démentir les propos qui sont laissés, parce que c'est des propos qui sont de nature à ternir encore l'image d'un pays qui a fait beaucoup d'avancées et qui, comme je vais justement le démontrer, a fait des pas non négligeables en matière de mise en œuvre de l'initiative pour la transparence dans les industries extractives. Ceci me permet justement de passer à une petite note introductive pour dire que la mise en œuvre du processus EITI en RDC a connu ou connaît 4 phases. Il y a d'abord eu la phase de 2005 à 2009, une phase qui a connu une situation de lancement de l'EITI, mais perturbée, avec des progrès très limités. Il y a la deuxième phase qui va de 2009 à 2010, qui a connu la relance de l'EITI, qui a été marquée par des progrès assez significatifs. Il y a la troisième phase, la phase 2011-2013, qui aura été la phase de consolidation du processus. Et enfin, la phase dans laquelle nous sommes aujourd'hui, la phase d'application des mesures correctives et de pérennisation du processus, parce que l'engagement du pays, de la RDC donc, c'est d'atteindre très rapidement la conformité. Je voudrais, ceci dit, parler de l'architecture elle-même, l'architecture institutionnelle des mises en œuvre du processus EITI en RDC. C'est une architecture qui est consacrée par un décret du Premier ministre du 16 juillet 2009 qui consacre une participation multipartite constituée de la société civile, d'une part, des entreprises, d'autre part, et le tout à côté de l'État. Donc, nous avons 3 parties qui constituent un comité exécutif, et ce comité exécutif est présidé par et membre du gouvernement, c'est moi-même, et ce comité est appuyé, soutenu, suivi par un groupe de partenaires techniques et financiers qui participent à nos réunions, mais bien entendu à titre consultatif, donc sans voix délibérative. Je voudrais, en troisième lieu, parler du contexte du secteur extractif en République démocratique du Congo. D'abord, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas notre pays, c'est un pays situé au centre de l'Afrique avec de réserves pétrolières, minières et forestières immenses. Nous avons 143 entreprises minières en activité, 11 entreprises pétrolières et 56 entreprises forestières. C'est vous dire l'immensité du secteur dans un pays lui-même qui est immense et où les ressources sont multiples, sont assez variées. Alors, quels sont les progrès accomplis dans la mise en œuvre de l'EITI RDC, parce que c'est comme cela que chez nous l'appelons EITI RDC. Il y a d'abord une politique, une volonté plutôt politique visible. La deuxième chose, c'est des financements, initialement qui étaient ponctuels, mais devenus finalement réguliers. Financement par le gouvernement, appuyé, comme je l'ai dit, par les partenaires techniques et financiers. Nous avons la participation active de la société civile. Il y a adhésion continue et renforcée des entreprises. Il y a une activité régulière du comité de pilotage qui siège tous les mois pratiquement en comité exécutif ordinaire et même beaucoup plus régulièrement, plus intensément quand il y a beaucoup d'activités. Nous avons un secrétariat technique très efficace. Nous avons des antennes en province. Nous en avons déjà 3 ou 4 qui ont déjà été constituées. Il y a une demande de plus en plus accrue d'implantation d'autres antennes en province. Il y a une forte vulgarisation, une communication et de la dissémination de nos rapports. Il y a une appropriation de plus en plus marquée par les législateurs, les députés, les sénateurs. Et nous avons de plus en plus la justice qui intervient pour justifier ou plutôt poser des questions ou même interroger sur la question des écarts. Alors, quel est le niveau d'engagement des parties prenantes? D'abord, la société civile. La société civile travaille, comme je l'ai dit, assez activement du fait même d'une architecture institutionnelle qui lui est favorable parce qu'elle participe aujourd'hui pratiquement à 25% de la composition. Nous avons indépendance d'action et liberté de parole, une mobilisation des organisations de la société civile aux actions de formation, de vulgarisation et de dissémination. Dissémination, bien entendu, de l'ensemble de nos rapports et de nos activités. Et les entreprises, s'agissant des entreprises, nous avons une architecture institutionnelle qui est également favorable à leur participation, une mobilisation renouvelée des entreprises extractives. Elles sont de plus en plus nombreuses à participer. Cela apparaît d'ailleurs dans le nombre d'entreprises qui, chaque année, sont considérées lorsqu'il faut circonscrire les périmètres. Il y a une participation financière des entreprises à la mise en œuvre de l'EITI. Alors, s'agissant du gouvernement, nous avons un engagement très fort des hautes autorités du pays, les autorités qui ont mis en place un cadre juridique et réglementaire conforme à la mise en œuvre de l'EITI, des autorités qui ont implémenté une architecture institutionnelle renouvelée, plus efficace et plus dynamique, une véritable collaboration avec la société civile et les entreprises, un financement, comme je l'ai dit, devenu régulier et important de l'État. Alors, s'agissant donc de l'impact de l'EITI, donc la viabilité et l'impact de l'EITI, il faut d'abord noter qu'aujourd'hui, il y a publication de tous les contrats miniers et conventions pétrolières sur le site de EITI RDC, publication des statistiques de production, d'exportation et de commercialisation dans les rapports EITI. Il y a un arrêté pris par les autorités qui rend obligatoire la déclaration des entreprises à l'EITI, publication par voie de presse des écarts qui ne sont pas résolus, réquisition d'informations du procureur général de la République sur les écarts résiduels, tenue de la conférence sur la transparence dans les mines, informatisation des entités de l'État, une exigence, cela est devenu une exigence pour toutes nos régies financières. Et enfin, nous avons l'intégration des flux contractuels nomenclaturés dans les systèmes fiscaux en RDC tels que les pas de porte, les royalties, la rente mensuelle perçue par les entreprises publiques et aussi la déclaration de la vente des actions ou des parts sociales et des actifs des entreprises publiques. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il faut dire à propos de la nouvelle dynamique au-delà des litiers? Il y a d'abord, comme je l'ai déjà dit, institutionnalisation par les chefs de l'État de la conférence sur la transparence et la bonne gouvernance dans les mines. Et je peux vous dire que dans le tout dernier comité exécutif, notre structure a demandé que cette conférence soit également étendue au secteur pétrolier. Il y a l'information sur la contribution du secteur extractif qui est devenue accessible au grand public. Il y a un intérêt grandissant des litiers dans les chefs des institutions citoyennes, tant nationales que provinciales, notamment les assemblées nationales et provinciales, les députés, les sénateurs qui s'intéressent à la question, qui nous interpellent de temps en temps pour fournir des explications sur la transparence et la bonne gouvernance du secteur. Il y a la demande accrue des organisations de la société civile et même des autorités provinciales et locales de voir litier implantés un peu partout en province, surtout celles où l'activité extractive est encore artisanale. Il y a aussi l'engagement du gouvernement à informatiser les régies financières, je l'ai déjà dit. Et bien entendu, il y a une attitude de rigueur de plus en plus forte observée par les gouvernements nationaux et provinciaux à l'endroit des régies financières et des entreprises extractives dans les déclarations qu'elles doivent fournir à l'EITI. Pour terminer, je voudrais terminer par la question de perspective. D'abord, il faut noter que le comité exécutif s'est engagé à prendre en compte une prise en compte pragmatique de recommandations du précédent rapport de validation et du conseil d'administration de l'EITI international. Cela, bien entendu, par une bonne définition du périmètre, une divulgation exhaustive des données, l'audit et la certification des comptes, l'informatisation de toutes les régies financières, autant de recommandations qui sont désormais prises en compte. Deux, il y a la production du rapport 2011, suivant la feuille de route qui a déjà été retenue par le comité exécutif. Et enfin, il y a la nécessité d'assurer la pérennité de l'initiative par une prise en charge financière conséquente par le gouvernement. Je voudrais donc noter, mesdames et messieurs, qu'il y a un engagement résolu du gouvernement congolais d'atteindre la conformité aux normes de l'EITI et de pérenniser le processus. Je vous remercie.
Minister, thank you very much for that presentation. We're now going to move on to Natalia Janssen. I know quite a few people have come in relatively late, so I'll just very quickly remind you or tell you if you weren't here. Natalia is the director of the Tax Standards Formation NGO in Kazakhstan. She's a member of the Oil Revenues Under Public Oversight Coalition, and she's a member of the Global Steering Committee for Publish What You Pay. So please welcome Natalia.
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Рада вас приветствовать от имени представителя Республики Казахстан. И хотела бы несколько слов сказать о нашей стране и о том, каким образом в Казахстане работает наша мультистейкхолдер-группа, то есть Национальный совет заинтересованных сторон по-русски, и каким образом мы работаем, и каких результатов мы достигли, и какие у нас есть особенности в нашей стране по работе нашего Национального совета. Ну, во-первых, я сразу хотела бы сказать, что в Казахстане достаточно сильно развита и нефтедобывающая отрасль, и горнодобывающая отрасль, и в связи с этим в Казахстане огромное количество добывающих компаний, что, конечно, играет свою роль в отчетности. В Казахстане, когда Казахстан присоединился к международной инициативе, у нас сразу же был создан наш Национальный совет заинтересованных сторон. То есть буквально практически одновременно при подписании меморандума о том, что Казахстан присоединился к инициативе, была создана эта рабочая группа, рабочий орган инициативы. И первой особенностью Казахстана стало то, что эта группа наша, Национальный совет, состоит из 4 сторон. Не так, как обычно у всех остальных стран, а у нас 4 представителя стороны. Это правительство, это компании, это гражданское общество, и 4-я сторона – это парламент, депутаты парламентов Республики Казахстан. И депутаты парламента на первом этапе внедрения инициативы в Казахстане, они сыграли свою важную и большую роль. То есть, как и во всех странах, в Казахстане инициативу изначально продвигало гражданское общество, внедрение этой инициативы, присоединение к ней. И нашими, так сказать, сообщниками в этом вопросе как раз были депутаты, которые озвучивали наши идеи уже на высоком уровне, и в результате чего Казахстан потом присоединился к этой инициативе. То есть их роль на начальном этапе депутатов парламента, она была огромная. Затем вот пока реализовывалась инициатива все эти годы, у них, так сказать, интерес несколько пропал, но уже последний год депутаты парламента в новом созыве, так сказать, в Национальном совете, они опять стали очень активно принимать участие и так, включились в эту тематику, и сейчас продвигают наши интересы уже через законодательство. То есть мы готовим ряд поправок законодательства, где они будут выступать нашими, так сказать, партнерами в продвижении этих поправок. Также хотелось бы рассказать про про остальные стороны, да, нашего Национального совета, в частности, вот, правительства. Да, за все эти годы у нас уполномоченный орган от правительства 3 раза менялся. То есть у нас было сначала Министерство энергетики, затем это было Министерство нефти и газов, и вот сейчас уже последние 2 года это Министерство индустрии и новых технологий. И последние годы интерес, значит, нашего государства к инициативе, он достаточно сильно возрос, и это в том числе выражается в том, что председателем нашего Национального совета на сегодняшний день является зампремьер-министра Республики Казахстан господин Келимбетов. То есть это достаточно высокий уровень, и это позволило Казахстану за последнее время принять достаточно много больших стратегических шагов вперед. В частности, например, вопрос об аудите данных правительства. То есть он несколько лет мы не могли его решить, и вот буквально совсем недавно в новом составе, так сказать, Национального совета под руководством зампремьер-министра нам удалось продвинуть этот вопрос, и теперь у нас счетный комитет Республики Казахстан впервые, значит, осуществил аудит данных правительства по отчетности за 9 и 10 года. Следующая, значит, группа, которая у нас находится в составе Национального совета, является добывающей компанией. И здесь тоже есть своя особенность, что последние, вот, наверное, года полтора у нас представителями от компании являются не непосредственно сами компании, а их ассоциации. То есть это профильные ассоциации нефтедобывающих и горнорудных компаний. То есть они представляют интересы всех этих обоих отраслей в нашем Национальном совете. Ну и большая немаловажная роль в Национальном совете, она у гражданского общества, которое достаточно активно в Казахстане. И опять же особенностью нашей является то, что представлено гражданское общество не одной коалицией какой-то, не одной ассоциацией, а неким таким образованием под названием «Диалоговая площадка НПО». Диалоговая площадка НПО – это такое, так скажем, виртуальное образование, которое было создано несколькими коалициями, которые заинтересованы в тематике ПДО и много лет ее занимаются, для того, чтобы на, значит, ежегодных собраниях этой диалоговой площадки решить 2 главных вопроса. Это первое – выбор представителей в Национальный совет, и второй вопрос – это согласование тех позиций стратегических вещей, которые будут продвигать представители, выбранные в Национальный совет, продвигать от имени всех этих коалиций. То есть у нас получается на сегодняшний день 5 коалиций, которые занимаются продвижением ПДО, вот они объединились в эту диалоговую площадку. Значит, и еще одной особенностью Казахстана, ну, может быть, не только Казахстана, я подозреваю, что еще у каких-то стран есть такой момент, это вопрос принятия решений. То есть мы считаем для себя это очень важным и большим нашим достижением, то, что вопрос принятия решений в Национальном совете у нас решается единогласно. То есть для того, чтобы какой-то вопрос был решен, абсолютно все стороны, абсолютно все участники должны проголосовать «за». Ну и я не сказала в самом начале, что у нас по 3 представителя от каждой стороны в Национальном совете. по 3 представителя, кворум это 3 четверти, значит, и получается, что не менее 9 человек должно присутствовать на заседании, и все они должны проголосовать за, только после этого вопрос будет решен. Вот такой способ принятия решения, он помогает Казахстану, значит, помогает Национальному совету принимать именно те решения, которые с которыми все стороны согласились. Да? То есть мы, получается, постоянно находимся в процессе дискуссий, в процессе выявления точек соприкосновения, в процессе показывания друг другу, то есть каждая сторона друг другу показывает, значит, те плюсы, которые мы можем иметь от того или иного решения. То есть и вот такой диалог, такой вынужденный диалог, поскольку у нас все решения принимаются только единогласно, он и, на мой взгляд, вот моя личная позиция, на мой взгляд, он и позволил Казахстану двигаться в том направлении, которое нужно именно Казахстану. То есть в рамках ИПДО мы сделали много такого, что, может быть, и не нужно для ИПДО. То есть мы сделали это, может быть, раньше, чем это было, так сказать, предсказано требованиями. Например, вот сегодня было озвучено, что в новых правилах по ИПДО все компании должны отчитываться, то есть в отчетности должны быть дезагрегированные данные по каждой компании отдельно. То есть у нас уже это было сделано раньше, да, вот таким согласованным решением Национального совета. То есть у нас уже и за 2010 и за 2011 год все компании отчитались, и в отчетности каждую компанию видно, то есть кто сколько заплатил и сколько государство получило. То же самое касается социальных инвестиций. То есть не было такого жесткого требования в тех же правилах, чтобы социальные инвестиции были в отчетности. Но Национальный совет, они вот согласовали этот вопрос, решили, что для Казахстана это нужно, посмотреть, сколько нефтяной и горнодобывающий сектор платит не только налогами, но и на местном уровне через социальные инвестиции. И мы тоже в отчетность включили эти данные. И за 2010-2011 год у нас уже в отчетность отражается, опять же, по каждой компании отдельно, сколько государство получило социальных инвестиций. И более того, после того, как мы подняли этот вопрос, уже на законодательном уровне сейчас с 1 января было принято решение, что вот эти социальные инвестиции, они теперь будут идти через бюджетную систему. То есть компании не будут на местном уровне непонятно как заниматься социальными инвестициями, это будет все идти исключительно на бюджетный счет и распределяться через уже установленные законом правила по бюджетной системе. То есть это тоже, на мой взгляд, такой большой косвенный положительный эффект от того, что Казахстан занимается внедрением ИПДО, потому что когда это идет через какую-то бюджетную систему, да, через государственную систему, понятно, что тут будет больше и прозрачности, и подотчетности. Также хотелось бы отметить, что Казахстан еще имеет, так сказать, от ИПДО и в результате как раз-таки работы Национального совета. Вот у нас в Национальном совете от государственных органов, да, то есть от правительства присутствуют такие министерства, как Министерство финансов, Министерство индустрии и новых технологий и Министерство нефти и газов. Вот в частности, Министерство финансов, работая в Национальном совете, оно взяло для себя идею такой в добровольном порядке еще 2 года назад. Они стали на своем сайте Министерства финансов публиковать налоги, которые платят все компании. Причем не только добывающий сектор, но вообще все компании в Казахстане. То есть эту идею они опять же взяли вот в рамках нашей инициативы, работая в Национальном совете, и просто добровольно ее вот внедрили. И идею прозрачности точно так же вот, сверку вот этих отчетов, тоже Министерство финансов, оно как бы самостоятельно и, как сказать, имплементировало, да, на другую отрасль, на государственные закупки. То есть они там тоже вот некую такую сверку у себя производят. И эта идея взята из ИПДО, да, из того, что они работали в том же Национальном совете. Поэтому, заканчивая свое выступление, хотелось бы сказать, что Казахстан, он имеет ряд особенностей, о которых я сегодня вам сказала по поводу участников в Национальном совете. И Казахстан использует эту инициативу для себя инициативу ИПДО прежде всего для себя, для своей страны, для того, чтобы решать какие-то вопросы улучшения государственного управления. И в этом, мне кажется, наша, так сказать, мы в этом нашли для себя пользу, и в этом наши большие плюсы. Спасибо.
Natalia, thank you very much for that. We'll now move on to Cielo Magno. Cielo is the national coordinator of the Bante Kita NGO in the Philippines, and in addition, she's also a member of the Global Steering Committee for Publish What You Pay. So please welcome Cielo.
Thank you, Ian. I was asked to share about our initial experience in EITI, knowing that the Philippines just got admitted yesterday as a candidate country. I would like to also share from a perspective of the civil society organization, and to give a complete picture of that, I would like to put into context the extractive industry in the Philippines. Our experience is not unique, but the mining industry, particularly in the Philippines, is very controversial. It's associated with a lot of disasters, environmental destruction, violence, militarization, human rights violation, and I'm sure this is not unique in the Philippines. We have rivers which are now dead because of toxic spills. We have children dying because of lead toxicity. As of our last counting since 2002, around 70 anti-mining activists and environmental activists have been murdered. So with that in mind, the first question that we have to answer when we decided to sign up for EITI among the civil society is, will EITI open mining in the Philippines? Will it be an open invitation to do mining in the Philippines? And it's a very difficult question. When I went around talking to community organizations, every community would ask me the same question. And we go back to the rules that was governing EITI before, the old rule. It says that we tend to focus on the fiscal part of EITI, but at the same time, the rules provide enough venue for civil society to push the boundaries of EITI. That's why we have the experience of Timor-Leste being able to track expenditure. And these experiences of other countries inspire us and encourage the civil society of the Philippines to see that this is our role to push the boundaries of EITI in the Philippines. Secondly, we also have to recognize that while civil society organizations or community-based organizations have the right to say no to mining, there are also communities who are willing to conduct and engage mining in their communities. And while this is so, we think that their rights to participate in decision-making, their rights to access information, their rights to assess the performance and evaluate the processes of mining activities in their communities, the rights to make sure that, that they get the fair share from the mining activities in their communities are protected. And I think EITI is very capable of doing that. Thirdly, we also think that EITI is not inconsistent with the respect and strengthening of the free, prior, and informed consent. While we have very high hopes with EITI, the civil society also recognizes that, like the industry, we cannot put all our eggs in one basket, right? So we recognize that there are different avenues to shape policies, and EITI is one of that. And as we continue to engage the government, we also recognize that EITI cannot just be a facelift of a tarnished industry. It has to be a platform to pursue genuine reform. And this is where the industry, the government, and the civil society of the Philippines agree. EITI is part of a whole package of reform that the Philippine government is implementing, and that includes strengthening the free, prior, and informed consent, being more transparent in terms of access to information, and right now we're thinking of pushing for being able to track expenditure from the extractive industry. And lastly, saying yes to EITI and joining EITI means we are ready to engage. It doesn't mean we stop saying no to mining. It just means we're willing to work together and explore the possibilities of EITI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cielo. We'll now move on to Dr. Jim Miller from Freeport-McMoran. Jim is the VP Environmental Health and Safety. As I mentioned before, Jim is a member of the EITI International Board as well. So please welcome Jim.
Thank you, Ian. I thought I'd start with a little historical personal perspective. I've been with Freeport 48 years, and before you start counting, I was a child prodigy and was hired when I was 10. So worked in R&D for 11 years and then was asked with another individual to form a corporate environmental safety and health department and advise and oversee those functions in the company. And as part of that, we had the job of really coordinating also the approval processes in the country which we were working in, that is environmental impact statements, et cetera. In the early days, what struck me was the fact of how abysmal the pay was for civil servants. And it was really just taken as a given that they supplemented their pay by requiring payments from the people that they were regulating or in that approval process. And there's something that happened in '77, I think that was very, very important. And I don't hear it mentioned much, if ever, even in this forum. And that's the Federal Corrupt Practices Act. And what it did is put severe criminal penalties for a United States company for engaging in corruption and bribes throughout the world. And it really made it easier then to, when you went into a country, to indicate that I'm not going to jail, I'm not going to subject myself to heavy civil fines because it is against the law for us to do such. That act is still very active. In 2008, a large international firm was fined $408 million for a violation of the FCPA. And right now, Walmart is under investigation for payments made for permitting in Mexico. So it is still very active. In our company, we have an outside legal firm that monitors our compliance with the FCPA and reports to the board of directors on it. We also have forms that are filled out on our ethical policies where all of our managers to a very low level are required to make a statement that they have not made illegal payments. If they know of an illegal payment, they are to report it. So again, I really think that the FCPA is also a very important part in battling corruption. EITI, we are very supportive of the EITI. We operate in the DRC. We have the largest mine in the DRC, and it was a very nice presentation by the minister. We also operate in Indonesia, which I'll come back a little later to, in the U.S. And in Chile. Three of those countries are EITI in the process. I was appointed to the International Board in 2010 as an alternate, and I attended my first meeting in Berlin. And I was struck at that time when the meeting discussion started, and I'll use the word vigorous discussions that were being had between civil society and the company members on that. And it had to do with the situation of the proposal to delist a number of countries for not meeting deadlines. And the situation had to do with would these companies be delisted. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, and I think it was mentioned earlier that there's never been a vote on the International Board, and the decisions were made. And it really introduced me to the fact of the process for the board and how it is a consensus process. You go in with strong feelings on various issues in the various constituencies that you have. And it's through the process of both formal discussions and informal discussions that you come together to reach a decision that you feel accomplishes your goals at the same time, realizing you didn't get all of what you thought or you didn't block what you thought you would. So it really is a process that requires a lot of give and take and a lot of discussion. In the process, in the constituencies, you find that, so in the companies we have mining with 2 representatives, we've got oil and gas with 3 representatives, and the investor community with 1 representative. And the process usually is the mining constituency will get together and go over the issues, as will the oil and gas and will the investor. Then we meet together and see where we agree and where we disagree. There's a number of areas where there is, I would say, a difference of opinion on issues. But again, the idea, you see if you come to a consensus within your constituency. Sometimes you can't. And I think that's done in all of the other constituencies. I think civil society does it, and I would assume the other constituencies also do it. And as I said, that process to me has worked very well. In the last 2 years, we've been involved in a very, very involved process for changing the rules or supplementing the rules for the EITI. And that has involved a lot of discussions, a lot of different points of views. But again, thanks to the Secretariat and thanks to the willingness of the board to work together and to realize that what we wanted was a process that strengthened the EITI, we came out with, I think, a set of rules that will be challenging, but will, I think, really move the EITI forward. In that vein, there is a lot of language of encourage, and that means that the MSGs now have a lot more leeway as to what they're going to cover in the EITI process, work plan, whatever, in their country. And as such, it behooves all of the constituencies, civil society and companies, to get very much involved in the EITI MSG process within the countries which they operate. Because there will be changes. Just because a company was compliant a year or 2 or 3 years, a country was compliant a year or 2 or 3 before, this is going to be a new ballgame. And in some ways, the process is starting over with these new rules that allow a much more expanded EITI in the country. So personal, and I won't say personal, but my observations with the MSGs, we are very much involved in the DRC. We have the largest mine there, and we really applaud the effort that the DRC has made in this difficult process of getting the revenues, both government and companies, and the task that it is. We support it, and we continue to support it, and will support it in the future. Indonesia, we're the biggest taxpayer in Indonesia. Complex oil and gas and complex mining regime. They have just published their report, and I would urge anyone who wants to see the depth and effort that was put in by Indonesia on this wide extractive industries that they have to take a look at it. It is extremely detailed and was a tremendous amount of work. And we, of course, participated in that process, and we really applaud the work of the EITI team in Indonesia. In Peru, we have an operation in Peru, which is also very large. We're going through about a $4 billion expansion now of that process and a project, and we were in that process also. But Peru, I think that I'm not using it as an example, but I think we sometimes look at the EITI as a sprint, and the big thing, become a candidate, hurry up and get compliant. And then after that, there's sort of a letdown to some extent, or they can be a letdown to some extent. The situation is that the becoming compliant is the beginning of the EITI process, because then you have to make sure that year by year that you're not letting any of the gains made with that big step of becoming compliant, that you don't slip back. So in the U.S., we're in the process now. We have a number of operations in the U.S., and the MSG has just had its third meeting. We have a member of my company who is an alternate to that process. And from the initial work, I think that has really shown to be a situation of how they are going through to make sure that it is a process that is rigorous, but at the same time is a consensus building. And up to now, I think it has been very successful. We publish what we pay since the middle 90s. So if you go to our WTSD report, you will find in all the countries we operate a complete list of what we pay to the government, social payments, and other payments that we make. And we've just found that it was good, and it was good to let the people know what we were paying to the government. And also, in EITI, we all want the responsible companies that go into a country to develop mineral resources wants to make sure that there's good governance in that country, and that we can contribute not only to the economic welfare, but the social welfare and the sustainable development in the country which we operate. You don't want to leave a legacy as described by the panel member from the Philippines and be painted with that brush. So we are enthusiastic about the EITI. We spend a lot of time on it. We support it, but again, I want to emphasize, if you're in country and even if you've been approved to be compliant, this is a new era now with the new rules, and you essentially have to get involved in the process to let your feelings be heard and known about where you think the EITI should go within the country that you're in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jim. Thanks for that. Our last speaker before we move to Q&A is Eddie Rich. Eddie's the Deputy Head of the EITI International Secretariat. So, Eddie, welcome.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks, everyone. You introduced me by saying how long I've been involved in EITI. I mean, I've been in the Secretariat for now 6 years. EITI, of course, is a multi-stakeholder process, and there's the multi-stakeholder process at the international level, which Jim described, and the one going on in 39 different countries described by the other speakers. So I must be a fan of multi-stakeholder groups. Actually, I'm not. Multi-stakeholder governance, I'm going to use an Australian term. It's bloody hard. It's really, really hard. And you must really be sure that it's the right vehicle for what you want to do. And I'm going to use quite a tortured analysis, metaphor if you stick with me. If you want to go somewhere, you need 4 things. You need a road, you need a map, you need a vehicle, and you need some fuel. So the road, if there's already a road in the way you're going, then you don't need to create some other kind of mechanism. That road, then, in my tortured metaphor, is the government. If your issue is resolvable by legislation, or it's one of those sort of it's just a simple mandatory or voluntary issue, then take the governance route, the government route. Only if it is one of those intractable problems that can't be resolved by government alone do you go beyond government. Secondly, you need this map. So the map is the various different interests of the players around the table, understanding what's in it for all of them. And there must be something in it for all of them. And the EITI story, as Jim has described, you get this situation where you've got Global Witness sat next to ExxonMobil, a hard-headed advocacy organization next to a Houston-based oil firm, and they're with very different views on things. So understanding that map and those interests, but they both want, there must be something in it for both of them. And that's not true for a lot of the efforts I've seen at multi-stakeholder governance. Seen things being set up, and there's been this sort of motto, we must use multi-stakeholder governance to resolve that, and actually it's not the right instrument because not everybody around that table has got something in it. They've got an interest in it. So multi-stakeholder initiative would be the vehicle that you could use if the other conditions are in place. And I would say that one essential element of that, and you see a lot of multi-stakeholder groups failing because of this, is it needs a secretariat. It needs some sort of, I'm afraid to say it because, none of us want to build institutions. And the problem about institutions is once they're built, they're pretty difficult to dismantle. But the John Ruggie report, other kind of analysis into multi-stakeholder groups will tell you, actually, for some perpetual motion, you would need some limited, lean kind of institution or secretariat. Of course, I would say that, working for a secretariat. And finally, you need this fuel. And the fuel is conflict. Actually, what everybody's spoken about has been a difficult process. But if you have enough conflict around the table, it makes the vehicle very difficult to drive, but it actually keeps it going. We had a very, very harmonious board meeting yesterday. I hope that doesn't last. Ian, you're coming onto the board, you're already on the board, and you're coming to your first board meeting tomorrow. Well, I hope that the next board finds enough things to feel passionate about, to keep process moving, keep it interesting for everyone. That's the fuel. So having said those are the preconditions for a multi-stakeholder group, I'd just like to go through 5 quick success factors that I've identified from my experience with the EITI. One is that the process has to be enabling, has to be relevant, has to be used, has to be rewarding, and it has to be evolving. For enabling, there are many different examples around the world of how the EITI process has helped give a platform to civil society. And Cielo talked a bit about that aspiration in the Philippines for community-based organizations. It must also create a powerful dynamic where people are able to come to the table, and Natalia talked about this, and ask questions beyond just how much is paid. They want to know beyond that, want to have a discussion about what is a good deal. So that's a dynamic that's created. So the process must enable that conversation. The process in itself is an outcome. Secondly, relevant. Cielo talked a lot about pushing the boundaries. For the EITI to be relevant in a country, it does need to adapt, and that's what the efforts of this EITI standard is, to allow more and more adaptation in different countries to be relevant to the issues facing those countries. So Liberia, they cover forestry and agriculture in their reports. Mongolia covers license transparency. Iraq covers export sales. Kazakhstan, as you said, Natalia, is covering social payments. So trying to make sure that the process remains relevant to the conversation. Thirdly, used. Is the process used? EITI, of course, is based around data, but making that data understandable. If you're just producing reports that are going to stick on shelves, the process is going to die. And We know that, and we've seen that to a little bit to some extent, but usually there's enough to save it because people start saying, we need to understand this data, we need to be able to tell the story, we need people who can crunch the data and then explain it. Infomediaries and other types of people get the message out and tell the stories. Fourthly, it needs to be rewarding. So the EITI has established a validation process, some sort of feedback loop. It's looked at various different ways of nuancing to keep that feedback loop going. There is a danger of that measuring the wrong thing. Does compliance mean much? Well, in some cases, absolutely it does. In some cases, it doesn't, but in all cases, as Jim said, it's the beginning of it should be a signal that it's the beginning of a process, not job done. So we need to find ways beyond this process, the compliance that demonstrate reward. And fifthly and finally, it needs to be evolving. When you look at the challenges of managing natural resources, I recognize in the front row the Minister of Mines from Afghanistan. When you look at the challenges that he faces, the complexity of managing and governing that sector in Afghanistan, you realize it's not going to take one tool it's not going to just be EITI. EITI can be an effective part of your toolbox. It can even be quite an adaptable tool. It can be not just a screwdriver, but a whole Swiss Army knife. But it won't fix a machine as large as the whole process. It needs to be embedded with other issues. And so trying to cover and link with other efforts. I do remember, as an aside, when I first went to Tanzania as part of the EITI process, and I explained how it's going to reconcile government and company figures, and MP there said, that's very interesting, but that's like giving me cough medicine when I'm dying of cancer. Her view was that the issue was, the real problem issue was in the contracts. Now, I don't know whether that's the case in Tanzania, but I'm saying that it needs to evolve to address the key processes and concerns in those countries. So I'll just conclude by saying multi-stakeholder governance is rarely a suitable tool. I'm not a fan. It just is, there's something about the extractive industries and the intractable problems that make it relevant in the case of transparency and accountability in the extractive sector. And we've seen that time and time again. It does work, but it is very, very difficult. But other processes for intractable problems are also difficult. We shouldn't forget that. We shouldn't forget that the processes in the UN and the EC are no picnic either. I'll finally say, the EITI, we have had a lot of successes. I do encourage you to look at the progress report. There are some very interesting stories, rich examples of how the EITI has been used in different ways in different countries. Very important to understand the richness of its application, but it still has not solved the bottom line problem that Eric Solheim talked about political will. It works where there's strong political will. We still haven't cracked the issue of where there is not. Thank you.
Eddie, thank you very much for that. So look, I think we're pretty much spot on time, so we've got plenty of time for discussion, which is great. Before we do hand over to you, and just a reminder, please do come to the microphone points because we're going to have difficulty seeing you, although I think the lights are coming up a bit, which will help a lot. But before we do, I thought I'd just ask each one of the panelists just to add to Eddie's excellent sort of overview of the critical success factors for the multi-stakeholder process within the EITI framework. So just each of the panelists, if you could tell me perhaps one or two key success factors that you either want to reinforce that Eddie said or something you'd like to add. So Cielo, we'll start with you.
We haven't had much discussion in the MSG yet because we're just starting, but in the Philippines we say this is a success already. Sitting for the industry, the CSO and the government sitting together and discussing EITI. This is the only topic that we agree on in the Philippines. So that's already a huge success. Now we see the industry here from the Philippines and the CSO and the government shopping together and drinking together. So that's big. Thank you.
Fantastic, great. Natalia?
Ну, я бы хотела сказать, что успех в Казахстане – это вот наличие как раз-таки полномочий, то, что у нас решения принимаются единогласно. И второе – это динамика. То есть у нас постоянный процесс, и он дает нам каждый раз много, все больше интересных результатов.
Great, thank you for that. Jim?
Yeah, I actually had that down on my notes, but didn't get to that. Eddie, I think you made one of the critical points, and that's political will. Elections happen, governments change, and the situation becomes the EITI is a much more vulnerable process when it doesn't have the will of the government to support it and to make sure that it is functioning very well. The other one is data. I referenced the Indonesian report and I praised it, and the reason why is because it took a tremendous diverse industry and you have all in its, I forget, 150 pages or whatever it is, but the ordinary individual or citizen of Indonesia is not going to wade its way through it. It's going to be a tough thing. Now I have a summary that I have not seen yet. You can get them. You can get it at the booth for the Indonesian EITI, and I'm anxious to go through it and seeing how it's been simplified to the point where an ordinary citizen can take a look at it and see what these revenue streams, how much does Freeport pay, where it's going, and what that is doing. And we actually, if you look at Indonesian EITI and DRC, has actually expanded the width of and breadth of what they're reporting. So again, I think a big challenge is once we all jump through the hoops and get all of these figures and data, how are we going to make them relevant to the populace so that they can call into account both the companies working in the country and the government who are taking this money and spending it or using it. So I think those are very critical factors.
Thanks, Jim. Minister Vinabandi?
Oui, je voudrais revenir sur le fait que l'ITRDC a connu des avancées importantes. Et à ce stade, à ce jour, nous sommes à un niveau de maturité qui augure, n'est-ce pas, de l'atteinte de la conformité. Mais je voudrais dire que ce qui est à la base de cela, c'est 3 ou 4 facteurs. Le premier, c'est d'abord l'engagement du gouvernement, devenu de plus en plus fort, plus que par le passé. Le deuxième facteur, c'est la coopération des parties. Les 3 parties, comme je l'ai dit, qui collaborent de manière tout à fait parfaite et qui s'expriment sans réserve. La troisième chose, le troisième facteur, c'est le dynamisme du comité exécutif, justement, qui rassemble ces 3 parties et qui sont appuyés du reste par les partenaires techniques et financiers. Et enfin, c'est le fait que pour le gouvernement congolais, l'ITI n'est pas un simple exercice arithmétique de confrontation des données, mais plutôt un processus d'amélioration de la bonne gouvernance dans les secteurs des mines, des hydrocarbures, les secteurs des ressources naturelles de manière générale. Voilà.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to add a couple, or in fact throw one out as a question to the audience and also the panel to think about, and that is Chatham House rules. So the MSG here in Australia that I'm involved in, we operate under a principle of Chatham House rules whereby things that we say in the room are not subsequently attributed to the individuals that said them after the meeting publicly. I certainly feel that's a very important protocol. It enables people to speak very freely, frankly, openly, and I think adds to that sort of robust and honest discussion. So I'm interested in people's thoughts about that, whether that's an important aspect. And the other one possibly as a strong, independent, unbiased chair. So a couple of thoughts from me. But let's move now to some questions from the floor. So anybody like to kick off with some questions for our panel? Yep, I've got a hand up over here.
There's a microphone.
Okay, I think the microphone's just behind you up the stairs.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm here.
Yep.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Lawangaya. I'm the Secretary General of Ministry of Energy and Petroleum of Niger Republic. But let me take the floor in French, because I feel more comfortable in French than English. Bien, merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je disais tantôt que je suis M. Mohamed Lawangaya, secrétaire général du ministère de l'Énergie et du Pétrole du Niger. D'abord, je me permets de remercier tous les panélistes pour les excellentes interventions. Et là, je vais profiter de l'occasion pour remercier et me féliciter de l'avancée considérable de la gouvernance des industries extractives au Congo, en République démocratique du Congo. Et là, je félicite le ministre du Plan donc pour sa brillante intervention et puis toutes les informations qu'il nous a données sur l'avancée de la gouvernance dans ce pays qui a été, à un moment, considéré comme étant le scandale géologique en Afrique. Des pays comme le Congo, l'Afrique du Sud et le Nigeria, s'ils s'engagent dans cette voie, je crois qu'ils pourraient être des locomotives pour booster la gouvernance des industries extractives en Afrique et lutter résolument contre la pauvreté. Donc, vous me permettez très rapidement de partager avec vous l'expérience du Niger. Donc, depuis que le pays a adhéré à l'initiative EITI et au point d'atteindre le point de conformité, des avancées considérables ont été faites avec justement l'appui de la coordination nationale de l'EITI Niger. Il faut dire qu'aujourd'hui, le Niger est l'un des rares pays en Afrique, avec l'aide justement, avec la participation des organisations de la société civile, donc l'un des rares pays en Afrique, dis-je, qui a pris des dispositions réglementaires, institutionnelles et même constitutionnelles pour une bonne gouvernance de ces industries du sous-sol. D'abord, le Niger est l'un des rares pays, peut-être même le premier, à avoir, dans la Constitution, donc la Constitution de la 7e République, pris des dispositions pour une gouvernance et une transparence des industries extractives. Ça, c'est la Constitution actuelle de la République du Niger. Donc, cette Constitution fait obligation au gouvernement de rendre transparent, de publier et de rendre compte tout ce qu'il y a comme revenu dans les industries extractives. Ensuite, le pays s'est doté d'une charte sur la bonne gouvernance des industries extractives. Ça aussi, c'est inédit en Afrique. Et cette charte sur la bonne gouvernance, justement, a un certain nombre de dispositions, notamment donc, la création d'un observatoire national sur la gestion des industries extractives, aussi l'obligation de créer un compte que nous allons appeler donc sur le fonds social minier et pétrolier, et dans le cadre donc de la responsabilité sociétale des entreprises. Et là, nous avons aussi l'obligation de renforcer les capacités de tous les acteurs sur les industries extractives. Donc là, c'est pour vous dire que déjà, ces dispositions ont été prises. Heureusement, notre pays, le Niger, donc n'a pas vu toutes ces ressources naturelles pillées comme ça l'a été dans d'autres pays, hormis l'uranium. Nous avons commencé l'exploitation de notre pétrole l'année dernière et toute cette politique de gestion de ces industries rentre dans cette nouvelle dynamique de notre pays. Et je dois vous dire aujourd'hui que déjà avec la gestion du pétrole, nous avons le prix à la pompe le moins cher de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous avons donc le prix du gaz le moins cher de toute l'Afrique subsaharienne. Et tout cela, ça rentre donc de cette dynamique de la gestion globale entre le gouvernement, les entreprises et les organisations de la société civile de nos industries extractives. Voilà ce que je voudrais partager avec vous, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Yeah, question over here.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président. Maître Mine Abdullah, président de la coalition mauritanienne, publiez ce que vous payez. Je voudrais tout dire que récemment, j'ai lu dans un journal, et n'importe lequel, que plus de 70 milliards de dollars s'évaporent des pays en développement du fait de la corruption et de l'évasion fiscale. Imaginez qu'il y a certains pays africains qui ont pour budget total 2 milliards, voire 1 milliard de dollars. C'est dû donc la nécessité de la transparence et de la bonne gouvernance. La société civile a un rôle fondamental à jouer, mais malheureusement, elle est parfois considérée comme un trouble fait, comme l'enfant terrible qui dérange à la fois les États et surtout les entreprises, car elle considère que pour l'entreprise, c'est un engagement volontaire, qu'elle n'est pas tenue du tout de donner toutes les informations. Et parfois, nous avons des difficultés pour amener l'entreprise à accepter de donner certaines informations concernant surtout ce qu'elles ont versé à l'État. Mais nous, en tant que société civile, et en tant que coalition particulièrement, nous avons une approche beaucoup plus importante et qui est loin d'être appréciée par les entreprises. C'est une approche de droit. Nous considérons que le flux monétaire à lui seul ne veut pas dire grand-chose. Qu'en revanche, le respect du droit à l'environnement, le respect du droit de la communauté, le respect du droit du travailleur, c'est beaucoup plus pérenne et c'est beaucoup plus important. Entre 10 millions de dollars qui sont versés à l'État, dont on ne connaît pas forcément l'utilisation, et c'est une de nos revendications de savoir qu'est-ce qui a été fait de cet argent. Il est beaucoup mieux qu'il y ait cette responsabilité sociale, qu'il y ait le développement social, qu'il y ait des écoles dans les villes où on extrait des mines, qu'il y ait des hôpitaux, qu'il y ait des routes, des infrastructures qui vont rester. Mon ami du Niger a donné une idée excellente du fait de l'absence de cette volonté politique qui malheureusement n'est pas là, n'est pas sur le terrain. C'est l'idée d'amener les États à introduire dans leur constitution une disposition impérative, une disposition qui fait que l'État est obligé de respecter la bonne gouvernance, ce qui va amener aussi les entreprises à respecter cela, sinon il y aura des sanctions coercitives, sinon aussi un individu pourra éventuellement saisir le Conseil constitutionnel pour non-respect de cette loi fondamentale, et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, if you do want to make a statement, please request you keep it fairly brief, and ideally if you do have a question, present it clearly to the panel. We'd like to have a bit of discussion. So we've got a question hopefully up at the back here.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ça passe? Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis Monsieur Sinibagi Molé. Je viens du Congo, le plus petit, enfin le petit Congo par rapport à l'autre en face. Et je suis membre de l'ITIE, de notre comité exécutif. Je travaille au sein de l'ITIE sur des questions de renforcement des capacités et de la formation, qui a été évoqué tout à l'heure par le collègue du Niger. Monsieur le Président, l'ITIE est un processus, on l'a dit. Et dans l'évolution de ce processus, il rencontre la nécessité de prendre en compte un certain nombre de problèmes qu'il rencontre au cours de sa marche. Il y a le cas de la responsabilité sociétale et environnementale qu'un des orateurs a évoqué en d'autres termes. Ma préoccupation sur cette question, c'est que lorsque vous venez en Afrique, dans les zones où on pratique l'exploitation minière, souvent il se pose des problèmes. Peu importe les résultats, qu'on arrive à l'exploitation ou qu'on ne réussisse pas, que l'exploration ne réussisse pas, et souvent les populations et cet environnement est abandonné. Oui, c'est vrai, il y a des études d'impact environnemental et social qui sont souvent les préalables à l'obtention de permis. Mais la plupart des grandes firmes s'en moquent lorsqu'ils n'ont pas réussi, évoquant en cela la responsabilité des gouvernements. Il y a aussi le fait que ces firmes, lorsqu'elles s'établissent pour l'exploration ou l'exploitation dans une zone donnée, contribuent un peu à l'appauvrissement des populations environnementales, de l'environnement. Je m'explique. Le personnel, les employés sont recrutés dans l'autre bout du pays, voire même à l'étranger, mais souvent les questions de former le personnel local posent problème. Alors, ma préoccupation est celle-ci. Par rapport aux expériences de ceux qui sont intervenus là-bas, quel est le regard que l'EITI doit porter sur les questions sociétales, de la responsabilité sociétale et environnementale? Est-ce qu'on doit exploiter, enrichir des entreprises, enrichir même virtuellement les États, puisque ça se retrouve en termes de budget, mais ça ne se traduit pas sur la vie des populations. Alors, quel est le regard que l'EITI devrait porter sur ces questions de la responsabilité sociétale et environnementale et de la réparation de la dégradation de l'environnement? Est-ce que n'est-il pas possible de dégager de manière beaucoup plus claire un certain nombre d'obligations de part et d'autre, aussi bien des gouvernements que des entreprises? Parce que c'est les problèmes auxquels nous, organisations de la société civile, sommes souvent confrontés et même mal compris. On a évoqué les questions de la gouvernance. La gouvernance tient sur les mécanismes et les règles, et non sur les individus. La gouvernance ne tient pas sur le charme des individus. Elle tient sur les mécanismes et les règles. Oui, un certain nombre de règles sont éditées, mais ces règles sont-elles appliquées? Alors, le collègue de la Mauritanie vient de le dire. Comment faire de sorte que cela devienne comme une obligation contractuelle, sinon constitutionnelle, pour que les parties prenantes, notamment les principales, qui sont les gouvernements et les entreprises, se sentent obligées d'appliquer effectivement les règles lorsqu'elles sont édictées. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, I'm going to have a little bit of a go at trying to maybe summarise that question. I think what you're saying is, you'd like to ask the panellists, what is the role of EITI in a broader sense, not just revenue transparency, I think was what I took from that. And is there a need for clearer obligations for all parties and players in the resource extraction agenda? So Jim, I'll ask you to go first, and then perhaps the other panelists to contribute as well.
Yeah, that question was asked to our chairwoman Claire Short this morning. And Eddie, please correct me if I'm not paraphrasing this right, but I think what she was saying is that for EITI to get in that space would really divert the real purpose of the organization is for corruption, and that there are other organizations and other areas that focus on these type of issues, and that EITI's function has been expanded within the purview of revenue transactions. But I think what I heard her say was that to get in that area, those areas now would really put too much of a strain on EITI and would not be in the best interest of the organization. Am I correct, Eddie? Is that what you heard?
Do you want me to
come in? Yeah, no, sure.
Yes. Building on that, it's very flattering when people say, well, couldn't EITI add this and add that? It suggests that they do find the multi-stakeholder process in each country very useful. Whether that's something that is for the international process, well, I think we're clear that it could distract from the activity of revenue transparency and now a few other areas which are covered by the new standard. But if this is something that countries, multi-stakeholder groups in countries want to look at, if they want to build in some of these guarantees, mutual obligation agreements, build in things that go beyond the existing contracts and memorandums of understanding, great. That's what the forum, the multi-stakeholder group, is all about. So it's flattering that it wants to, you think it might be something that we look at the international level. I don't think there's an appetite for that at the moment. But it's your EITI. There are 39 EITIs out there. They all look completely different. And that's because the situation in those 39 countries looks very different.
Okay, Cielo?
Yeah. In the Philippines, we have a very concrete experience on that because our law requires that the industry spent, like a company operating in an area, spent 1% of its milling and operating costs on social expenditure. So they're required to provide schools and hospitals. And it's part of the law. It's not decided in the MSG, but it's part of the law. So, as what we're saying before, we recognize that EITI is a good venue to push for our advocacy. But what I wish the civil society will not miss is that there are different venues to push our agenda. So in the Philippines, in our law also requires the industry to set up a fund to make sure that if a disaster happens, rehabilitation is needed to be done, we have that fund when the operation starts. So, but it's not decided in the MSG. It's decided in the legislation. So aside from the CSO engaging the MSG and the EITI, we have to remember that we can also engage and put into law these requirements that we want to see in our country. Thank you.
Thanks. And Natalia?
Я хотела бы тоже поделиться опытом Казахстана вот по поводу как раз социальных инвестиций. То есть в Казахстане 14 областей, еще 2 города республиканского значения, и большая половина, там 3/4 из них добывающие. И в каждой из областей были свои правила по этим социальным инвестициям. То есть у нас почти во всех контрактах с недропользователями прописано, что недропользователи должны вносить свой социальный вклад в виде социнвестиций в те области, в которых они добывают. И в некоторых контрактах даже прописаны конкретные суммы, не суммы в процентном отношении к доходам, сколько они должны вкладывать. Но при этом не решен вопрос был на законодательном уровне, то есть каким образом компании будут это делать. И в каждой из областей у нас вот свои правила, как они это делали раньше. Кто-то напрямую подрядчикам оплачивал за строительство больниц, детских садов и так далее. Кто-то создавал фонды, куда недропользователи деньги складывали, значит, какая-то область, да, и оттуда уже шло распределение. Есть пример даже, когда в бюджет перечислялось. И поэтому вот эти социальные инвестиции, они получали, что они не являлись прямыми выплатами правительству. И мы долгое время, как гражданское общество, продвигали то, чтобы социнвестиции были включены в наши отчеты по ИПДО, но было большое сопротивление со стороны компаний и правительства, как раз которое было основано на том, что это не выплаты правительству, да, то есть они идут кому угодно, только не правительству, но при этом это обязательство перед государством. И вот только вот за последний год, за последние 2 отчета мы включили социнвестиции все-таки в отчетность, и это, получается, расширение рамок ИПДО было для нас. И привело это в итоге к тому, что теперь на законодательном уровне есть решение, значит, премьер-министра, которое обязывает все компании вот эти социнвестиции делать не как угодно поставщикам, там, фонды или еще самостоятельно оплачивать какие-то социальные услуги, а перечислять именно на бюджетный счет, создали определенную кодировку бюджетного счета, куда это будет перечисляться и распределяться, это будет через социальные бюджетные программы. То есть вот эта вот область социальной инвестиции, которая была раньше вообще толком никак не отрегулирована на территории Казахстана, и каждый аким, по-нашему так, глава территориальной единицы распоряжался как бы самостоятельно, да, куда потратить и сколько взять с недропользователей денег в виде социальных инвестиций. Теперь это все как бы будет узаконено через бюджетную систему Республики Казахстан. И будет в нашей отчетности уже как бы наравне с налогами, да, то есть полноправно. То есть это вот такой реальный живой пример расширения рамок, и как это было введено в итоге в через законодательную систему.
Thanks, Natalia. Minister, would you like to add anything?
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais à ce stade dire que l'intérêt pour cette conférence, c'est aussi l'échange d'expériences entre les États. Et donc, pour ma part, je voudrais apprécier les interventions que les uns et les autres ont pu faire, particulièrement les collègues du Niger pour l'expérience qu'il nous a partagée. Bien entendu, l'on ne pourrait pas demander à l'EITI international d'imposer des schémas aux États, notamment comme certains l'ont suggéré, mais il me semble que l'EITI devrait encourager les États à aller vers toutes les bonnes pratiques qui concourent à la transparence et à la bonne gouvernance. Des expériences comme celle, ou une expérience comme celle du Niger, et que notre ami de la République du Congo a évoquée, c'est une expérience qu'il faut encourager et que d'autres États pourraient s'inspirer. Voilà ce que je pourrais dire à ce stade. Comme je l'ai déjà dit par ailleurs, en ce qui nous concerne en République démocratique du Congo, l'EITI, pour nous, je le répète, ce n'est pas un simple exercice de divulgation des données et de confrontation des données. C'est aussi un motif d'incitation, un moyen d'incitation, une occasion d'inspiration pour le gouvernement vers des pratiques justement qui nous permettent d'améliorer la gouvernance du secteur. Et c'est pour cette raison-là d'ailleurs que par exemple aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de réfléchir sur des améliorations qu'il faut porter à notre code minier en s'inspirant d'un certain nombre de pratiques recommandées par les comités exécutifs. Voilà ce que je pouvais dire à ce stade. Il faut, je pense, échanger les expériences, les encourager. Tout ce qui est bon pourrait nous inspirer sans que cela fasse l'objet d'une imposition au niveau de l'EITI international. Merci.
Yep, agree. Thank you very much. I think we've got a question up here.
I'm Carmelan Polchi from Jubilee Australia. We're an Australian civil society organization. And my question relates to a comment made by Mr. Eddie Rich about the need or the importance or the value of understanding the motivations of the other people in the room from the other constituencies. And my question is, well, can you elaborate on that a little bit? And also, is that the sort of thing that helps the group function and helps alleviate the, I suppose, the risk that people from any of the constituencies will want to walk out of the room when the discussions become vexed?
This is it. Multi-stakeholder governance is a real tightrope. There's a lot of misunderstanding also that a lot of people talk about multi-stakeholder governance when in fact they mean multi-stakeholder consultation. Right? A lot of processes have multi-stakeholder consultation, but there is a clear lead. And multi-stakeholder governance is something different. That's where all the groups have a role and a stake in the governance. They take joint decisions. And that can, as you say, be vexed. And our experience is that whilst conflict keeps the wheels turning, everybody has to come to the table and get a win. They have to feel that they have got a win from there, and that's very, very difficult to manage. Walkouts, I think almost every board meeting that I've attended of the secretariat, the EITI as a member's secretariat now, I've attended 20. Every single time we thought there's a potential of a walkout, and there have been 0 walkouts. But the reason that has happened is not because we were lucky or because we overestimated the danger, I think it's because there has to be a lot of phone calls, a lot of telephone conferences, a lot of emails, a lot of little caucuses in private dark rooms just before you go into the board meeting. Lots of receptions where you see people huddled into corners. Jim's been in many of those little huddled corners. And where these things are bashed out so you don't get them really firing up and flaming up at the meeting. So all I have to say is, this goes back to my point. It's bloody hard, but it takes a lot of management, and try and keep those real fires from outside of the multi-stakeholder room.
Thank you. Now I've got another question over here.
My name is Henry Odwa from South Sudan, and I am a member of parliament and also chair of Energy and Mining. Basically, my question is to my neighbor from DRC, the minister, in that I think you have embraced EITI and that there is political will to implement all those ingredients. Now, in your national budget, do you provide for funding your civil society organizations? And if not, would that be a good practice for those emerging nations so that civil society can participate effectively in checking government, and maybe some panelists can chip in that? Thank you.
Minister?
Oui, j'ai parlé effectivement de la volonté politique qui anime l'actuel gouvernement, qui anime le chef de l'État à pouvoir pousser de l'avant le processus EITI ou de manière générale le processus de transparence et de bonne gouvernance dans le secteur. J'affirme là-dessus que les financements du processus EITI qui étaient ponctuels au cours des précédentes étapes telles que je les ai évoquées est devenu permanent. Aujourd'hui, au cours de chaque exercice budgétaire, nous dégageons de ressources financières suffisantes pour faire fonctionner les comités exécutifs de l'EITI-RDC. Bien entendu, la budgétisation, c'est une chose, le décaissement aussi doit tenir compte de ressources disponibles, et nous veillons à ce que ces ressources budgétées soient décaissées au fur et à mesure, mais pour permettre en tout cas au comité exécutif de pouvoir fonctionner. Maintenant, est-ce qu'il y a-t-il aussi de ressources prévues pour faire fonctionner la société civile? Là, je dirais non. Je dirais non pour une raison tout à fait simple. Nous devons éviter, en tout cas en ce qui nous concerne au gouvernement congolais, nous évitons d'instrumentaliser la société civile congolaise. Imaginez-vous si une société civile qui est du reste multidimensionnelle, si les politiques que nous sommes, si même le gouvernement devrions allouer des moyens pour le fonctionnement de toute la société civile, de toutes les organisations de la société civile, imaginez-vous ce que ça ferait. Cela pourrait créer une dépendance, en tout cas une instrumentalisation de la société civile. Nous la laissons toute indépendante, nous lui donnons voix au chapitre, elle s'exprime tout à fait librement au sein du comité exécutif. Celui-ci dispose de ressources nécessaires pour son fonctionnement. Bien sûr, c'est un comité exécutif, comme je l'ai dit, auquel la société civile participe à 25%. En fait, ça, je ne l'ai pas dit. Nous avons un comité exécutif constitué de 25% société civile, 25% entreprises et 50% gouvernement, de telle sorte que le gouvernement n'a pas la possibilité à lui seul de décider. Mais c'est ce comité exécutif qui est financé et non pas les partis au comité exécutif prises individuellement. Donc il n'y a pas de budget alloué de manière particulière à la société civile, mais il y a un budget alloué pour le fonctionnement du comité exécutif. Merci.
Thanks for that. Now I'm going to ask the other members of the panel to respond on that comment as well. And Eddie, I'd particularly be interested in your thoughts as to whether there is a norm in relation to this issue. Jim?
I'd just like to make a comment from the observations of the individual from the Congo talking about the issues with the companies operating in the area and what legacy they are leaving. I think aside from revenue transparency, industry has to be transparent on what they do and how they do it. Last June, the board met in Lima. We have a very large operation in Cerro Verde, which is right outside of Arequipa by 20 kilometers, which is a town of 1 million people. So we invited the board. We invited some other delegates there. We had individuals from government, NGOs, and we toured our facilities and toured our operations and explained what we did. After that, we had a stakeholder engagement meeting in the town of Arequipa. We had local government, we had provincial government, we had NGOs, all of the stakeholders that were interested in what we were doing. And that was aimed both at the EITI and our operation. We had the mine manager there. And it was, I thought, an unbelievable free exchange of information, talks, criticism, or whatever from the operation. This is something you have to do. I mean, the situation is your license to operate depends upon not only the government, but local people, provincial government, et cetera. So the key to those issues, I think, are being completely open on what you're doing at your operation.
Thanks, Jim. Cielo, do you want to add something?
Yeah, that's a very broad question. In terms of CSO participation in EITI, I guess that's a responsibility of the MSG to raise sufficient funds to make it operate and ensure that the industry, the government, and the CSOs are represented. If we're talking about CSOs being funded by the government to continue to operate, that's another issue. Personally, from the civil society, I think that the CSOs have to be completely independent of the government so that we can maintain our credibility in engaging the government. What the government should do is to provide a fertile environment for CSOs to flourish, rights protected, to express our own opinion, and to really engage and participate in policy making. But there are also situations, like in the Philippines, we have community organizations where the government partner with community organizations in implementing specific projects. And that's also another dimension of partnership. But generally in the Philippines, it's prohibited for the government to fund CSOs precisely because we want to maintain independence. Thank you.
Thanks. And Eddie?
Yeah, the two aspects. I mean, on funding and multi-stakeholder groups, I completely agree with CLO that that's a duty of their work plan to work out the costings and how the money is going to be raised. In terms of the civil society, where they should be funded from, this is a difficult question. The EITI requirement doesn't say anything about where they should be funded, but it has very, very strict protocol that Anthony Richter referred to in the board plenary this morning. And it has 5 aspects. It has to be free, full, independent, active participation of civil society. So free, that's, I mean, these words don't need much explanation, but the independent seems to be the question about funding. It may be, and there are many cases, that civil society organizations receive government funding but remain independent. But that depends so much on the circumstances. And a lot of the things Cielo was talking about, whether the government has set up the enabling environment for a fertile civil society to remain independent despite whatever funding mechanisms they might have. And of course, it's equally true of foreign funding mechanisms.
Thanks, Eddie. We have time for a few more questions. I think there's one over here. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Down here, maybe first, and then over here. Can we get a microphone down here, or?
There's a microphone.
Yeah, just over here, just at the start of the stairs.
He's coming to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Edward Solo. I happen to be the president of the Federation of Liberian Communities in Australia. I'm the observing delegate alongside with the delegation of the Republic of Liberia here at this conference. We have a concern. Firstly, the ETI theme for this conference is stated to be beyond transparency. The question here is this a suggestion that transparency in the terms of ETI has been achieved, and therefore the need to move beyond transparency? If that is the case, how does this moving beyond transparency is put into place to ensure that the lives of the people are better off when their resources are extracted by the industry? The second question that we have is EITI open to, and it's just a follow-up to a question asked by a previous speaker, is the EITI open to independent groups who are not part of the multi sector, representative, that's the government, the civil society, and the sector. Are independent groups allowed to monitor the process itself to ensure that benefits that are supposed to be accrued to the members of the society from where the extraction is being taking place is actually factually put into place? So these are the two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions. I think the first one, we have had a little bit of discussion about that, but I also think it's somewhat off theme for this session. Your second point, I think, is very relevant, and I'll ask Cielo to have a go at that in terms of how do we ensure that groupings that are not directly engaged in the MSG actually have the opportunity to participate. I think that's a very good question. I'll ask Cielo to address that one. In terms of your first question, we might leave that unless somebody on the panel specifically wants to address that one, because as I said, I think it is beyond our scope. But Cielo?
Okay. With regard to number 2, that's why it's very important for civil society to build a broad and strong coalition and establish mechanism of communication to ensure that even if we have representatives in the MSG, these representatives are accountable to civil society organizations outside the MSG, the community-based organizations operating in the community. So mechanisms of communication, accountability between civil society organizations also have to be established.
Eddie, do you want to comment?
Natalia told a very interesting story from Kazakhstan about how there were 5 different civil society coalitions and trying to get the right voices. When you've got a country like Kazakhstan, which is the same size as Western Europe, and vast regional differences, vastly different issues going on in each place, how do you make sure that all that representation is on encompassed in 9 people? In fact, only 3 civil society people inside a multi-stakeholder group. And there are 5 coalitions for a start. So, I mean, really, really tough challenges of representation. And it's one of the real challenges about how, 2 challenges. One is how do the constituencies work and feed information down, represent the interests upwards. And secondly, when do you break out of the multi-stakeholder group? The multi-stakeholder group is the mechanism for overseeing the EITI, but these issues go beyond, the governance of natural resources go beyond the EITI. So don't try and have every single discussion in that multi-stakeholder group. It should only be a catalyst for wider discussion. And that's where Parliament, media, academia, so many other bodies, the church and other faith groups can come into play.
Okay, thanks for that. I think we had a question over here.
Yes, Chairman, thanks. Peter Timmins is my name from Sydney. One issue, just following on this discussion about links, connections, the stretch for civil society, is that in this transparency space, we do have another international initiative, the Open Government Partnership, and a number of the organisations that are heavily involved in EITI are also involved in Open Government Partnership. I just wonder what the links and connections are being made at the international level, for example. The Open Government Partnership's also based on civil society government partnership at both the international level and at the national level. But I'd just be interested in your comments about relationships there, both at that international level, and the Philippines is a member of both. So how's civil society coping in the Philippines with the challenge of being involved in both those initiatives?
Yeah, so the Philippines is part of the Open Budget Partnership. We're also active with tax justice, and we're part of EITI and Publish What You Pay. And that's a very interesting question. We have we have a lot of coalition in the Philippines with respect to civil society. So we have a separate coalition working with the Open Budget and Partnership, OGP. And then we have a separate coalition dealing with tax justice. The coalition that I'm with specifically is not assigned but tasked to deal with transparency and extractive industry, but there's a lot of overlap because, for example, the coalition in the Open Government Partnership also works with us in the EITI, and we also work with tax justice. It's hard to picture it, but there has to be some coordination along the way because it's very related. All of this boils down on access to information, improvement in governance, strengthening participation, and these core pillars are very similar in all these issues of reforming governance.
At the international level, the US made their commitment to implement the EITI at the OGP summit. Colombia did, Philippines did, Ukraine did. It's being used as a springboard for EITI and many other aspects of open government. And that's been helped by people like Anthony Richter, who's so involved in both of them. But linkages is a real challenge. It's a real challenge, to, as Cielo's just described with the map that she was presenting, trying to work out how these connect together and not stretching people too far. We continue to work on it, but I go back to my analogy of the toolbox. There are lots of tools in there. Actually, I'm pretty relaxed about how many initiatives there are because the problem's so big. There's plenty of water to swim in, and for all of these organisations. Sorry, I mixed lots of metaphors there.
Thanks, Eddie. I mean, it's certainly an issue for companies as well in terms of ability to participate. We've got a question up the back here. I think we've probably got time for 2 more questions, so we'll take this one, and then if there's another one over here, we'll go to that.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask a question, and I'm from Papua New Guinea, and it's to do with the issue of communication. No doubt in your respective areas of operations, you would have, before you got into the process of establishing your MSGs, you would have done a comprehensive strategy of communicating what the EITI is all about to the rural communities which are affected most. Now, my question is, given the complexities understanding this process, how did the governments, in the case of the DRC, communicate it to their stakeholders? How did industry, in the case of Freeport, communicate it to its stakeholders? And how did civil society, in the case of the Philippines, communicate the message so that you're carrying the same thing?
Okay, good question. So we'll have the Minister first. Thank you.
Effectivement, c'est une question importante, la question de la communication, parce que je crois que la finalité du processus EITI, c'est aussi de communiquer, de porter l'information au public, particulièrement aux communautés locales concernés par les lieux où opèrent les entreprises extractives, de telle sorte qu'il se crée à retour une forme de redevabilité de l'État vis-à-vis d'elles. Alors là-dessus, la société civile, comme partie prenante au comité exécutif, elle est censée représenter les intérêts des communautés locales, notamment, de telle sorte que l'une de ces des choses qu'elle est censée dire au sein du comité exécutif, c'est chaque fois de veiller sur ce que font les entreprises, ce que réalisent les entreprises sur le terrain et sur la prise en compte des intérêts, n'est-ce pas, des communautés locales ou des populations. Alors, la communication, elle est faite notamment lors de la dissémination des rapports. Et ça, c'est une activité tout à fait régulière qui est menée par le comité exécutif une fois que le rapport est publié. Mais la communication est aussi faite sur l'activité même du comité exécutif, donc du groupe multipartite. Mais le premier rôle revient, n'est-ce pas, comme je l'ai déjà dit, à la société civile, censée représenter les intérêts de ces communautés locales ou de la population de manière générale, pour que ces intérêts soient pris en compte. Mais la communication, elle est faite aussi à travers les institutions citoyennes. Ça, c'est en ce qui concerne la République démocratique du Congo. De manière régulière, le comité exécutif est appelé devant le Sénat, devant l'Assemblée nationale. En ce qui me concerne, j'ai été interpellé pratiquement il y a 10 jours exactement pour parler de l'EITI. Et c'est à de telles occasions que nous rendons compte à la population à travers sa représentation nationale et même au niveau provincial que des questions sont posées et que donc on rend compte avec possibilité même à ce moment-là d'être sanctionné au cas où il apparaît clairement que les intérêts de la base, donc des populations, des communautés locales ne sont pas pris en compte. Merci.
Merci. Merci.
Yeah, I think the situation is you have two levels that you're looking at the local population. In the Congo, we are, our priorities in the areas where we operate is education, medical care, and for lack of a better word, quality of life. So those are our primary goals in our interaction with the local people there. So we have built clinics and hospitals, and we have people that go out and look at the medical care that we can assist in that area. Drinking water wells, that was an issue where we operated on clean water. So we've drilled wells where people can come in and they're public, and they can come in and get clean and safe water. Economic development, we have fostered what, for lack of a better word, micro businesses. So we've taken individuals in that area and set up with them a business model where they can do things. For example, there's a whole group of women in one of the towns that are making dresses, handbags, and whatever for sale. And there are a lot of other areas that we do in that social regime. We could do a better job, I think, in communicating the EITI aspect, but I don't know if that's a priority with the people that we are interacting in. I think that's an area where NGOs can come in and say, do you know how much Freeport is paying to the government, and do you know what they're doing with it? Our payments are public. As I said, we put them out in our yearly report, WTSD report, and maybe we should do a better job of communicating that. But we really look at on-the-ground action to make sure that the facility is building up an infrastructure, is building up medical facilities, is helping the local community participate in employment and participate in other businesses. The women who were started in sewing dresses and whatever are doing other things related to material that we need at the operation. So that is our primary focus in that area. And we probably need a better job to say this is how much, do a better job on this is what we're paying the government and what is coming back to you. But really, our highest priority is what I just mentioned.
Thanks, Jim. Cielo?
As I shared earlier, the extractive industry is actually very complex. So if we're talking about civil society, we have so many issues that we have to deal with and examine. And the first thing that we have to do is really analyze the problem, define the problem. What are the problems that we want to address? And then when we define the problem, strategize and identify the venues on how we're gonna address this problem, how and where are we gonna address this problem. And then with EITI, you level expectations. Because when you talk about EITI, as has been said, it's very difficult to bring in the table issues of human rights because it's not really part of the initial scope of EITI. But it's possible to push the boundaries, as what we've been saying. So we have to be conscious in identifying venues and areas for where we can push our agenda. And lastly, there has to be clear definition of roles. So I sit in the EITI as representative of civil society, knowing that these are the deliverables that I have to present to the civil society. But at the same time, we work closely with the Anti-Mining Coalition, with the human rights group, with the indigenous people to keep on pushing for the protection of the free, prior, informed consent. And if opportunities present themselves to discuss these issues, we grab them. But we recognize our limitations and we level off expectations. Thank you.
Thanks, Yellow. Look, unfortunately, we are now officially out of time, so I'm sorry we're not going to be able to take the final questions. What I would like to do just before we break, though, is just very quickly run through what I think I heard in terms of the key success factors for a multi-stakeholder group process from the panelists and from you in the audience. So the first one would be a commitment to consensus and unanimous decision-making came through very clearly. Divergent views are welcomed. Every voice needs to be equal, and in fact, divergent views are not just welcome, you need that tension, that as conflict, as Eddie said, to sort of keep the process alive. The MSG must be fit for purpose, and all participants need to have a stake in the agenda and bring the passion to fuel the process. We need to recognise that these processes are evolving, it's dynamic, the agenda is dynamic, and the MSG's role really is to respond to that agenda and shape the EITI accordingly. And then most important of all, we need that political will for this process to work. And then the couple that I thought were important was the Chatham House rules. Nobody commented on that, but I feel it's very important. And then the strong independent chair to help move the process along. So thank you all very much for your participation. I think it's been a great discussion, and please join me in thanking our panelists for their efforts as well. I think we now have an afternoon tea break, so thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. It's one of those situations where you can see us, but we cannot see you. But we can imagine you already from the great proceedings from this morning. So good afternoon. My name is Daniel Kaufman, the president of Revenue Watch Institute, and I have the pleasure and honor of moderating this discussion and providing a few comments. It's going to be a very interactive session, where every speaker will start with a few introductory remarks after I ask them a question each. It's a very eminent panel, very diverse, very interesting, government officials to members of civil society and the private sector. The session, as you know, is called EITI Implementation, From Transparency to Accountability. So the presumption is that transparency is necessary, but perhaps it's not sufficient. Of course, with that, since we are a diverse group, debates already arise related to those presumptions. First, is transparency as necessary as everybody, especially here in the EITI and this great conference, believes? We know that there are still some skeptics out there. But let's assume that there is increasing consensus about that question. But second, about transparency, let's assume it is absolutely necessary. Are we there yet? Which leads to the question about this conference, which is called Beyond Transparency. Is it premature to talk about beyond transparency if we are not there yet in terms of transparency? And then in terms of the third question, which is beyond transparency, okay, beyond transparency, what? How do we prioritize? What are the most important things beyond transparency to really go from transparency to accountability, which is another session? This is a broad overarching question. We're not going to pretend that we're going to solve it all here, but through this interactive panel, I'm going to go back and forth with some questions with the panelists, but then try to early on open it up to the audience. Let's hope to advance this debate. I will start with the Honorable Eminence Minister of Finance of Myanmar, Mr. Wu Win-Shin. And I will ask him first, given the historical transformation that your country, Myanmar, is going through, maybe if you can illuminate us in terms of the main elements of that transformation. Later, we will get to the specific issues of EITI, but I think it's so important and momentous historically what your country has been going through in very recent times that it's fitting that we start with that.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman, for getting a chance to share our experience about our reform process. At first, I'd like to explain about our situations. This is Myanmar seems to be the center of global attention. Since our new government took office in 2011, Myanmar has undertaken the reform measures in all areas. First, the government of Myanmar commenced a process of reform in 2011, which has led to key structure changes in the country's political systems and environment. In 2012, our government has undertaken the second stage of its reforms, which is focused on improvements in economic and social development of the citizens of Myanmar. This reform strategy is outlined in the framework for economic and social reforms called FESR in short. So now, this year, our president has recently designated this year to focus on third stage reform for public administrative and governance reforms. I can say definitely these reforms tend to go to the EITI process. Though we face with so many challenges, so many restraints we have. Although various challenges have been unfolded, Myanmar's transition process has been remarkably smooth, I can say. Largely due to positive contributions of all the stakeholders and contributive supports by the organizations from inside and outside the country. But our government of Myanmar, however, acknowledge the need of continued efforts for much of the work to be done to accomplish our reform process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the brief, very important remarks regarding the crucial transition that you're going through. And we'll come back to that because it's so relevant for the work being done here. So next, I'll go to Ian Gary, the Senior Policy Manager for Extractive Industries at Oxfam America. And as somebody who has been so crucially involved with this movement for quite some time, and a movement from the perspective of accountability, let me ask you about the risks in natural resources transparency effort or extractive industry transparency effort, especially the risk that some of these global initiatives could be abused, so to open wash governments or companies we do not really believe or support accountability for other purposes. Are there really two kinds maybe in that context? And if so, how does one manage that risk?
Thank you, Danny. I think that this question comes to the core, the heart of what we're trying to do. I remember over 10 years ago working with the World Bank on the Extractive Industries Review. This was a top to bottom review of all of their efforts in the extractive industries. And one of the results of that independent study was that the bank should not invest in countries without the governance environment to make use of its natural resource wealth. What we saw going forward was that the bank tended to conflate good governance with the adoption of EITI. And so I think we have to be very clear about the difference between adopting EITI and going through its process and a larger picture of good governance. There's certainly a lot to welcome in the new rules, the project level, the disaggregation, the information about license processes and license holders, the reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There's a lot to embrace in this new standard, but at the same time, I think there are significant risks that the EITI brand and the EITI process could be used both by companies and governments to open wash. And to give you a concrete example, right now in the US, companies such as Shell, Exxon, Chevron, and BP are actively supporting litigation against the United States Securities and Exchange Commission. They're litigating against Dodd-Frank Section 1504, which was passed by Congress in 2010. And this litigation would undermine years of work by civil society groups and investors. Yet here we have these same companies sitting on the EITI board. And I think that kind of juxtaposition of companies saying that they're for transparency, but then litigating against transparency, I think we really have to unpack. And recently we wrote to Shell, BP, Exxon, and Chevron to ask them to clarify what their position was vis-a-vis this lawsuit. And the four companies wrote back. Shell says they fully support this lawsuit. This is a lawsuit that UN Secretary General, former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan said was a strategic folly. And here we have these companies actually doubling down on their position regarding that lawsuit. At the same time, mining companies have not joined that lawsuit. In fact, the National Mining Association, not a part of it. Newmont Mining, who's here, participated in a mandatory disclosure panel and said that it was not onerous to do this kind of reporting. So I don't think you can have your transparency cake and eat it too, and that's something that we really have to look at. On the government side, having sort of a Potemkin village of good governance around an EITI multi-stakeholder process, while outside the tent, there's rampant corruption, there's rampant human rights abuses. I think that's another risk that the board and the EITI stakeholders as a whole have to manage. I don't think it makes sense to extend the EITI process to very repressive governments. And then finally, I think the issue around how these revenues that we're talking about are actually generated. Are they legitimate if the communities themselves have had no say in how or whether these projects go forward? And if their rights are being trampled on, reporting on these revenues may have the effect of just trying to open wash what has happened before those revenues were generated.
Thank you, Ian. And perhaps if I could add one actor, which is very important, and it falls in between the governments and the private companies, which sometimes perhaps we have not paid enough attention, is the national-owned companies. At some point, I'd like to come back and hear from the panel how about them. And because there's a question about leveling the playing field, which sometimes the private sector mentions, yet many civil society groups and others, perhaps we have not focused enough on the nationally owned companies, both in oil and mining, where there's a lot of opacity, and that's to the credit of EITI as part of the new standards that there will be more focus. But let's also not forget that third key actor, which also is important in Myanmar, and we may come back to that. But your comments are very fitting. For the next speaker, let me introduce Deborah Valentine, the Group Executive Legal and External Affairs from Rio Tinto. Because the question that comes up from Ian's comment is the beyond transparency question. Well, are we ready to go beyond transparency when the transparency homework is far from done, which is implicit in your comment, or explicit, Ian? So let's go to Deborah.
Okay. I think it's funny. We may, in certain ways, be more in agreement about the transparency issue than some of the other things, but you're absolutely right on the SOEs, and we should get back to that as well. But let's start with the basics of some of Daniel's questions. Is transparency necessary? I think at one point, transparency was merely an aspiration. Today, it is clearly an expectation of civil society. And I think to that extent, it is necessary, both for governments and for companies, to be a legitimate player in the world today. One does have to be transparent. Is it time to go beyond transparency? Well, from my perspective, transparency is necessary but not sufficient. On the other hand, transparency itself is really only a tool. And transparency is nothing without good governance. And so there is a way in which we now have to struggle and work quite hard, I think, at taking what we are going to be learning from making things transparent and really putting that data in context, working together to try to understand it, to make it meaningful, and to ensure that it leads to good governments and a rule of law. And quite frankly, I think I may have heard you in Norway about 2 months ago say that, you know, transparency is not adequate, and it will only be effective with good governments and rule of law. And quite frankly, I think we heard that this morning from Minister Gray of Australia, making a very strong and clear connection between the need for good governance if transparency is to work. Now, I think the other thing that's quite interesting about what's going on in today's world is that suddenly there is not nearly that much capital around. Commodity prices are coming down, oil prices are coming down. You've seen the 4 CEOs of the largest mining companies exit from the wings because their shareholders were, quite frankly, not particularly happy in many cases, because the companies were not, in the shareholders' eyes, earning enough money. They were sort of throwing money out the window, it was perceived, on big, expensive projects in difficult countries. And the truth is, it is very expensive and hard to invest in countries that don't have an established infrastructure. And so what we've got to do is be sure that when we invest in countries, they do have a stable fiscal environment. We will want to invest there, and as we have fewer dollars, and if you want to attract our monies, a transparent and stable economic environment is what would be ideal. So I think we've got to do just a lot of work on building the good governance within which the transparency makes sense. And absent that, I think we've got nothing.
Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, actually, we discussed in Oslo a couple of concepts that we put forth for debate. One was zombie transparency, and that meaning in perhaps the Ian Gary way that you can sign on some statutes and then do nothing about it. You, name laundering or other reasons that it looks good, but there's absolutely no implementation. And the other is lonely transparency. There can be more disclosure, but there's no free press, no judiciary, and its transparency without sanction or with impunity doesn't have the same impact, which is important in this context.
And I guess there's noise and there's signal. And data can be noise and not mean anything to anybody, or it can be a signal of something, and we've got to figure out how to send signals.
And that's an excellent entry to the next speaker, Alan McLean, Executive Vice President, Taxation and Corporate Structure from Royal Dutch Shell. And it's on the other side from these comments. So, but let's go
Actually
to that.
on the other side of the court case.
The court case too. That's correct. Let's start from that perspective of the power and potential of data, but the potential that may not be fully realized if only we look at the noise and we don't look at the real data, both in terms of next challenges coming up with the EITI data, but also more broadly, once these mandatory disclosure requirements basically mean that many companies are going to put much more data downstream. What's going to be the value? What's the most important use for that? And how do we get prepared for that challenge?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. So I think, before we get into that, I think it's important to remember that the reason that business supports EITI, and indeed the reason why many responsible businesses believe that transparency is a positive thing, is not because we want to indulge in some form of zombie transparency. I thought actually when I heard the term zombie transparency, that was the effort that people like myself made to be coherent at a board meeting with jet lag, but that's another point. So this is not about open washing. This is about making a difference, and I think that companies like my own will continue to ensure that when we try to make a difference, we do it in ways that are as effective as possible and as least harmful as possible. And that, I think, is as much as I want to say about the case. So I think business is interested in transparency because business sees a business value in it. I think business has a responsibility, and certainly businesses in the extractive sector have a responsibility to be clear about the impact that business has on the communities in which we operate. So I think that's a fundamental obligation of business. But I think also we see benefit in that because when the communities in which we operate understand the impact that our business has, both on that community but also on society or on the state to which they belong in the greater sense, then that creates an opportunity for them to hold their governments to account for more openness and to eliminate some potential bad practices, which in our case means that we have more stable, better informed, longer-term prosperity and sustainability and accountability for the long term. So we see this as something which is good for business, not something which is a smokescreen and certainly not something which is an open washing. But to come back to the question then, so beyond transparency, what does that mean? We are at a critical juncture in the development of transparency. We have a new standard in EITI which is going to impose significant additional obligations on countries and companies to make more data available. We will be subject to some form of obligatory or mandatory disclosure. So the data which is already in the public domain will just balloon. So how do we make sure that that ballooning of the data turns into something which can have impact? And I think that's the important question because at the moment, the data which is out there seems hardly to be used. Unfortunately, I missed to understand there was a hackathon last night, which I would have really been delighted to have been part of, because it might have explained to me why the data that Shell both through through EITI and our voluntary involvement in that, but also on a voluntary basis, we have made some steps to make some data at a very high level available publicly through our website on the taxes we pay on our 15 most important locations. So why is that data not being used? Yeah? Why is it that people struggle to find meaning in the data? And I think as we move beyond transparency, we have to start asking ourselves the question about what does accountability mean? At the moment, if you ask probably everybody in this audience, I think you're going to get quite different answers. And I think, therefore, the importance of moving away from the data, finding the needle in the haystack of this kind of data explosion that we're seeing at the moment, that we're going to see as we go forward, starts with being clear about what it is that you're trying to achieve. So what is the objective? And I think in the context of the EITI, using the multi-stakeholder groups to be clear about how they want to use data to hold who to account. Yeah? And the answer to that will be very different. If your objective is to understand what is the direct impact, what are the direct revenues that my local community in a particular state derive from the activities of this extractive company who is in my community, then you're going to ask a very different kind of question than if you happen to be a citizen of that state, but not close or proximate to the extraction itself. And your interest might therefore be, what is the totality of the revenues which are coming into my state coffers, and how is my government using those? You might also have an interest in understanding why it is that your government has put in place a particular type of tax regime. So why are we not getting the 78% that we heard about earlier today? So depending on your objective, you're going to have very different needs for the data. And I think that that kind of brings me back to the benefit of having an informed, engaged discussion between different people who have different understandings. Some of the requirements of the new standard of the EITI about providing context, I think, are a basis and a foundation for that. But it's only a starting point, and I think we have to come back to that question of, instead of making assertions and assumptions, actually taking the time to understand what our objective is, understand what sort of data will inform the kind of insights and choices that we can generate from that then turn into action, that turn into impact, and I think help us move beyond transparency together.
Thank you. If I may quickly follow up with a question, because for some it may be the elephant in the kitchen, given what has been happening in the past few weeks. What about the power of data to challenge the Starbucks of this world? Hasn't Starbucks, in some sense, and the scandal about not paying taxes, and then followed by Google, now Apple, those type of issues, just disclosure and analysis in order to unveil the extent to which some companies may be transferring transfer pricing and other mechanisms to avoid paying taxes and other forms and royalties, which are very important. And that type of misdeed, which can have implications in the billions of dollars for many other governments.
Absolutely. So I think that's a very important point. But I think it also highlights the limitations of data. You know, so we have a lot of data, we have a lot of interest, and people are making assumptions and extrapolations from those data which are available in the public domain, and that's turning into assertions, and that's turning into a whole bunch of well and sometimes less informed speculation about what's going on. But it brings us back to, what is it that we want to achieve with that data? I mean, who do we want to hold to account for what? Yeah? Do we want to hold the US government to account for the tax structure that they put in place in the US? Do we want to hold the OECD to account for the international tax structure which has evolved over many years as part of a multilateral agreement? Do we want to hold Apple to account for the way that they've used those pieces together? Do we want to hold the internet to account for the fact that it has created opportunities for the digitization of the supply of goods and services? So what is it that we want to achieve? Yeah? What data will help us understand the choices that we have available to us and the decisions that we can take? And those people who actually are accountable for making those decisions. So again, in the case of Apple, who are we holding to account? The executives of Apple, the government of the United States, the members of the governments who belong to the OECD,
or indeed the tax administrations for possibly failure to apply the current rules, which, if applied properly, might lead to a very different outcome.
Absolutely. And that has implications for certain legal systems and possible some changes in those in the future. So let's go now to Gudrun Kopp, Parliamentary State Secretary from Germany, a very important position, the bridge between the parliament and the ministry. And generally, from your perspective of Germany, EU, in terms of the most important value of the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, from your perspective, and also what in Germany are the main initiatives in this context, and your aspirations for the future to do more regarding support for EITI globally?
Yes, you may have heard that the EU has just recently reached a consensus amongst our member states, and that's regarding transparency and EITI. And we looked at the Dodd-Frank Act from the US, and we decided regarding transparency to broaden the issues that are combined with it. So that's not only the raw material issue, but also we included the forestry sector to the transparency issue on the whole. And also we decided not only that the listed companies up from an amount of 100,000 euros have to report, but also the non-listed larger enterprises have to do their share. So that's a bit more than you will probably have heard so far. So that's very true and very good. We are very proud on this consensus because I think it will take us to the next step. And within Germany, we have been supporting the EITI for so many years now, and in different sectors and on different levels. And talking about data, I think we need completely new communication strategies. Because for me personally, I'm responsible to explain to my constituency what we are doing. And so is the government. So it is, transparency is worth half of it if the public doesn't understand what it is all about. And mainly, the civil society does not know what it means. So we have to have a communication strategy in order to make us understood in this sense. And also rightly said that transparency has a lot to do with good governance and human rights and these topics. But I would like to add one very important factor, and that is CSR. That means social aspects, the aspects of labor, core labor standards, the environment. And I think all this forms a package of necessities in order to have a natural resource strategy that really drives development forward. And looking at that, I would like to underline how important it is when you were talking about beyond transparency. I am very sure that EITI and the resource sector are a fantastic model for future and, let's say, added issues as well. And let me just quickly touch upon, think about what's happening in the textile industry in the last few weeks and months, what horrible catastrophes we would have to see. So there again comes up the question, where is transparency? What does good governance mean? How should we fight corruption? And you will see that in many political cases, the EITI as a model will be the one to start a broader debate, and we will have even more companies joining in and even more states joining in. And I think it's a very good development, and we as German government are really supporting it because we think it's the only way to deal with problematic issues. And on top of it, I would like to underline how important it is to skill people. Education, skilling and training people is very, very important. Also in the transparency sector, to understand what the data are all about. We have several training courses going on, and also another example, we decided within our partnership with Mongolia, together with the Mongolian government and the German government, we will be establishing a university for raw materials and technologies. That's part of a sustainable development, and that is you need experts in the country itself in order to tackle the problems. And so sustainable development and also a quality-based development is key to our issues.
Oh, thanks so much, Gudrun. Such an eloquent case for EITI as a possible model to be discussed probably elsewhere also for applying it to other sectors. And that's a real question. What was so special about the extractive industries that's where it all started? But are there other sectors that would would make sense also? In that context, let me commend you for the EU directives, which also now encompass the forestry sector, which is not the case in the US Dodd-Frank. So it's another extension. So consensus is evolving not on every issue, but on the issue of how crucial transparency is. It may not be sufficient, but it's crucial. But we are talking about effective, concrete transparency and not superficial one. And that leads now to David Bradbury, who is the Assistant Treasury the Minister for the Regulation in Australia. Normally, people would raise questions about somebody coming a bit late to the panel, but I want to explain that this is a sign of the excellent macroeconomic management of Australia, because I know that you have been heavy in discussions and in trying to solve the budgetary challenges that Australia is facing, which are so important for the future. So you have the best possible excuse, and I commend you for having arrived just on time for, for your question, which is talking about concrete transparency. Okay, what concretely Australia is doing about advancing the transparency agenda in extractive industry and related to the EITI issues here?
Well, thank you. Can I begin by offering you all a welcome to Sydney, even if I am the last one to be here. But it is good to be here. As you mentioned, I had a televised debate against my opponent. We had our budget last week, and I didn't think it was fair to let him have the camera all to himself. So I've raced in from about 50 kilometres away out in Western Sydney, but it's great to be here. And it really is great to have a conference of this calibre here in our city. So can I extend that welcome and thank you for your accommodation and allowing me to come late. In terms of Australia and our views on transparency, I think that the starting point of your question around a consensus emerging around a need for transparency is absolutely the case. And we certainly believe that transparency is going to be increasingly important in the global fight against, in particular, corruption, but also some of the emerging tax challenges that we face across the globe as well. For our part, Australia has agreed to undertake a pilot in relation to EITI, and we are working through that pilot, and that pilot program is due to come to the end of its period in about mid this year. And then, of course, we will be assessing how the pilot has gone and making any future decisions around any further implementation of measures at that point. But of course, we are getting close to that point, and we are looking very closely. We have established a multi-stakeholder group in order to undertake that pilot and to steer that process through. And they have been constituted with representatives from obviously the corporate sector, government, and also from civil society. So that will be informing our future decision-making around any future embrace of EITI in a more comprehensive fashion. Can I say that one of the areas within my specific responsibilities is tax policy, and we have been very much engaged in the global debate around tax policy and tax transparency, which obviously is attracting a lot of attention in the United States in the last couple of days in particular. But of course this has been the focus of discussion well and truly beyond the extractive industry sector. But I think picking up on the point about EITI perhaps being a template for broader transparency reforms, one of the things that we have already announced that we are intending to do is to overturn what have been the traditional privacy and secrecy provisions that relate to our Tax Act here in Australia. And there are some specific provisions that will deal with resource taxes, but the focus here is about ensuring that there is publication of the total tax payable by certain listed and large entities. Now that is something that is actually a very significant development here in the Australian context, because the notion of taxpayer privacy, both for individuals but also for corporate and other more widely held entities, has always been almost sacrosanct in this country. And we've taken the view as a government that we believe that should continue to be the case for individuals, but certainly when we're dealing with larger entities, listed entities, and those that are much larger and more widely held, there should be greater transparency. And that, of course, will involve the resources sector, but it will be more wide-ranging than that as well. And that is something that we're looking to progress in the next few weeks. We'll be introducing some legislation into the Parliament, so that will be a significant reform.
And in that context, what are the plans of Australia regarding EITI itself and the mandatory listing requirements, which before you came, they were extensively discussed for US Dodd-Frank and for the European Union?
Yes. We haven't taken a decision at this point conclusively. So what we've said is we will progress the EITI pilot, and once we've worked through the pilot, we will be considering a broader application of EITI, but also we'll be considering questions around country-by-country reporting in a more comprehensive fashion at that point. I do think that the work that has occurred through the multi-stakeholder group, through the pilot, and also the work we're doing on tax transparency more generally will help us overcome some of the hurdles that have previously been identified in this process. For example, when we began the journey of the pilot, the EITI pilot, one of the key issues that had been raised was this question of taxpayer privacy and secrecy. The fact that we are advancing that particular issue with these other reforms, I think, breaks down one of the barriers or the walls that stands between us and being able to do that down the track. So it's something that we obviously are also watching very closely developments internationally and looking to see where best practice has been achieved so that we can certainly weigh up any future decisions based upon that information.
Great. We are all watching internationally, and not only Australia, but Canada too. And given your eloquence and your influence in government, perhaps within the hour, as we continue this discussion and with the audience involved, you can tell us at the end that you're about to make that decision.
Look, these suggestions of my influence in government, we could sit here and talk all day if you're going to be that nice.
So let's go now to the other side for one more round, and then we'll open it up, because what you brought up, and many of you, is the importance of both joining and working with the EITI and getting into the implementation side. So let me go back to Minister Win Shane from Myanmar on the specific question about plans and progress towards EITI.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I would like to explain what we are doing for EITI process. So at first, I'd like to explain about our progress Myanmar has made implementing the EITI and how the EITI process can move towards greater transparency and accountability in Myanmar as part of the ongoing reform initiatives. Because I already explained about our transformation process. So being a resource-rich country, revenues from the exportation of natural gas, minerals, and forest products are the main sources of foreign income for our country. Anyway, we understand that we have to manage and we have to deal with all the incomes. Now we are reviewed that. So while EITI implementation alone cannot resolve all the issues in the natural resources sectors in Myanmar, but it can make some important contributions to Myanmar. I'd like to explain what we are doing in Myanmar for EITI candidacy. EITI complements and strengthens important fiscal reforms and management initiatives in Myanmar. We are trying to transform our, especially concerning about our ministries, fiscal reforms, tax reforms. So at the same time, now we are trying to go in line with the EITI process. Actually, EITI is the new subject for us, very strange for us. But frankly speaking, we want to go ahead for our people, for our country. So we will try our best. And what we are doing for this EITI candidacy, we understand that the EITI can play an integral role in our fiscal reform and management by promoting the transparency required for an accountable economic and fiscal policies. Now we change our policies, we change our budget systems now. Now we are going ahead with the democratic privatizations, and we have a parliament. Now parliament criticizes what we are doing, what governments are doing, what about our budget systems. That's why we change a lot. At the time, EITI will assist us how to go in line with the international practice. For our country, we are away from international community for the time being. Now we have a chance to re-enter to the international community. We want to go ahead with the international best practices. So we convinced and we acknowledge that the EITI is one of our supportive arms for our reforms. So in order to advance the EITI process, the government of Myanmar formally announced of its intention to implement EITI in December 2012. It has established the EITI leading authority with a high-level committee of government ministers. So our president has set a deadline of 31st December this year for these tasks to be completed. At the same time, civil society organizations in Myanmar are also undertaking extensive work around the EITI process and are independently establishing working groups to contribute to the EITI implementation process. So I hope our time frame will be accomplished at the same time. So our engagement with international EITI movement has already helped us achieve our domestic reforms. In this regard, we appreciate the opportunity given by EITI process and engagements with all of you, which lend us greater strength and stronger drive for achieving our national goals. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very special and encouraging. I would guess that there will be very important challenges. We're already in May, and you are setting up very, very close deadlines for the end of the year, while at the same time subscribing to the all-important multi-stakeholder group and working with civil society and others. It's just so important to get the process right. At some point, there should be a follow-up discussion as to how this type of deadline can be met while at the same time involving civil society, involving all the key actors and getting it right, which is such an incredible innovation of EITI, unprecedented in terms of global institutions of the multi-sectoral group. So that's to follow up. But more broadly, I think Myanmar is such a potent illustration of a country in transition which is really opening up. You have many challenges ahead, a lot of homework ahead, but it's an immense opening compared with the past, which raises a question, and I'll go to Ian with that. What about countries that are not opening up, or even worse, that have signed into EITI? They go through some of the legal motions, but where civil and political rights are getting worse. I mean, Azerbaijan is one country, there are others so it's not just singling out one, but there are others. So the whole issue of human rights, civil and political rights, there is no free press. Then what's the meaning of transparency in the narrow sense for natural resources in that context? Is that true openness? And is that something that EITI should be focused much more, or it's for some other initiatives and EITI should be kept very technocratic and just looking at some of these boxes where they are being filled up in terms of some of the legal and regulatory issues regarding disclosure?
Well, I think that question is at the heart of what we're trying to do. And I think I've had many experiences within the EITI process. Oxfam has served on the EITI board, where people have told me that this is a transparency initiative, it's not a human rights initiative, so we shouldn't confuse the two. And I think that's part of an agenda that seeks to neuter what we're trying to do. And I think we should be very careful about that. Without the freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, those fundamental rights, there is no foundation for the work that we're doing. And people often talk about these multi-stakeholder processes as being sort of a triangle or a three-legged stool. But when one leg of that stool is a stump or is hacked off by the government, it's impossible to make progress in terms of accountability. And so, you know, if you look at the new EITI standard very closely, there's some good language in there about the protection of civil society organizations and activists, but only within the EITI process. And so when I said in my first response that we should not create a Potemkin village of good governance, that's exactly what I meant. So if somebody is on the board of an EITI process in Tajikistan who's arrested, they're protected, but a journalist who exposes corruption in Tajikistan is not protected. It's merely data that we're disclosing, but the data has to be used. And so if you don't have that human rights protection in place, if you don't have the legal framework in place, you're going to create a sham of a process. And in many countries, there are specific laws on the books designed to restrict the activities of civil society organizations, designed to prevent them from receiving support from outside. And I think those are the types of issues that the board has to look at very carefully when evaluating candidacies from new countries, as well as the implementation of EITI in the countries under this new standard.
Maybe to stay on that issue, unless you want to comment on that very issue, I was interested from your perspective in terms of the importance of human rights, civil and political rights, and whether that should play a more explicit role in this type of work.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all depends on the country and on the issue we are working about. But it is not rare that we, as German government, stop our cooperation with another government when we see that human rights are not being kept and that the rule of law and the good governance is being performed, because otherwise you cannot give a government a budget support without being able to perform in that respect. And I don't think we should neglect how important it is to get all players at one table, and those are governments, businesses, and the private sector. And I often...
Parliament.
And
parliamentary.
And yes, that's right, and the parliament, and I meant governments and politicians, parliaments, of course. And it is very dangerous not to do so. And I often heard from leaders of companies that what we are doing in terms of transparency is really not to be realized. It is not practical. It will cost money. It is pure bureaucracy and nothing that an enterprise can really deliver. And this is why I really encourage us all. I mean, those participants to the EITI conference, we don't have to be convinced about the importance of transparency in the EITI. It is the people, the businesses, and the politicians outside to be convinced about the importance. And we should arrange much more meetings, including businesses and the civil society and politicians. And I think that's a task we really have to do. And that's really important. And also, I would like to underline, we were quite easily talking about a sustainable development and how important it is to fight corruption and the rule of law and good governance. We should not forget, and we as German Ministry for Development, we put a special emphasis on the establishing of a value chain in developing countries. And by this, create development and employment, train the people, and also give advice to small and medium-sized enterprises as well, to really jump into foreign countries and invest in foreign countries and also in developing countries. But that's a hard thing to do. And this is why we are convinced that, for example, our development agency, the GIZ, with those 17,000 experts that go out throughout the world and do their work, that is the designed projects put into place with the people in that especially country, are absolutely important. So you've got to have a bunch of methods and strategies in order to invite all the actors in the market to be part of the transparency initiative, because it is possible But it all depends on how we design it and how open we discuss this whole and sometimes even difficult matter.
Thank you, Gudrun. So we go back then to Deborah very concretely about transparency initiatives, because I think around this panel there is consensus about the value of transparency, including from the private sector. But let me, you have some comments on what was said, but then also very specifically on these two strands that are ongoing, which are, some of us believe, complementary. One is the EITI standards, which are broadening, and the new standards, new reforms, which are fantastic, but they're voluntary. And then there are mandatory listing requirements and beyond, EU, Dodd-Frank, hopefully soon Canada and Australia. What's your view on those two? And from the perspective also of important companies of Rio Tinto, fully supportive of both strands, and you see them as complementary?
No, I do. And I think that, and I'll answer that, but then I would love to get back to some of the threads of thoughts that have come up here. We already publish what we pay everywhere in every country in the world, both at the national level and at the subnational level. And so you don't have to waive our privacy, David. We've waived it for ourselves. And you know very well exactly what we pay in Australia.
I keep using you as a case study of what we should do.
And I also very much like what Gudrun was saying about the broadening of the scope of the EU directive in your country. That it will cover not just extractives, but also extractives to the extent that it's logging and timber and forestry is an extractive as well, potentially fishing, agriculture someday. And it's not just listed companies, but that it's all companies paying over a certain amount. I think what we all want to get at is a level playing field, and what we all want to get at is ideally one set of standards or one consistent way for doing this, because you don't all want to be digesting different bits of data, and you don't want us to spend our entire lives filling out forms filled with different bits of data rather than investing in your countries and developing mines and oil rigs. So what I would say is that, I could certainly look at the US and say, okay, I know of 2 Chinese companies that are listed there, but 5 that aren't, or 1 Indian company, but 2 that aren't, or 4 Russians, but 3 that aren't. If those companies, though, are playing and trying to do business in an EITI country, they must play by the EITI rules and disclose just what I need to disclose. I think that's right, and I think that's fair. I certainly hope when the EU directive is passed and it's implemented in the member states, that the member states make every effort to try to do it in a way that's consistent and does not tie us up in data knots for the next 2 years. And I do think that with the broadening of the EU and the US, we will have a broader field, both at the mandatory level, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the EITI data that may well be the most important. And that's because, this is where it goes back to the two-sidedness, the three-sidedness, and the communication. Because when we're beyond transparency really is in making sense of the data. I think one of the best parts of the new rules is this contextual stuff. When are people, helping people to understand, all right, if there has to be 5 billion, 10 billion sunk up front, and it takes 5 years to build the mine, build the railroad, create the port, yes, there will be taxes, there will be labor, and we can make commitments and talk about, 90% local labor or not. There will be lots of benefits. We'll need to partner. We can't do everything. We need to partner with people like GIZ and DFID to really help develop skills so that people can provide the small and medium businesses that support the buildings of the railroads and the mines and the ports. And then there will be taxes on those wages. But there's not going to be a big pot of gold suddenly, and that's what people need to understand about the data. How will it come in over time? When will there finally be ore, copper, whatever, out of the ground and sold? What happens if the price of copper is $2 instead of $4 a pound? What happens if iron ore is, 80 cents instead of $1.40? And David, you've seen the consequences of iron ore going from 160 to 124. It means that you're in a budget difficulty right now. But we need to all understand that and communicate. So I guess where I'm starting to go next as I think about our discussion is beyond transparency is partly better communication and partly partnership to make it all work.
Fair enough. And some of these commodity prices may go down, although it's always...
You don't know.
Exactly. Economists say that it's extremely difficult to make forecasts and predictions, especially about the future, right? So it can go either way. Even if some of these prices, commodity prices, will go down, let's keep in mind how many of the countries that we are so focused on working with are not getting a good deal. And the reason they're not getting a good deal is because of opacity and because they're not getting the sufficient legal backing in negotiations and so on. So just by beginning to disclose what are benchmark prices and the best practices in contracts and go on to the next stage and disclosing contracts, one could also make a big difference in terms of how much of that commodity price, even if it goes a bit down or stays the same, how much more maybe the country realizes and the citizens realize that they can be entitled. So let's not belittle the billions and billions of dollars that could be allocated differently once transparency takes place. But that's for the continuation on discussion on the debate. And maybe we go next to Alan, both about the issue of the linkages between mandatory disclosure path on the one hand and the EITI path. And let me comment EITI with the expansion of the rules that it's going to wane into this very important area of contract transparency. It's still not fully there in terms of full-fledged commitments by all parties, but at least it is in the agenda, which is not part of the Dodd-Frank and the mandatory requirements. So there are areas in EITI that are nowhere else, and this has to be recognized.
Well, so a number of questions there. I think we've always, as a business community, and certainly the oil and gas community, felt that the voluntary mandatory aspects of EITI, so voluntary from the perspective of the country, but mandatory from the perspective of business that operate in those countries, once the country has decided to adopt, that then translates into a multi-stakeholder group who take the opportunity that the EITI affords to ask themselves some of those important questions about what is it that we want to get out of this, yeah? So, as you say, there are maybe some MSGs who say that all they want to be able to do is to make sure that what the government says it's getting is the same as what the companies are trying to pay. And for them, that's sufficient. And of course, that's been a very important part of the early development of EITI. There are other countries where we're implementing EITI where the communities want very different things. And that's apparent from the wealth and the diversity of the reports that we're seeing. It's also apparent from the activities that we're seeing on the ground about trying to translate the data into something which means something for the local community. Learning from each other, as the implementing countries do, I think is an incredibly important part of what we're achieving there. So that's, I think, why business has always felt that being part of a multi-sector, multi-stakeholder approach to it, where there can be a dialogue about the kinds of meanings that people are seeking, kinds of information that people want in order to be able to answer those accountability questions is the right way to go. If we contrast that with what we've seen from a mandatory perspective, there's partial implementation or partial coverage of our sector. We've made the points repeatedly that in some circumstances, and not in all circumstances, that could lead to potential commercial harm. So we would much rather that that the world would move forward on the basis of an EITI. So we'd much rather see an expansion of the coverage, a much greater take-up by countries who want to implement EITI because of the comprehensiveness potentially of the approach, but I think also because of the nature of the engagement. You know, we are talking about engagement. We're not just talking about launching data into the ether. And starting from those fundamental questions about what is it that we want to achieve from transparency, what is the kind of accountability we're looking for that happens within EITI and that doesn't happen elsewhere, is the reason that we favor EITI over the mandatory approach.
Thank you. Then, David, if you have a comment on this rich discussion, and also on the upcoming G8 summit in the UK, and the UK has been very much promoting this area in the context of their 3 Ts, right? Transparency, taxation, and trade, and the reforms needed there, which have all been touched upon here, except for trade, not so much, although it's linked. From your perspective, from Australia's perspective, what's the view there?
Well, we're certainly going to be watching those developments very closely in terms of the G8. And of course, the forum, I guess, that we get to participate in more actively is the G20. And there are some particular measures that will be the subject of discussion as part of the G20. And indeed, Australia will have the opportunity to host the G20 next year, which is something that our country is looking forward to. Look, I think it is going to be very interesting, I think, to see with the US and the UK having gone down the path that they have. Obviously, it's still fairly early days in terms of what that means in an implementation sense, and we will be watching very closely. But I think the central issue that all speakers have acknowledged is that there is sometimes a bit of a chicken and an egg type of argument here. It's about what needs to come first and who should go first. And I think that as you see a greater coverage, particularly in relation to the country-by-country reporting, then these issues around consistency of reporting are going to become very important. And I suspect that we will reach a point where those companies that are transacting business across a range of jurisdictions will very much be moving beyond a debate about the existence of reporting and move more towards a debate around consistency of reporting. And I think that will be a very significant turning point when we get to that point. And I think if countries have not engaged in that process and signed up at that point, then that would be clearly an obvious point for people to embrace some form of mandatory reporting, noting what some of the other speakers have said about a preference for EITI rather than necessarily the country-by-country approach. But look, I think there is a case of the level playing field or the lack of level playing field because there will be some companies that are operating within a country like Australia that are already required to report on a country-by-country basis because they're doing business in other jurisdictions. That will not be the case for others. I would say that I think there is also another question around level playing field in the sense that some participants within the sector or sectors are also government-owned entities, and that, I think, introduces another dimension to this broader debate as well around level playing field, particularly if that happens to be in some of those jurisdictions that have not entered into arrangements as well. But I think that over time, like I say, the debate will shift from being one of whether or not there should be reporting and a desire to have a less red tape and a more streamlined global approach to reporting.
Great. I think it's very apt that you have mentioned beyond the G8 and even more importantly the G20, for which you will have the leadership next year, and perhaps that will give an enormous incentive in terms of leadership that by then decisions would have been arrived at in these absolutely key areas. Let me just comment before opening to the floor that the level playing field issue it's a tricky issue that could be overplayed. I mean, let's face it, the train not only has departed, but there's a global consensus basically there now among mandatory listing requirements between the EU and the US. Basically, in terms of listed markets, it's about 70% of the assets or so by some assumptions.
We can name some major companies that aren't covered.
Yeah, exactly. So there are some that are not covered, and then there's the nationally owned companies, which is a big issue that is still pending. But let me counteract with the other argument, which is the first mover advantage, which is used in industry and in the private sector, but it's also politically. The US sometimes does that. And having been in anti-corruption for a long time, the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, and they had to wait for 20 years for other countries and then for OECD to do it. So sometimes one decides to take an enlightened leadership role, and many of the companies see that because in the long term, basically no bribery, no corruption and transparency pays for a company that believes in integrity. It's only those that want to hide something and operate in a very different way and so on. So it's only that far some of us believe that this notion of level playing field that can be used particularly when the train has departed so much. But we can continue the debate. It's time for the audience to be engaged. Given the lighting challenge that we face, please, whoever speaks, speak loudly and first introduce yourself and a very clear question to the panelists or a very short comment. Who is managing? There is one up front. Let's start with the front.
There's three there, actually. And there's two.
There are some microphones there.
So my name is Jeremy Wheat, and I do consulting in EITI. My question is about the other side of accountability. Now that we have the UK, France, potentially Australia, America, and so on, signing up to EITI, it's great news. Maybe we have to readdress the question of civil society. It always seems to me that one of the things that's problematic about EITI implementation so far is that the definition of civil society has been very constricted and narrowed down to non-governmental organizations. Now this suits the purposes of development partners who have NGOs that they can fund and coalitions that they can build. Meanwhile, outside of that, there are real powerful accountability factors at play which are often ignored and have been ignored by EITI. So for instance, organized labor, union power. It's often a very powerful force of accountability in many different countries. It's been more or less ignored from the EITI agenda. You could talk about the same for religious organizations, the media, and so on. So I always feel that there should be a much broader definition of civil society in play. And I wonder now that we're moving to a more globalizing framework for EITI in the context of Dodd-Frank, the EU transparency directives, and the sheer frustration that many people have around the world about tax dodging from Google, from Amazon, from Starbucks, from this one, from that one, whether actually EITI is actually going to be forced to engage with a much more powerful set of civil society players. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions in a row. Who is closest to a microphone? I see. Why don't you go, both of you, you and then yourself.
Merci, Maître Mina Abdullah, président de la coalition mauritanienne Publier ce Coupé. J'ai une remarque et une question. Ma remarque d'abord, c'est en tant que société civile, de plus en plus nous sommes très inquiets de la position de certaines entreprises, particulièrement européennes, qui refusent la transparence. Pourquoi? Parce qu'elles ont peur de la concurrence chinoise. Parce que, bon, si on fait part de nos activités ou de ce que nous faisons, ça va être préjudiciable. Et en fin de compte, la victime, c'est un peu l'Afrique, ce sont ces pays africains. Ma deuxième, une question, c'est qu'au fond, il semble que plus de 60% de l'activité de la société est faite sans que ça soit connu. C'est à faire à travers la sous-traitance, le génie civil, le transport, et toutes ces dépenses sont pratiquement peu connues et beaucoup de sociétés n'entendent pas les publier. Et je demande ma question, est-ce qu'il est normal que 60% de l'activité soit tout simplement inconnue de la société ou du pays dans lequel ils exploitent des mines? Je vous remercie.
Thank you. If you can introduce yourself.
Je suis maître Mokhtar Diallo, point focal de la société civile de Mauritanie. Je salue les efforts de EITI pour les résultats enregistrés jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Mais quand il s'agit de la nouvelle norme, je pense qu'il faut des efforts de tout le monde, des uns et des autres, surtout au sursaut de la société civile, qui, par son engagement, son dynamisme et le lobbying qu'il fait auprès des décideurs, des parlementaires et des entreprises, je pense qu'à partir de ce moment, on pourrait avoir un résultat. En dépit de ces efforts, la société civile doit s'approprier de cette nouvelle norme de EITI et ensuite la disséminer. C'est par sa dissémination et son appropriation, je pense qu'on pourrait bien la comprendre et l'analyser et la véhiculer pour une meilleure vulgarisation. Et pour cela, il faudrait qu'il y ait des moyens qui soient alloués à la société civile pour que le résultat soit atteint. Pour conclure, je dirais qu'au niveau de la Mauritanie aujourd'hui, la société civile s'est volontairement engagée à faire le plaidoyer pour que l'ensemble des acteurs de la société civile mauritanienne comprennent les objectifs de l'EITI pour qu'il y ait plus de transparence au niveau des entreprises et des sociétés minières. Comme vient de dire mon ami de Mauritanie, nous avons un souci. Peu d'entreprises acceptent qu'on vienne les interroger sur ce qu'ils doivent à l'État, les taxes qu'ils doivent donner à l'État. Et ces taxes, seul par ces taxes, que la population doit trouver son bien-être. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's take one more question up there. Yes, please. And then we'll have another round after.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Takba Kolaba. Je viens du Togo. Je suis également de la société civile. Mon pays se réjouit, en tout cas, de rentrer avec dans la valise la conformité. C'est une bonne chose. Ça montre que nous avons fait vraiment du travail. Mais lorsque nous suivons également tout ce que l'ensemble des panélistes ont développé, effectivement, pour nous, ça continue de susciter plusieurs questions sur ce qui peut être la durabilité ou, je vais dire, ce qui peut amener l'ITIE vraiment à résoudre la question de la pauvreté. En fait, c'est vrai que lorsque on a un pays conforme comme mon pays aujourd'hui, l'autre question, c'est de se poser, de se demander qu'est-ce qu'on fait maintenant concrètement, n'est-ce pas? Et nous allons rentrer au pays, mais les citoyens qui vont apprendre que le Togo est conforme, est-ce qu'ils vont se dire que c'est une conformité, oui, par rapport aux normes donc, de l'initiative? mais quels sont les mécanismes qui vont permettre justement de faire en sorte que cette conformité puisse, j'allais dire, entraîner ou susciter la réduction de la pauvreté. Donc vous avez évoqué pas mal de choses et je me dis en tout cas qu'il serait bien pour une initiative qui porte sur des ressources épuisables que l'ITIE, les nouvelles normes prochaines, puissent vraiment penser à certainement à ne pas s'arrêter seulement à des normes qu'on pourrait respecter pour devenir conforme, mais à faire en sorte que ce soit un schéma qui embrasse pas mal de choses. Vous avez cité notamment les droits de l'homme. Il y a par exemple toute la question des marchés publics. Il y a même en gros tout ce qui est finances publiques des États. Parce que on ne pourrait pas donc dire qu'on a la conformité, vous voyez, et qu'au même moment que ces questions puissent continuer de souffrir. Et donc nous souhaitons vraiment que les réflexions aillent dans ce sens pour effectivement trouver une façon de globaliser l'initiative pour que nous puissions atteindre l'ultime objectif pour lequel les pays certainement mettent en œuvre l'ITIE, celui donc de réduire la pauvreté. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We'll now come back to the panel, and then we'll have another round. Maybe we start with Ian. You want to take the very broad question, but very important. What is civil society? Should it be also broadened in this context? And then also perhaps if you have any thoughts on the question of communication and outreach that, I mean, you and many in the coalition are so involved about EITI.
Well, I'm not going to attempt a definition of civil society other than quoting a Supreme Court justice in the U.S. who said, "I know it when I see it." But I think the point is a very good one. And in fact, the types of organizations that should be engaged with the EITI process and with transparency and accountability work more generally has to very much be broadened away from the capital-based, technically oriented NGOs who know how to write funding proposals, frankly, and know how to put in place programs that satisfy donors. It has to be broader umbrella. The trade unions is one movement that was mentioned. In fact, in Ghana, Oxfam has supported the trade unions movement as part of the civil society platform on oil and gas. If you are able to have one person in the Secretariat of the Trade Unions Congress in Ghana understand oil and get all of their constituent unions mobilized around policy reform agenda, that is a fantastic multiplier effect. And so as we're discussing how to take transparency to accountability, looking at teachers associations, looking at trade unions, looking at churches, in Ghana, they recently passed a Petroleum Revenue Management Act that set up a public interest and accountability committee. You have Imam on there, you have Christian Council on there, you have the Bar Association. So I think a broad interpretation of civil society is important. Where I think it gets tricky is where people who are fronting as civil society, who are government-operated NGOs, are in place in multi-stakeholder working groups who are actually either representing corporate interest or government interest. So I think there is a bit of a tricky terrain there, but for the most part, linking the types of NGOs who can understand, interpret, and utilize the data with the broader social movements is hugely important.
Great. Yeah, in fact, sometimes we fall into the trap of compartmentalizing this work, even in the context of multi-stakeholder group, as if they are three separate and monolithic groups. Government, but government is parliament, it's a state-owned corporation, it's the public sector, and there are different interests, the judiciary, which is separate, and so on. Civil society, the same. And certainly the private sector, you have the groups who are leading in terms of reforms, in terms of the interest of transparency, profits through efficiency and productivity, and then there are some rent seekers. So there are different interests, and we don't always recognize that. There are different incentives in the mining sector than in the oil sector. So I think that question also, I think, should pervade in terms of all of us being smarter in figuring out what is the incentive structure and what are the politics within each group. None of these groups is monolithic, and sometimes there are as many differences across these groups in terms of the interests that are going as there is within. But we tend to overlook sometimes the differences within. And so I think it's very important. Deborah.
I think what I'd like to do is come down from the really utopian idea that we can save the world. We're not going to save the world, and we can't do everything. And even from general abstract ideas of what is civil society, and come back to maybe what I think EITI might be able to do. And that is that if transparency does lead to accountable governments and non-corrupt governments, you will attract investment by responsible actors. I have no doubt then that if I'm working with the government, for example in Guinea, we are willing to fund what I would prefer that Guinea develop its own negotiating capacity, but because they can't come up to speed fast enough, we will fund negotiators and lawyers for Guinea to deal with us, because in fact, the best contract will come out of a fair two-sided deal. That's one thing that we can do. And then I need them to understand, we need to work together to understand how that non-renewable resource will generate money over time, and how will they then decide to invest it, and how will they tell their people how they will invest it? How will they decide with their people how to invest it? That's important. And then for me, it's important to discuss things with the communities in which we're operating. And it's funny, we haven't talked much about the communities who are so affected by this resource development, but they're the ones with whom we have to partner and communicate, help them understand what skills it would be good for them to develop, what will happen when the mine in fact expires, and how to have an entire, different sort of economic development going on in parallel, so they're not just dependent on the mine. So, even if we just did that, that would be a huge step change every time we go into a country. And that's not going to solve everything with CSR. It's not going to solve we will abide by environmental standards. We can do all that, but we can't change the world. We can only do it piece by piece.
But we can help facilitate enormous change. Let's be ambitious.
Yeah, just I think picking up, Danny, on something you were saying there about this, about us moving away from assumptions or maybe even prejudices around the homogeneity of the different legs of the stool. I think that's incredibly important. I think the value of the multi-stakeholder approach requires an open-mindedness to think about what particular aspects of a particular stakeholder group are going to be relevant at any given time. And of course, that may change over time. It may be that you need particular representatives of civil society organizations at the time when you're in the implementation phase of the EITI. But once you're actually established, there may be that there are different community representatives who you want to include in that multi-stakeholder group. It may also be that at that point you want to have different government and different business representatives because your objective is different. And I think moving away from this, you represent this particular stakeholder and therefore you will have these values or you will have these objectives, into something which involves listening and being curious about the different incentives, the different objectives, the different values that the different groups might bring, but also in terms of thinking about the different capabilities that the different people can bring. And I think, as I say, that is the beauty of the multi-stakeholder approach that we have in the EITI, but it's a beauty that needs to be constantly reinforced And I think something which requires us always to retain that curiosity about what it is that we're trying to achieve and how we can do that best together.
Great. Gudrun, maybe one aspect that I know you feel so passionately, and Germany has been so involved through GIZ, and it relates to the need to internalize, to communicate, to expand this framework and implementation. And that's capacity building, which is absolutely crucial, that investment. And that's something where we can all help, and at Revenue Watch we're trying to also help very much. But maybe you have a perspective there, because I know that you believe in this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I think we have come to a point where we should be facing the reality in that, of course, the players within the extractive industries and the transparency initiatives, there are interest-based actions as well, because the business has got its interests. The political side, there are interests, and we need another player, and that is the civil society with their differentiated interests. For example, people that have to be removed from a region. What will happen to them? What will happen to their culture and to small groups of people? The indigenous people, for example. It's quite a long list of problems, and therefore, because of a variety of interests, we have to have as many players as possible to get the values also into the system. And GIZ, yes, that's right. It's again a question of training the people, of making aware about what development is all about. And with EITI, transparency and accountability, I'm convinced that automatically further aspects like CSR, corporate social responsibility, and also core labor standards, ILO, automatically come in. And that's good so, because we need this broad package. And this is where the trade unions come in, because the moment workers have rights, they will be trained and they will know how to defend themselves and how they can stand up for their rights. And again, this capacity building training is important. And I would like to add one German speciality, and that is the political foundations, which do a very good job in order to help the civil society to be trained about all these topics. The political foundations really play an important role in order to help people fight for their rights and to get to know how to do it and how to sit at the table and get voices, and that's really important.
I agree. Almost as important as your success in football.
That's right.
Okay. Minister?
Yes. So thank you very much. Today I'm here and I can get so many knowledge and so many experience. Actually, I explained about that. This is a very new subject for us. And today, so our panelists and all the audience shares us what's very popular now, rules of law, transparency, accountability. Now in our country also, I always use these words, and also we have to do. And so maybe we get so many knowledge, lesson learned from all the experience. So that's why I like to say thanks to all of Mr. Kaufman, panelists, and all the audience. Thank you.
But thank you, but we're not done yet. Minister David, the host, and then I want to go back quickly one more time, and then everybody will have 1 minute to conclude.
Look, I think in terms of civil society, we would take the view that it should be defined more broadly, and that would be just the view of, in commonplace, how we would interpret the notion of civil society in Australia. I think that one of the areas that has been the focus of much of our support to a number of our partners internationally has been through overseas development assistance, and a very strong dimension within that overseas development assistance budget has been channeled towards governance and strengthening governance in so many of our partner nations. Now, of course, one of the challenges that we have in our domestic political debate here is that we are increasing our aid as a percentage of our GDP and GNI, and we are moving towards our ambition of achieving 0.05%. But in doing that, so many of the civil society stakeholders here in Australia will say to us we would prefer to see that money spent on water and sanitation, for example, rather than governance. But clearly governance is so important, particularly when we're talking about developments in the space that we're having our discussion today. And I think that there is constantly a tension there, but broadly we would support a broad notion of civil society. In terms of labour standards, they are something that are very much protected and embedded in our domestic laws here, and we would certainly support the role of organised labour internationally in voicing not just the interests of workers, but also more broadly. And I think the stakeholder communities that are affected clearly we need to ensure that whoever it is that we identify as civil society, they are adequately representing the interests of these people.
Great. And I completely sympathize with that debate that always comes up. I mean, water, sanitation versus governance. Governance is such a vague and mushy concept, doesn't resonate. So it's so important, and that's what you were doing before, to unpackage it, unbundle it. What rule of law institution is not working? In that context, maybe a suggestion would be, instead of mentioning the notion of governance, now we just say Starbucks. And the Starbucks scandal or something. No, because that does resonate, and the common person realizes that there is a real issue at stakes, and there are billions and billions of dollars that are not coming to the Treasury for that reason. And the same can apply to a number of sectors, including the one we care about. Let's go back to you. Okay, show of hands. Yes, sir, in the second row, if you can go to the mic and introduce yourself.
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais and colleagues. I am N. Pankaj, Administrative Controller of West African Cement, Togo, an extractive industry, manufacturing cement. I've been following this whole discussions with a keen interest, discussions of very high intellectual caliber. But I was also thinking, will it help us to think from the shoes of the community, the stakeholder society, what it means to them? What is transparency means to them? What is accountability means to them? Okay, I declare I paid so many millions to the government, and government declare, yes, I have received so many millions. But what is it to me, the community, the stakeholder? Therefore, I think if EITI can develop some guidelines as to what should be done beyond this transparency and accountability. What is the feasibility of that? EITI, because of transparency and accountability, has in fact added quality to the democracy. But the sad part is that democracy also has its evils. The rulers especially will go for vote bank, vote catching techniques. If the contributions made by or the revenue generated by a particular industry based in a particular community, after transparency and accountability, can we have some guideline to say that, all right, so many percentage of this amount should be utilized for primarily improvement of the community, the stakeholder, the immediate community in which the industry is situated, who has who has suffered the most, maybe because of dispossession of their lands. And what do they get? How many schools they can get? How many roads will they get? Will there be a hospital made for them? And can there be some skills development establishments made for their community to reap benefit from the ills that they have suffered?
Thank you.
I think if you can go to that, it could be giving us some tangible suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, here.
I'm from Papua New Guinea. Just a quick issue. Here we're talking about beyond
Sorry,
transparency.
what's your name?
Jerry Bagita from Papua New Guinea.
Okay, correct.
Here we're talking about beyond transparency. But is there any thought about, because Deborah made an important point about post-extractive operations. So is there any thought about beyond extraction as well?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is it on? Yeah. My name is John Peter from African Center for Energy Policy in Ghana. I think the questions of how soon for the Australian decision makers in terms of the government to apply some concept of transparency in this sector cannot be a question for debate. There are still a number of African countries that have still not come to terms with this global movement for transparency. Now, considering the fact that over 250 Australian companies are currently aggressively moving towards Africa to exploit these natural resources, the typical demonstration by the EU directive and the Don-Frank regulation, I think should be something the Australian government should immediately implement. I have listened carefully to the Honorable Minister, and the question and the issue or attempt for deferral cannot be accepted. We want to know how soon. If you have 200 companies from your country moving towards Africa without a clear demonstration of transparency issues, I don't think this global movement would really achieve its goal. That's question number one. My second question is to agree with Yangari from Oxfam America that the concept of pick and choose by the oil companies, it cannot be accepted. You are sitting on the board of the EITI, and you are the same company taking a non-state regulatory authority to court. How do you differentiate between your interest on that board and your current participation in US, where you are taking the Don-Frank regulation to court? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's only fitting that you were speaking from the utmost height up there and so much higher up than us in little ones in the panel. Much appreciated. I think we're close to the end of the time. So what I'm going to do, and starting now in reverse order and giving the last question to you, David, to to address that, everybody 1 minute addressing, if possible, very briefly, the last batch of questions, but also any concluding remark very briefly that you may have, and we go around these seats.
Yes. Well, I'll start with that last question because clearly that I didn't miss the point of the question. It was obviously very squarely directed at me, and I accept that and appreciate the point that you've made. But the history of the EITI from Australia's perspective is that a decision was taken some years ago to undertake the pilot, and when that pilot is concluded, then Australia will be considering what action to take in the future. As I've indicated, that's not that far away before we reach the point at which that pilot has run its course. In terms of requests and or demands for us to immediately implement it, I'm not able to do that, as you can appreciate. As much as my influence within government might have been overstated earlier, that is not something that I can do unilaterally, but certainly the persuasiveness of the argument that you've just put is something that I've noted, and that will be something that we will consider in the context of any decisions that we take in the future. So I appreciate your candour, and certainly appreciate that that would be a view that would be quite widely held by people at this conference.
Thank you. Gudrun?
I'm convinced, and I would like to combine it with my hope that that EITI is a transparency initiative that will lead to a competition of more transparency, more accountability throughout the world. And it will, I'm convinced, also and especially be of a great importance to enterprises, because many of them will have learned how important it is to deal with a reputation risk. And I think that's also helpful in that respect. Secondly, I think, and according to the questions for which I thank very much, but I can't go into deep details, but I would like to say how important it is to really find a method of communication, a much more effective communication strategy in order to get all people involved in this process at one table, and by this drive forward and give dynamics to more development throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe to answer all of those questions together, I think that a company like mine believes in accountability. It also believes in good governance. And part of accountability is being clear about what you are going to do and then doing that. Yeah? So I think that a company like Shell has been clear that we believe that mandatory, global, comprehensive rules around transparency are an important part of driving better governance in the resource sector. So when we see laws that we don't believe are actually complementary to that objective, then I think we have to, as a accountable company, to stand up for what we believe in, and that is in fact what we're doing in the US courts.
Thanks, Alan.
I guess I would take the point in fairness that the discussion has been abstract and that transparency and accountability are lovely words. It is very important that the benefits of resource development do get back to the communities where the resources are located. And we really do work hard with communities and consult extensively with them to help them understand what is going to be happening, what jobs will become available, and what they can do with monies even after we leave, and skills. What you need to do also is work with your government, because EITI now will be tracing money from the national to the subnational level if the government's committed to do that. So you need to work with your government to ensure that the monies that we've agreed to pay them come back down to you?
Thank you.
Well, I think one point that wasn't made in this panel is that there's overwhelming support from the investor community for mandatory disclosure. In the US, $1.2 trillion of assets under management made submissions to the Securities and Exchange Commission welcoming the new mandatory disclosure rules. Yesterday, Mr. Bradbury, we had the opportunity to hear from the CEO of the Australian Council of Superannuation Investors, representing, I believe, 1.7 trillion Australian US dollars. She was firmly supportive of country by country and project by project reporting in the extractive industries. So I think the question that we have to ask is, what is different about Shell and Chevron, Exxon, and BP? Statoil has publicly expressed their disassociation from this lawsuit, is a company that operates internationally in places like Angola. So what is fundamentally different about Shell and its operations and its management that would make them support this lawsuit? So if you have a chance to talk to Alan, if you have a chance to talk to Stuart Brooks from Chevron, if you have a chance to talk to John Harrington from Exxon, ask them what makes their company different.
So I have already explained about our intention, and also thank you very much. Today I'll be here and for getting a chance, and also I would like to say thanks, and it's a great honor to me. And lastly, I'd like to express our intention. We hope all the best, and we'll try our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me conclude just with two very quick remarks. I'm not going to try to summarize this rich discussion, and I don't want to be on the way between these, a little bit of a break, and then the reception by the chair, Claire Short. So just one comment, because it came from the question. I think it's so important to concretely look at and focus, and you suggested, in the whole value chain, starting from the decision, from exploration, decision to extract or not to extract. Then once it's extracted, the whole issue of revenues and transparency, but then how these revenues are managed well, the macroeconomic volatility issues, exchange rate issues, but even more importantly perhaps, how these resources are utilized, allocated, how much the citizens benefit at the end of the day, how to convert natural resources into human resources and human wealth. 1 billion people nowadays live in extractive-rich countries, in absolute poverty, in the midst of absolute abundance in terms of natural resources. So that is a very concrete challenge. And in that context, and linking up with your good comments on data, very concretely, because we believe in the power of data, to get more concrete about honing what areas in these countries and other countries and in the companies are the weak areas, what are the areas of achievements. Allow me, for just 10 seconds of PR, we have just released a report which is a resource governance index and an assessment of 58 countries in that context. Tomorrow you're all welcome for a breakfast meeting where we're going to discuss and present the report in Park Room 101B. But it's one contribution. There are many others that are very important, but it's moving in that direction of communication, dissemination, discussion with real data of what's going on at the country level. The bottom line is that there is enormous transparency and accountability deficit in so many countries with so many companies. So the challenge is very much still ahead of us, although there have been significant accomplishments. Let me thank EITI, the organizers, and particularly the host, and you, David, having made it in spite of the big budgetary challenges. Minister from Myanmar, so important what you're doing. We commend you. We're here to support you in whatever way we can, and the members from civil society and the companies and from Germany, Parliament and government. Thank you very much, and thanks for the audience.